Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Izuno Uchiha with cyst, WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Pink hair, blue eyes, a tracksuit, with yellow and blue square hair clips on the right side of her head. Her long pink bangs covered her eyes. Her fashion sense was terrible, wearing a signature pink tracksuit, layering a skirt over her sweatpants. Though she was undeniably cute, her aura was completely gloomy. Beside her was a large guitar case, and she fiddled with multiple wristbands on her arm. Haruto narrowed his eyes. That's Bocce, isn't it? It has to be Bocce. He hadn't expected to run into Bocce here. Haruto quickly composed himself, then entered the park and sat on a swing, just like before. Suppressing the grin threatening to spread across his face, he put on a melancholic expression. At the same time, he pulled out his phone and sent a message. Meanwhile, the girl on the bench finally noticed that there was now a boy in the park. Her name was Hitori Goto. In Japanese, Hitori sounds the same as alone, which is also the meaning of Bocce, an ordinary high school girl. A socially anxious high school girl. Her hobbies included playing guitar, being in a band, and spending time online. Her guitar, which was beside her, was meant to be a conversation starter at school, something to draw people in so they would talk to her. However, an entire day passed, and not a single classmate approached her. Utterly dejected, she wandered into the park after school, seeking solace. That person. He looks just like me. Someone who's alone. Seeing the boy on the swing, Hitori felt a sense of kinship. The shared loneliness comforted her a little. She even had a fleeting thought: should she go over and talk to him? Of course, it was just a thought. The moment the idea crossed her mind, her body froze, and she couldn't make a sound. Severe social anxiety. So, she simply continued observing from afar. Hang in there, stranger. Even people like us, someday we'll. Hitori silently cheered him on in her heart. However, brother. Hitori. A white-haired girl ran up to the boy and jumped into his arms. Behind her, another girl of about the same age as Hitori followed with a cheerful smile. The boy's melancholic demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a warm smile. That smile, like sunlight and a gentle breeze, was so dazzling that Hitori felt like she was melting. She hugged her guitar case tightly. Kakashi had mistaken him for a fellow loner, only to find out that he was just waiting for someone. In reality, he was a social butterfly, a winner at life. I sincerely apologize for assuming we were the same. Hitori silently apologized, tears streaming down her face. But she didn't realize that the boy was observing her with great interest. As expected, no matter how you look at it, Bocce is super cute. That thought lingered in Haruto's mind. And because she was too cute, he really wanted to tease her a little. Of course, it wouldn't do to go too far. Haruto decided that it was about time to go over and strike up a conversation. He'd just use the talent agency as an excuse. Though recruiting Hitori Goto was unlikely to succeed, just the act of being approached and acknowledged might make her happy. Just as Haruto was about to make his move, a blonde girl with a side ponytail entered the park and walked straight up to Hitori. Haruto paused. It's Shimogatazawa's little angel. So the story's beginning now? Watching with interest, he abandoned his plan to approach Hitori. This was the catalyst for Hitori Go to joining the band. Haruto didn't want to interfere. Rather than intervening now, he'd wait and capture the entire band in one go later. Sure enough, after a brief conversation, Hitori was hastily dragged away. Watching the scene unfold, Haruto grinned. Brother, you've got such terrible hobbies. Shiro, nestled in Haruto's arms, commented. Being called out by Shiro, Haruto cleared his throat and reined in his smile. In front of Shiro, he had to maintain the image of a dependable big brother. Nao chuckled at the sight. Let's go home, Haruto said, picking up Shiro and taking Nao's hand, preparing to leave the park. At that moment, a sudden ringing of steel echoed through the air. Haruto looked up. A figure was plummeting from the sky, just like when Annie had fallen. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Setting Shiro down on the swing, he stepped forward effortlessly, positioning himself beneath the falling figure. As he caught them, he was met with a rich floral scent, fragrant but not overwhelming. It brought a strange sense of clarity to the mind. This was a girl, and her attire surprised Haruto. Her black uniform-style outfit looked extremely solemn. However, what stood out the most was her outer garment. No, calling it a cloak would be more appropriate. It was a hairy with a butterfly wing pattern, and as she fell, it appeared as dazzling as real butterfly wings. Shinabu. Haruto instinctively thought of that name. Chapter 127, Kamikaku and the Demon Slayer World Coordinates. Shinabu. Haruto looked at the unconscious girl in his arms, somewhat surprised. However, he quickly realized something was off. The girl's hair color seemed different from the Shinabu he remembered. She had long, jet black hair, with emerald green butterfly hairpins on both sides of her ears, the tips of the hairpins transitioning into a shade of purple. In Haruto's memory, the Demon Slayer core Shinabu had medium short hair with strikingly deep purple tips. Could this girl not be Shinabu? Or was Shinabu he remembered actually different from reality? That wouldn't be too surprising. After all, illustrations in the anime world and a real, living girl could have some discrepancies. At that moment, Shiro and Nao also reacted and quickly approached. Whoa. So beautiful girls really can fall from the sky? I thought you was just making things up. Nao exclaimed in amazement. This curious white-haired girl had, of course, already investigated Annie and Haruto's first meeting. She had previously refused to believe Haruto's claim that Annie fell from the sky. But now, it seemed to be true. Beautiful girls really did fall from the sky. Shiro, meanwhile, reached out and lifted the girl's hurry. Beneath it, Shiro pulled out a peculiar sword. This long sword had an extremely thin blade, almost as if only the edge remained while the rest of the blade had been discarded. The blade was razor sharp, featuring a blood groove along its back, clearly an extraordinary weapon. The sword's tsuba was orange and shaped like a four-leaf clover. The handle was emerald green, and the blade itself was a peachy pink hue, with the words Demon Slayer engraved on it. However, the sword was no longer intact. The blade had multiple chips, and the tip was missing entirely. Judging by its state, both the sword and its owner had likely been through an extremely perilous battle. The girl's hands were still tightly gripping the sword's hilt. Even though she was unconscious, her fingers showed no sign of loosening. At that moment, Haruto felt a sticky sensation in his hands. Looking down, he saw that his hands were covered in blood. The girl's body had long been soaked in blood, but because of her dark uniform, it hadn't been immediately noticeable. Big brother, should we save her? Nao took out a syringe and looked at Haruto for confirmation. Haruto nodded. The Ghoul 3 solution was injected into the girl's veins. Her weakening breath stabilized rapidly, and her condition quickly improved. Her blood seeped into Haruto's skin. Upon absorbing it, Haruto read the girl's memories and finally learned her true identity. Although she was indeed from Demon's Lair, she was not Shinabu. She was Kakukani. At that moment, Kani suddenly opened her eyes. Her light purple eyes were strikingly beautiful, filled with warmth and determination. The moment she regained consciousness, her breathing pattern changed. Gone was the faint, unconscious breathing, it became powerful and distinct. Kani immediately leaped from Haruto's arms, raising her damaged sword defensively. Haruto made no effort to stop her, nor was he surprised. This girl had survived countless battles, dancing on the edge of life and death. Just like Kani in the past, she had an intense sense of vigilance. Keeping her distance, Kani watched them warily, her mind filled with confusion. Where was she? Who were these people? Wasn't she just fighting an upper moon demon? Hadn't she already reached her limit, teetering on the edge of death? As she recalled the scenes before losing consciousness, Butterfly Canny subconsciously tightened her grip on her sword. The Upper Moon demon had been absurdly strong, on a completely different level than any other demons she had faced. So, am I already dead? Canny thought as she adjusted her breathing technique. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. Did you turn me into a demon? Though her tone remained gentle and polite, her eyes burned with fierce resistance. Canny knew her body better than anyone. Due to her specialized breathing technique and years of battle, her body had been riddled with injuries and heavily worn down. Her lifespan had significantly shortened, and she likely didn't have much time left. Yet at this moment, she felt unbelievably light, freer than ever before. Every hidden injury from battle, every organ weakened by her breathing technique, had been completely healed. Such a miracle in Canny's understanding was impossible for humans. The only explanation she had been turned into a demon, gaining their powerful regenerative abilities. However, becoming a demon was something Canny would never accept, even in death. A demon? Like a ghost? You're not dead, you know. Nao tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand what Canny meant by demon. But Haruto did. In Canny's world, the Demon Slayer world, there existed an anomaly known as Mizen Kibatsuji. He was known as the first demon. Mizen possessed moderate regeneration, weak transmission ability, and moderate combat strength. Using his weak transmission ability, he created a certain number of demons. These demons, similar to ghouls, fed on humans to enhance their power. As inferior versions of Mizen, they had weak to low regenerative abilities and combat power, and they were all under his control. On the human side, people formed the Demon Slayer Corps to combat these creatures. The Demon Slayers inherited the breathing techniques from ancient records, using specialized breathing methods to draw out their physical potential, overdrawing their bodies to gain the power needed to fight demons. We are not some malicious organization that randomly transforms people into inferior creatures, Haruto stated calmly. Canny was momentarily stunned. Demons were inferior creatures. From what she knew, demons had lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, and as long as their heads weren't cut off by a niche iron blade, they could regenerate from any injury. Most demons believed themselves to be superior to humans. And in terms of sheer power, humans indeed fell short. Yet, the man before her called demons inferior. Noticing her confusion, Haruto continued, they fear sunlight and are bound by Mizen's control. If that's not an inferior creature, what is? Indeed, demons feared the sun and could only move at night. After a long silence, Canny sheathed her broken sword. Years of hunting demons had sharpened her instincts. These three people before her were undoubtedly human. However, they were unlike any humans she had ever seen. My apologies for my rudeness. I am Kaku Canny. Thank you for saving my life. She bowed deeply. By nature, she was a gentle and polite person. If not for her urgent battle against an Upper Moon demon, she would have prioritized repaying her debt before asking anything else. Seeing her change in attitude, Haruto smiled. He was quite interested in this girl. For one reason, Canny carried coordinate power. Notification: this entity possesses coordinate attributes. A portal to the Demon Slayer world can now be opened. Target world, Demon Slayer. Anomaly to be contained, Mizenkia Butsuji. Would you like to open the portal now? This was the notification he had received after saving Canny. Haruto had always been intrigued by the Demon Slayer world. Mizen would make for an excellent test subject. Once captured, he could be kept next to Rise. Canny, take a good look around. This is no longer the world you know. Haruto smoothly repeated the same spiel he had used to deceive Annie. Seeing his skilled manipulation, Nao and Shiro exchanged glances. Both of them showed helpless expressions. Well, for now, let's move first. Once we reach the containment facility, I'll explain everything in detail. Haruto briefly explained the difference between worlds, then prepared to bring the girl to the containment facility. Hearing his words, Canny was stunned. This is another world? There are no Upper Moon demons here that she needs to fight? She somehow crossed worlds and ended up here? Looking around at her surroundings. This place indeed didn't resemble the world she was familiar with. The world of Demon Slayer was still in the Industrial Revolution era. Feeling lost, Canny instinctively chose to trust the young man before her. After all, he was the one who saved her life. Thus, Canny followed Haruto and his companions as they headed toward the containment facility in Chiba City. I still don't know how to address you. After her initial confusion faded, Canny grew curious about the young man's identity. Ah, that was my oversight. My name is Takumin Haruto, this is Nao Tamori, and this is Shiro. Haruto briefly introduced the three of them. This may be a bit presumptuous, but... May I ask how I was saved? Canny asked with a puzzled expression. Even though crossing worlds was already a miraculous event before that, she had been on the verge of death, fighting an upper moon demon. At that time, she was purely relying on willpower to fight, and her body had been so damaged that it was beyond medical treatment. And yet, now she felt better than ever. Moreover, this healing method couldn't have turned her into a demon. After all, the sun was shining brightly, and as she basked in its warmth, she felt no discomfort at all. Hearing her question, Haruto casually retrieved a vial of Ghoul 3 solution from his Camu space and handed it to Kani. This is one of the Foundation's research results. It can rapidly heal a person's injuries in a short time. As long as the body isn't completely ruined, it can even revive someone who has experienced brief death. Kani stared at the syringe in her hand, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 128, containing the Demon Slayer world and Kaguya's invitation. Kani clutched the syringe tightly. If what this young man said was true, then, this small syringe was practically a second life for a person. Even the Demon Slayer core members, those whose bodies were torn apart by blood demon arts, could use this solution to be reborn. If the pillars could get their hands on this solution, they could continue fighting, continue growing stronger. Then, even Ms. Naruto tilted his head and noticed Kani's solemn expression, immediately guessing her thoughts. You don't actually need to worry about that. Haruto said something that seemed completely out of place. While Kani was still confused, they arrived at a dessert shop. The store's exquisite decor made Kani's eyes widen slightly. However, they didn't linger inside. Instead, they passed through and headed straight for the kitchen. Under the operation of the staff, a section of the kitchen wall suddenly opened, revealing an internal alloy elevator. Still in shock, Kani was led inside the elevator. After Haruto swiped his identification card, the alloy doors snapped shut, and the elevator swiftly descended. The alloy elevator wasn't completely sealed off but embedded with a special type of glass. This material was stronger than most alloys and allowed for a clear view of the outside world. This wasn't meant for sightseeing but was a necessary design. If containment breaches occurred and surveillance systems failed, personnel needed to rely on their own eyes to assess the situation. At this moment, through the special glass, Kani saw an unbelievable sight. Alloy corridors crisscrossed in an intricate yet orderly manner, resembling a massive honeycomb. As the elevator rapidly descended, the interwoven corridors grew larger, making it clear just how vast this place truly was. When the alloy doors finally opened, it was as if another world was unfolding before her eyes. Kani was too stunned to speak. Welcome to the SCP Foundation Containment Facility, Haruto said with a smile. After that, he led Kani on a tour of the facility, explaining along the way, I actually know a bit about your world, about Mizn and the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing this, Kani's eyes widened. Even though she had crossed into another world, this young man knew about her world's situation. Of course, that's not the main point. The important thing is I can open a portal to your world. At this moment, Haruto happened to lead Kani to the light containment zone. He opened a particular containment room and pointed inside. Kani looked in and saw a swirling, vortex-like portal standing quietly in midair. From time to time, Foundation personnel would step through it, either appearing out of thin air or vanishing into it. That portal led to the world of Titans, with a containment facility already established on the other side. Seeing this, Kani became visibly excited. She was a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, bearing the mission of hunting demons. If she had died, so be it. But now that she was alive, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Moreover, after observing the containment facility for a while, Kani understood just how terrifying the SCP Foundation was. Compared to the Foundation, Mizn was nothing more than a lowly creature. With that realization, Kani turned to Haruto. Without hesitation, she dropped to one knee and sincerely pleaded, Haruto-kun, please help us. The Demon Slayer Corps has almost no hope of winning against Mizn. Every day, many people are killed by demons, and despite giving our all, the Demon Slayer Corps continues to suffer losses. If you can kill Mizn, I'll accept any condition, even if it costs me my life. The usually gentle girl was now more determined than ever. Seeing this, Haruto quickly helped her up. Looking into Kani's pleading eyes, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Oh, right, I haven't told you the SCP Foundation's mission yet, Haruto said with a smile. SCP stands for Secure, Contain, Protect. Our mission is to contain anomalies and protect humanity. So, even without Kani's request, the SCP Foundation would have intervened to contain Mizn. As for conditions, there are none. We are an organization that exists for humanity, not for personal gain. Hearing this, Kani's purple eyes shone with hope. The Demon Slayer Corps existed to protect humanity, fighting selflessly. But she never expected anyone else to understand their struggle or selflessly help them. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps was just a small group, an anomaly in their world. Most people, even in the face of life and death crises, only cared about their own interests. Haruto's words reminded Kenny of the day she first joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Haruto-kun, if I survive after Mizan is contained, can I join the SCP Foundation? Kenny suddenly squinted her eyes and smiled. Haruto was momentarily stunned, then ruffled her hair again. If you want to, the Foundation will always welcome you. Besides, Mizan is nothing special, nothing will go wrong. After that, Kenny was taken to a new containment room. Meanwhile, Haruto went to summon the Mobile Task Force Wings of Freedom. For this Demon Slayer world containment operation, Haruto wouldn't personally oversee everything. Leaving the main world without him could be risky in case of high-threat anomalies. Besides, as Haruto had said, Mizan was honestly quite weak. The Mobile Task Force could completely crush him. You have a mission for us? Levi led the Wings of Freedom team in, looking somewhat puzzled. The Foundation rarely mobilized the Mobile Task Forces unless dealing with high-risk anomalies. Levi had actually been feeling bored while staying at the Foundation. Haruto nodded. This time, the mission is in another world. Then, he briefed Levi on the Demon Slayer world's situation. Hearing this, even Levi's usually deadpan eyes showed a hint of fighting spirit. After all, he was from the world of Titans and his world had been saved by Haruto. Now, it seemed it was their turn to save another world. No need to hunt every demon down. Just find Mizan and inject him with this once he's infected, the other demons will die on their own. Haruto handed Levi several syringes. Inside was his own blood, the Blacklight virus. Once Mizan was infected with the Blacklight virus, all the demons linked to him would explode on the spot. After all, every other demon was merely an inferior version of him, created from his blood. Levi stored the syringe in the Crimson armor for safekeeping. The Crimson series of armor had now developed into its third generation. Compared to the first generation, Crimson 1, the Crimson 3 had received an all-around upgrade, higher, faster, stronger. Moreover, it was also equipped with an arc reactor, making its endurance capabilities terrifying. However, but according to your description, Mizan seems hard to find. Levi frowned as he spoke. If there was one thing Mizan excelled at, it was hiding. He suppressed his aura and blended seamlessly into human society, leaving no trace. Even his subordinates, the numerous demons under him, had no idea where his true body was located. In fact, weaker demons weren't even qualified to mention his name, saying Mizan would cause them to explode on the spot. Secrecy was paramount. Although the Foundation had advanced biotechnology, it still needed to conduct a thorough search within the human society of the Demon Slayer world. A carpet search would take time. Haruto sighed and nodded. Yeah, he's hard to find. A full-scale search will waste a lot of time. It was precisely because of this that Haruto didn't intend to personally intervene in the Demon Slayer world. Wasting too much time there could lead to another abnormal outbreak in the main world, just like what happened in the attack on Titan world when he was absent. Seeing that Haruto had no better solution, Levi simply nodded and prepared to head to the containment area to get things ready. But just then, Haruto had a sudden idea. Levi, prepare another Crimson 3 armor. Levi didn't question it and immediately went to make the preparations. Meanwhile, Haruto headed toward the residential area. SCP-181, the organization has assigned you an important mission, Kanako? The girl had a deadpan expression. President. I recall that I've already been removed from the D-class personnel list, right? Why am I still getting assigned abnormal contact missions? If I die, wouldn't that be a loss for the Foundation? Kanako complained. Haruto pretended not to hear her. Don't worry, I believe in you. You won't die. He was confident that even if he threw Kanako directly into the Demon Slayer world, she would survive on her own. After all, SCP-181 Super Lock wasn't just for show. Besides, she'd be equipped with the Crimson armor. No. Please don't trust me so easily. Kanako just wanted to slack off and live an easy life. But in the end, she found herself being carried away upside down by Haruto, her feet in the air. Since searching for Mizan was essentially a luck-based task, it made sense to use Kanako. It would definitely double the efficiency. On the way back to the containment area, someone called out to Haruto. It was Hayasaka. This surprised Haruto. After all, Hayasaka was rarely at the site. She was usually on field duty. Since the Foundation had grown in numbers, Haruto had finally been able to fulfill his promise to give Hayasaka some well-deserved rest. So seeing her at the site now was quite unexpected. Meanwhile, Hayasaka, upon seeing Haruto carrying a girl by her feet, couldn't help but twitch her lips. As expected, this shameless president never failed to pull off some ridiculous stunts. What's up, Agent Hayasaka? Have you been slacking off for too long and now want to contribute to the Foundation again? Haruto asked curiously. Hayasaka rolled her eyes. Did she look like a workaholic? If not for serving Lady Kaguya. If not for saving up her own dowry. Hayasaka would have quit a long time ago. This is for you, President. It's not work-related, it's a personal invitation. Hayasaka handed Haruto a golden invitation card. Haruto glanced at it. It was an invitation to a party jointly hosted by the Shinomiya, Suzuki, and Sansman families. These three families, aside from the Momobami clan, were the other members of the four great financial conglomerates. Clearly, this party was a gathering of the most powerful figures in Japan. Setting the invitation aside, Haruto looked at Hayasaka in confusion. Why should I go? In the past, he might have been interested in attending such an event to bring Japan's elites under his control. But now that he had the Momobami clan on his side, given time, the Foundation's power would inevitably allow the clan to crush the other three conglomerates, becoming the sole dominant force. So now, Haruto had little interest in this party. This invitation is from Lady Kaguya. Hayasaka stated. Chapter 129, Demon Slayer World. An invitation from Kaguya? Haruto was even more puzzled. After regaining his past memories, his understanding of Kaguya Shinomiya had deepened significantly. Originally, he only saw her as the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya conglomerate. But now, he knew her as its dear girl who was defenseless against someone she liked, turned adorably silly when sick, and had multiple modes: Ice Kaguya, Clumsy Kaguya, Small Kaguya, and more. Well, in short, he now had a much richer understanding of her. But at this moment, Kaguya should still be in her Ice Kaguya phase. Right? Did she invite him to recruit him as a subordinate? Haruto looked at Hayasaka doubtfully. Did you try to talk her out of it? Haruto was implying that since Hayasaka knew his true identity, she should have advised Kaguya against trying to recruit him as a worker. Hayasaka's face visibly darkened. Talk her out of it? I tried my best. Hayasaka complained. She had long realized it, her Lady Kaguya had fallen into the abyss known as Haruto. Every time his name was mentioned, Kaguya turned into a completely different person. Falling in love wasn't a bad thing, but why did it have to be with this shameless president? The two continued their cross-channel conversation like this. Ah. That sounds exhausting. Alright, I'll accept the invitation and make things clear to Kaguya. What Haruto meant was, he'd go there to tell Kaguya that he would never work for her. However, Hayasaka looked at him with suspicion. Would a shameless guy like him really push Kaguya away when she literally delivered herself to his doorstep? She didn't believe a single word he said. Their conversation was interrupted by a desperate cry. Help. Help me. They had completely forgotten that Haruto was still carrying someone. When Kanako was finally put down head first, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. Watching her eyes spin in circles, Haruto scratched his head awkwardly. President, I'll do the mission. Just stop tormenting me already. Kanako groggily pleaded. Haruto wanted to tell her that he had actually forgotten about her, not deliberately left her hanging. But that could wait until after she was thrown into the Demon Slayer world. Bringing Kanako along, Haruto arrived at the containment chamber. Levi and the Mobile Task Force Wings of Freedom were already prepared. An unused Crimson 3 exoskeleton suit stood to the side. Meanwhile, Kenny stood in the corner, visibly unsettled. Clearly, the sight of the biological exoskeleton armor had unnerved her. Haruto injected ghoul serum into Kanako before placing her into the Crimson 3 armor. During the mission, follow the captain's orders. If you cause trouble, I'll throw you into SCP-173's containment chamber for a few days. Kanako. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. She obediently donned the exoskeleton suit and fell in line. Haruto then walked over to Kenny, gently ruffling her dark hair. Don't be scared. It's just a tool. A tool for killing demons. He reassured her. Kenny nodded. In reality, Kenny wasn't particularly afraid, just instinctively cautious of unfamiliar things. Seeing that Kenny was emotionally stable, Haruto opened the system interface. Through contact, the system had also obtained the coordinate power from Kenny. Thus, notice, this containment object possesses the coordinate attribute and can open a world portal for this containment object. Target world, Demon's Lair. Abnormal entity for containment, Kibutsujima's. Would you like to open the portal now? As Haruto selected yes, the center of the containment chamber visibly distorted. A stream of light continuously swirled in the middle of the room, gradually forming a glowing portal. At the same time, in the world of Demon's Lair, a young girl was anxiously searching for something. Tear stains were still visible on her fair cheeks. Weaving through the forest, she was clearly exhausted, yet she continued forcing her body forward. Yesterday, the Kasugai crow raised by the Demon Slayer Corps had delivered a terrible message. The flower Hashira, Kenny, had engaged Upper Moon 2 in battle, was overwhelmed, and requested reinforcements. However, the battlefield was deep within the mountains. Even with the crow delivering the message by flight, reinforcements from the Demon Slayer Corps had only barely arrived the following day. Upper moon demons had existed for hundreds of years without ever being slain. Even among the pillars, the strongest warriors of the Demon Slayer Corps, few, if any, could defeat an upper moon demon alone. And in this case, the crow's message had already stated that the flower pillar had been overwhelmed. Now, an entire day had passed. Deep down, the girl knew. The flower Hashira, Kani, was already dead. But even if she understood, she could not accept it. Up ahead, the forest showed signs of destruction. Marks of blades cutting across trees were evident. She recognized those markings instantly. They belonged to the flower breathing techniques. This was where the flower Hashira had fought Upper Moon too. The girl frantically searched the area. But aside from dried blood, countless sword marks and traces of destruction, and a torn piece of hairy fabric, there was nothing else to be found. Demons ate humans. And the stronger the demon, the more they consumed. If a body couldn't be found. From the Demon Slayer Corps experience, it likely meant the demon had devoured it completely, leaving not even bones behind. The girl collapsed from exhaustion. Ever since she received the message, she had rushed here without stopping. Only to be greeted with this outcome. Tears welled up and fell freely. Usually proud and quick to anger, she now cried in silence, not making a sound. As she fell, she caught a glimpse of something pink. Reaching out, she grasped it in her hand, only to realize it was a broken pink sword tip. The moment she saw it, the last sliver of hope in her heart shattered completely. Her sobs echoed through the forest. She threw herself to the ground, pressing the broken sword tip beneath her, tears falling onto it. "Shinabu!" A voice suddenly called out. The crying girl froze, slowly lifting her head in a daze. Two figures had appeared in front of her. A girl wearing a hairy and an unusual young man. "Sis." Ignoring everything else, she struggled to her feet and threw herself into Kani's embrace. This girl was none other than Kani's younger sister, Kaku Shinabu. Seeing her little sister so impulsive, Haruto stood aside with a small smile. In the Demon Slayer story, Shinabu was always expressionless, calm and composed in any situation. But the girl before him was the complete opposite. From her earlier tears to her current excitement, everything contradicted the original Shinabu. The reason was simple. After Kani's death, Shinabu had forced herself to mature. She imitated her sister in every way, her actions, her mannerisms, even her tone and personality, completely copying her. From the moment Kani died, Shinabu had become the perpetually expressionless girl. But now, Shinabu was still a girl who openly displayed her emotions, wearing them on her face without hesitation. Kani gently stroked her sister's back. During her battle against Upper Moon too, she had felt no fear. But now, for the first time, the terror of death crept over her. If she had truly died, what kind of pain would her little sister have suffered? Surely, it would be a fate worse than death. After crying her heart out, Shinabu carefully touched Kani all over as if confirming her reality, or perhaps checking for any injuries. After searching thoroughly and finding no wounds, Shinabu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Because she had cried so much, she was still sobbing slightly, unable to stop. "Sis. You're really okay. That's so good." Shinabu spoke in broken sentences between sniffles. Kani smiled without saying anything. She had indeed walked on the brink of death. If not for the unexpected opportunity to cross into another world and encounter Haruto, she would have been dead long ago. But these details were not something she would share with Shinabu. Having gone through a roller coaster of emotions, Shinabu still couldn't calm down and wanted to ask what had happened. However, before she could ask, she noticed something even more shocking. "Sis. Who was he?" Shinabu's gaze froze on their hands. The two of them were still holding hands, fingers intertwined. Kani was momentarily stunned, then quickly let go. To activate the world portal, Haruto needed to maintain physical contact with the coordinate. And interlocking fingers was a stable way to do so. But after arriving in this world, they had forgotten to let go. Shinabu immediately stood in front of her sister, shielding her while glaring at Haruto with suspicion. This unknown man had somehow held her sister's hand without her noticing. Yet Haruto remained unconcerned. His attention was focused elsewhere. Just as Shinabu was about to question him further, Kani spoke up first. "Haruto saved me." Shinabu froze. Wait. Was this man her sister's savior? Had she been too rude just now? At that moment, rustling sounds echoed from the surrounding forest. Still fixated on Haruto, Shinabu immediately unsheathed her Nichiren blade, her guard up. But Haruto remained unfazed, simply looking in a certain direction. Soon, in Shinabu's astonished gaze, a crimson figure appeared. This should be the one, right? Levi dragged a figure forward, looking to Haruto for confirmation. That figure was in an utterly miserable state. His entire body was deformed beyond recognition, with every joint pierced and restrained by crimson kagn. A closer look revealed that nearly all 200 bones in his body were immobilized. The only recognizable part was his face. And his eyes were the most distinct one bar the kanji for upper rank, while the other bore 2. Chapter 130, Shinobu, did I just gain a brother-in-law? Upper Moon 2 Dama. And now, he was being dragged along like a dead dog, completely unable to resist. Seeing this, the Kaku sisters were utterly dumbfounded. This was one of the 12 Kizuki, the most powerful demons under Mizan Kibutsuji. For hundreds of years, the Demon Slayer Corps had never managed to kill even one of the upper moons. And yet, here was one, captured alive without a sound. They hadn't even heard the battle. Haruto, however, wasn't surprised. The Crimson 3 armor could make even Mizan kneel after taking a couple of punches. Not to mention that the one wearing the biomechanical exoskeleton was Captain Levi. Truth be told, with his Ackerman lineage and monstrous battle talent, Levi could probably solo Dama even without the armor if he learned breathing techniques. The reason why Dama was still lingering in the area without leaving it was likely because Kenny had traveled across worlds and suddenly disappeared, preventing Dama from killing and devouring her. Thus, Dama temporarily hid in the shadows, attempting to locate Kenny. Once the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived, he could retreat at any time while remaining hidden. Unfortunately for him, the one who arrived was Haruto. Before being transported to the Demon Slayer world, Haruto had already ordered the mobile task force to conduct a thorough search of the area immediately. The biological detection system of the Crimson 3 armor swept the surroundings, exposing Dama within mere seconds. Thinking of escaping now was nothing more than a fool's dream. With the mobility of Crimson 3, forget about running, Dama wouldn't even have time to flee in a supersonic jet. Haruto crouched down and locked eyes with Dama. Dama's irises were rainbow-colored. Yet, from that dazzling spectrum, Haruto could see absolutely no emotion. An inexplicable sense of revulsion arose within him. "Hey, do you know where Mizan is?" Haruto asked directly. Despite having every joint, muscle, and bone in his body locked in place by Kagen, Dama continued to smile. "You're asking about Lord Mizan? How unfortunate, I have no idea where Lord Mizan is." Dama responded with a smile, wriggling his body in an attempt to break free. However, the Kagen generated by Crimson 3 had embedded itself into every inch of his flesh. The regenerative abilities demons prided themselves on were rendered useless, as the wounds were being corroded by RC cells. In truth, demons possessed a unique ability known as blood demon arts. Dama's blood demon art allowed him to transform his blood into ice crystals, which he could control with extreme precision. At this moment, a mist like white frost began spreading outward. Yet, even though Haruto was right in front of him, it had absolutely no effect. After hearing Dama's answer, Haruto nodded without much surprise. That old schemer Mizan only maintained one-way communication with his subordinates. When he needed them, he would summon them into a special space known as the Infinity Castle. The rest of the time, he would simply hide like a rat. "In that case, I'm going to execute you next. Any last words?" Haruto asked matter-of-factly. Even upon hearing that he was about to be executed, Dama continued to smile. His greatest flaw was his inability to feel any emotions. Even in the face of death, he felt no fear. The smile on his face was nothing more than a facade. "Doesn't seem like there's anything to say," Dama replied. Haruto nodded and pressed a finger against Dama's forehead. The blacklight virus immediately invaded his body. This time, Haruto did not exert any control over it. In an instant, Dama's body began to swell and twist. The blacklight virus within Haruto had already evolved to a certain extent after devouring the genes of grotesque insects and ghouls. So-called demons were nothing more than weak, inferior creatures. In mere moments, the blacklight virus had completely devoured Dama. The next moment, Dama's grotesquely bloated body suddenly burst apart, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist that coalesced back into Haruto's hand. Even after consuming an upper rank 2 demon, the blacklight virus showed only minimal evolutionary progress. Just as Haruto had previously stated, these so-called demons were nothing more than inferior life forms. The demons Mizan had created weren't even worth capturing for research. Shinobu watched the scene in horror, instinctively pulling her sister behind her and warily staring at Haruto. Meanwhile, Levi stood to the side and rolled his eyes. The captain had a severe cleanliness obsession. Even though the blood mist hadn't dispersed in the slightest, it still made his cleanliness-focused mind uncomfortable. Haruto stood up again and looked at Shinobu with slight confusion. "The demon has been killed, there's no need to be so cautious." For a moment, Shinobu was at a loss for words. "She was being cautious of you, okay? Shinobu, don't be like that. Haruto is a good person," Kenny said. Although the method he had used was indeed terrifying, Kenny didn't see anything particularly wrong with it. Hearing her sister scold her, Shinobu suddenly felt a bit deflated. She also recalled the scene earlier, when her sister had held hands with this boy. A strange suspicion suddenly formed in Shinobu's mind. Could her sister have been tricked by this guy? Meanwhile, after devouring Dama, Haruto confirmed that there was indeed no information about Mizen's location in his memories. Anyway, let's head to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters first, Haruto said casually. Shinobu hesitated as she looked at her sister. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the place where the Yubuyashiki family resided, was the Corps' most guarded secret. It was a hidden sanctuary that even demons had failed to locate for over 1,000 years. Bringing a complete outsider like Haruto there just seemed completely unreliable. Kani, however, did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Since she had requested assistance from the Foundation, she had already entrusted them with her faith. Besides, from what she had seen, the power of the Foundation was beyond anything the Demon Slayer Corps could compare to. Even Mizen had been dismissed as an inferior creature. If the Foundation had any intention of doing anything to this world, they could simply act directly. That was the judgment of the Flower Hashira. Shinobu had taken an entire day to rush from headquarters to this location. But the return trip to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters took less than 2 hours. Looking at the familiar courtyard nestled in the mountains, Shinobu was stunned. These people could fly, faster than crows, even. The news hadn't even reached headquarters yet, but they had already arrived. Kani and Shinobu entered the headquarters first to explain the identities of Haruto and his group to the leader, Kageya Yubuyashiki. Meanwhile, Haruto poked the crimson three-clad Kanako beside him. Did you spot the target on the way? Perhaps caught a glimpse of him by accident or noticed any traces? Haruto placed high hopes on Kanako's extraordinary luck. President, I'm not some kind of god, you know. Kanako felt like crying. Sure, she did have a lucky trait. But that didn't mean she could just make anything she wanted happen. Haruto gave her a look that screamed, then what good are you? Then, he turned away and admired the scenery of the Demon Slayer world. Kanako was so frustrated she gritted her teeth audibly. Did containment objects not have human rights? After a short while of sightseeing, the headquarters gate was pushed open. A man with half his face scarred and his eyes clouded white was being helped out by others. Haruto, this is our leader, Lord Kageya Yubuyashiki. Kani introduced. Haruto's gaze lingered on Kageya's eyes. He vaguely recalled that it was a hereditary curse that left him blind, frail, and with a short lifespan. Despite this, he had still earned the respect of all the Hashiras. Though his blind eyes could not see, he had the foresight to drive even the strongest of demons into a corner. Sir Haruto, you may call me Kageya. I heard from Kani that you have come to save this world. Though Kageya Yubuyashiki could not see, his words carried a heartfelt sincerity, devoid of any self-importance. It's not quite about saving the world. Our goal is to contain Mizen and eliminate the anomalous entities, meaning demons. Haruto replied. To us, that is indeed saving the world. Please, come in. Kageya stepped aside, inviting Haruto into the courtyard. The courtyard, though not simple, was far from luxurious. As they walked, Kani suddenly recalled something. Haruto, could that serum heal Lord Kageya? She was referring to the Ghoul 3 solution. A serum? Hearing this, Kageya seemed puzzled. Kani quickly explained how Haruto had previously saved her by injecting her with the Ghoul 3 solution, which had miraculously restored her body. After listening, Kageya immediately shook his head. If Kani describes it as a miraculous medicine, then it must be extremely precious. We are already deeply grateful for Sir Haruto's assistance. How could I possibly ask for such a precious thing? Besides, no matter how kind and generous Sir Haruto is, such a rare medicine should be reserved for you Hashira. Using it on me would not be worth it. His words were entirely sincere, without a trace of false humility. This made Haruto see Kageya in a new light. That's not really something rare. I happen to have plenty with me, let's give it a try now. Haruto flipped his hand and retrieved a vial of Ghoul 3 solution from the Divine Might space, handing it to Kani. The Ghoul 3 solution was now being mass-produced by the Foundation, and the cost of cultivating RC cells had significantly decreased. It was practically dirt cheap. This. Kageya was momentarily at a loss for words. Kani took the syringe and was about to bow to Haruto, however, before she could bend down, Haruto stopped her. There's no need for that. It was just a small effort. Haruto said with a smile. As Kani was gently supported back up, she caught sight of his warm smile, causing her heartbeat to quicken inexplicably. The flower Hashira, known for her composure, found her fair cheeks tinged with a faint pink, as if lightly brushed with rouge. Shinobu? Watching this scene, Shinobu increasingly felt that her elder sister had been deceived and led astray. They had only been apart for a few days, and now she suddenly had a brother-in-law. Shinobu couldn't accept this. Chapter 131, Sakurajimamai, Left without a response sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, Kageya Yubuyashiki felt both helpless and nervous. Persuaded by Kenny, he had decided to accept the injection of the Ghoul 3 solution. Even though Haruto had said it wasn't a precious item, Kageya still wanted to save the serum for other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. When it came to his own body, he cared the least. To him, he was the weakest among the Demon Slayers, incapable of fighting. He could only hide in the back and devise strategies for the others. Though he was called Master, he never saw himself as more important than anyone else. Moreover, Kageya was well aware of his physical condition. His frailty was less of an illness and more of a hereditary curse. Everyone in the Yubuyashiki clan suffered from it. Throughout the centuries, there had been attempts to cure it, but they all ended in failure. Thus, Kageya never held much hope. However, Kenny was brimming with confidence. The syringe pierced into Kageya's veins. As the Ghoul 3 solution was injected, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps all widened their eyes in shock. Before their eyes, the scars on Kageya's face visibly faded. The previously disfigured upper half of his face rapidly healed, his skin smoothing out to a normal complexion. His once pale, cloudy eyes began to regain color. Black pupils formed in his eyes, and under the sunlight, his pupils even reacted. Witnessing this, the Demon Slayers were utterly dumbfounded. They had some understanding of their master's condition. Even though the flower Hashira had spoken highly of the serum, they had only dared to hope for a slight improvement. No one expected that mere moments after the injection, his illness would improve so drastically. After all, sickness strikes like a landslide but recedes like silk being drawn. No matter how miraculous the serum was, they had never imagined such an exaggerated effect. But the one who felt it the most was Kageya himself. A world that had been shrouded in darkness for so long now had light. Then, blurry images began to take shape. And finally numerous familiar yet unfamiliar figures appeared before him. For the first time, Kageya Yubuyashiki could see what the members of the Demon Slayer Corps actually looked like. Compared to what he had imagined, they seemed even better. Without the needing assistance, he stood up on his own. Though he had never considered himself important, at this moment, Kageya was overwhelmed with emotion. His gratitude was evident. Haruto simply waved his hand dismissively, signaling Kageya not to dwell on it. The so-called curse of the Yubuyashiki family was merely a genetic disorder. A congenital disease at the cellular level, which was why all conventional treatments had failed. The essence of the Ghoul 3 solution was to introduce RC cells that could activate the body's regenerative abilities on a cellular level. Kageya's condition was naturally nothing in comparison. Healing him also served Haruto's personal agenda. Although Kenny had introduced him, gaining the trust of the entire Demon Slayer Corps in a short period was still a hassle. However, if he healed Kageya, given Kageya's unparalleled status within the Demon Slayer Corps, the one who cured him would undoubtedly be unconditionally accepted by its members. Afterward, there would be no need for unnecessary persuasion. After calming down, Kageya composed himself again, though his gaze toward Haruto still carried immense gratitude. Haruto then took out several more vials of the Ghoul 3 solution and handed them to Kageya. These injections should be given to the Hashira. Kenny is an example. Before this, she was utterly drained from overusing her breathing technique. Hearing this, Kenny smiled sheepishly. Receiving the vials, Kageya no longer knew what to say. The aid this young man provided was beyond anything he could have imagined. Haruto continued, "Next, the Foundation's mobile task force will conduct a thorough search for Mizn. In the best case, a few days, at worst, 1 to 2 months, Mizn will be eliminated, and the other demons will perish as well. Kenny should have already mentioned that we, the Foundation, have crossed over from another world. Thus, our only request to the Demon Slayer Corps is to establish a containment station here. I will open a gate at the Corps headquarters that connects both worlds, allowing other Foundation personnel to come and work. We are friendly, but our existence must remain a secret to the outside world, for your protection." Haruto laid out the Foundation's next steps. As expected, Kageya immediately nodded. "I understand. The Demon Slayer Corps will fully cooperate with the Foundation's efforts, as long as it means the eradication of all demons and the destruction of Mizn." After that, Haruto made his way to a room deep within the courtyard. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was hidden deep in the mountains. To evade Mizn's pursuit, this location was already highly secretive. It was the perfect place to set up the Foundation station. Inside the room, Haruto accessed his system interface, preparing to connect the worlds and open a portal. Kenny and Shinobu followed after him. Seeing Haruto, Shinobu was irritated. "You spouted all that grand rhetoric, yet instead of staying to fight, you're leaving. How could you do this to my sister?" Butterfly Kenny quickly reached out to cover Shinobu's mouth. What did she mean by do this to her? Haruto had only saved her, nothing more. Haruto tilted his head slightly. He had a feeling Shinobu was misunderstanding something. But looking at her adorable, indignant expression so different from the expressionless girl in his memories, he found it rather endearing. I would love to stay and fight alongside Kenny and Shinobu, but unfortunately, I cannot. Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. Especially when he called her Shinobu? That sounded so weird. Why wasn't he getting mad? Haruto continued, my world also has anomalies similar to Mizn, some even more terrifying. If I remain here too long, my world might suffer from their horrors, and countless people will die. But rest assured, the strength of Mobile Task Force, Wings of Freedom, is enough to deal with Mizn. There is no possibility of failure. Shinobu? A wave of guilt nearly overwhelmed her. The boy before her seemed to emit a soft, holy glow, so gentle it made one want to cry. He was someone like their master. Perhaps even more so, someone who traveled the world, burdened with the lives of many. Shinobu chastised herself for questioning him without knowing anything. As she was lost in guilt, she heard Haruto say, if you're worried about your sister's safety, you could always persuade her to come with me, it's perfectly safe. I'll take good care of her. If you two sisters need someone to rely on, I'll take you both and no need to worry. Shinobu? MMMPH. MMMPH. If not for Kani holding her back, Shinobu would have charged at Haruto for a fight. Damn it, give her guilt back. Haruto, that kind of joke. Shinobu will take it seriously. Kani's pretty face turned slightly red as she spoke. Haruto, however, composed himself. How could this be a joke? I've already said before, as long as Kani is willing, she can always. Before he could finish, Shinobu threw a shoe at him. Haruto swiftly dodged and laughed loudly. This kind of fun was probably something only Haruto could appreciate. The always expressionless Shinobu now looked completely flustered and exasperated. Her drastic emotional shifts made it impossible to associate her with being emotionless. This contrast was truly amusing. No wonder so many girls said Haruto had a twisted sense of humor. It wasn't an unfair accusation. Once the portal opened and the connection between the two worlds stabilized, Haruto made his escape. All that was left behind was an angry, clawing Shinobu and a blushing Kani with a racing heartbeat. After returning to the main world, Haruto called in the Foundation staff. Even though Mizn hadn't been contained yet, they could already establish a connection with the Demon Slayer world. Since they were setting up a base there, it was the perfect opportunity to launch a few satellites. Once the satellites were in place, communication and surveillance would become much easier. With satellite monitoring, locating Mizn would be much faster. Capturing and containing Mizn as research material would also accelerate the Foundation's biotechnology advancements. Mizn, that scumbag, had no idea that an even bigger scumbag had his eyes on him, treating him like a bagged research specimen. For now, the Demon Slayer world was on hold. The task of containing Mizn was handed over to the Mobile Task Force. Any further plans for the Demon Slayer world would have to wait until Mizn was captured. Haruto also planned to recruit the 9 Hashira and Kageya Yashiki. It was similar to how he had recruited Erwin and Levi from the Attack on Titan world. These individuals had emerged as the best in their world, possessing an unyielding will to protect humanity and a talent to do so. They were exactly the kind of people the Foundation needed. A few days passed, but there was still no good news from the Demon Slayer world. However, Haruto received an unexpected line message. Someone was requesting to add him as a friend. The profile picture was a pink rabbit headband. The moment he saw it, Haruto had a slight guess about the sender's identity. After approving the request, the other side immediately sent a barrage of exclamation marks. Rabbit. Haruto, a crazy fan? Sorry, but I'm a bit troubled by this. Rabbit, I am not. Rabbit, we worked together a few days ago. Haruto, oh. It's Gita-san. Hello. Rabbit? Rabbit, was there someone named Gita in the dating show? Rabbit, I'm Sakura Jimimai. We even had a private conversation at the end of the show. A palpable sense of resentment seeped through the text. Haruto, I knew it was Mai, just wanted to lighten the mood. Haruto, I still remember Mai's headband. Rabbit, Sakura Jimimai, that's kind of annoying. Sakura Jimimai, but you actually remember me, and you're responding to me. Haruto, Mai, you should have more confidence in yourself. Haruto, as a woman, you're undeniably a stunning beauty. It's only natural to react. Sakura Jimimai, really? Then do you like Sakura Jimimai? Wait, no, now's not the time to steer the conversation that way. Sakura Jimimai, I meant a response to my existence. Chapter 132, if he doesn't call you senpai, his thoughts are wild. Sakura Jimimai, I meant your response to my existence. Reading her message, Haruto immediately understood what was happening to Mai. It must be puberty syndrome. Caused by the comet Charlotte, puberty syndrome was an abnormal phenomenon. Some children, under the influence of the Charlotte Comet, would contract a special virus. The virus remained dormant in their bodies until they reached adolescence. During puberty, a period of intense emotional fluctuation, the virus would be triggered and enter an active phase. Depending on individual differences and emotional stimuli, the virus would cause abnormal phenomena, essentially granting superpowers. In Amai's case, her abnormality was existence erasure. It was somewhat similar to Megumi's situation but not entirely the same. Megumi had weak presence, making people subconsciously ignore her. But if she took action, she could still draw attention. Additionally, Megumi's existence was still acknowledged. Her name was still on school records, and teachers, though they might overlook her at times, still included her in attendance. Her parents also remembered they had a daughter. In other words, she still existed. But Mai's situation was different. Her mother didn't remember having a daughter. All records of a former child star were erased from the world. That was the abnormality caused by Mai's puberty syndrome. It was likely triggered by her emotions. Mai had started her career as a child actress because she loved performing. She genuinely enjoyed modeling and acting. However, her mother, who was also her manager, only saw her as a money-making tool. Without consulting her, her mother accepted jobs like swimsuit photoshoots and fake relationship stunts for reality shows, as long as they were profitable. It was probably because of this that Mai grew to resent the career she once loved. She developed a deep aversion to it, even wishing to disappear from everyone's sight forever. Thus, Haruto thought for a moment before typing a reply. Haruto, that's an unusual way to put it. Are you in trouble? Sakurajima Mai, yeah. As much as I hate to admit it, I am in big trouble. Haruto, then I'll head over to you. Let's talk in person. Sakurajima Mai, eh? Haruto, location sharing enabled. Sakurajima Mai, joined location sharing. Sakurajima Mai, exited location sharing. Sakurajima Mai, wait, now is a bit. Sakurajima Mai, where are you? Sakurajima Mai, don't tell me you're already on the way. A few minutes later, Haruto arrived at Chiba City's largest library. Mai's location was right there. Coincidentally, the Foundation's Chiba City station was nearby. Standing at the entrance of the library, Haruto hesitated. He had seen Mai's follow-up messages but deliberately chose not to reply. He had a good guess about what state she was in now. Feeling a bit excited, Haruto stepped inside. The library was silent, except for the occasional sound of footsteps and pages turning. Scanning the area, Haruto quickly spotted Mai, crouched in a corner between bookshelves. At that moment, Mai was an irresistible sight. She wore black patent leather heels, sheer black stockings that outlined her long legs, and a tight-fitting black bodysuit that accentuated her slender yet curvaceous figure, with a noticeable cleavage. A white cuff adorned her wrist, and a black bootie around her neck stood out. But the most eye-catching accessory was the pair of bunny ears on her head, every furry fan's dream. In the quiet and serious library, a wild bunny girl was hiding in the corner, casting a resentful gaze his way. Mai, you're really going all out. Haruto whispered, giving her a thumbs up. Sakurajima Mai. She quickly approached, her high heels clicking against the floor, and stomped on Haruto's foot. An awkward silence followed. Although I appreciate you coming right away. Why didn't you read my messages first? Mai's expression was complicated. For the past 2 days, she had suddenly realized that no one acknowledged her presence anymore. No matter what she did, she was completely ignored. It was as if she didn't exist in this world. Even when she pushed passers-by, there was no response at all. This made Mai feel a little panicked. She had tried countless methods, but no one could perceive her existence. So, Mai had a sudden idea and chose the most outrageous method. If someone were to wear a bunny girl outfit in a place like a library, surely, someone would notice, right? With this thought in mind, Mai put it into action. However, even in this bunny girl outfit, after wandering around the library for a long time and waving her hands in front of people, she still couldn't get any response. Feeling lost and helpless, Mai suddenly thought of that boy from a few days ago during the reality dating show shoot. From the moment she first met him, Mai had a feeling that he was someone special. So, holding on to a sliver of unrealistic hope, Mai searched for the contact information of the reality show crew. From there, she found Haruto's line number and sent a friend request. She had thought that the request would disappear into the void. Just like her countless attempts over the past 2 days. Mai had tried communicating with people online, but once her messages were sent, there was never a reply. However, this time was different. A moment later, her friend request was accepted. Overjoyed, Mai sent a string of exclamation marks. And sure enough, that boy responded to her messages. This made Mai so happy that she was almost in tears. However, when the other party suggested meeting in person, Mai looked at herself. In this state, there was no way she could meet anyone. Yet, amidst her hesitation, she accidentally clicked on location sharing. After that, there were no more messages. And now, things had led to this moment. I was worried about you, Mai, so I rushed over without checking my phone. Haruto casually made up an excuse. Hearing this, Mai lifted her foot slightly. It was a reasonable explanation, and it even felt warm to hear. But Mai had a feeling it was a lie. The truth was, the boy in front of her must have known about her current situation and was afraid of missing the chance to see her in a bunny girl outfit, so he ignored her messages and rushed over. This was just an unfounded suspicion, with no real basis. But Mai vaguely felt that it was the truth. After taking a good look at her, Haruto took off his jacket and draped it over Mai's shoulders. Grasping the edge of the jacket, feeling its lingering warmth, Mai's previously unsettled emotions suddenly calmed down. At the very least, someone had finally acknowledged her existence. Leaning against a bookshelf, Mai slowly sat down, hugging her knees. Haruto sat down beside her. After a long silence, Mai finally spoke. It's really surprising. You can still see me, and you still remember my existence. Haruto shrugged. My perception is absolute, unaffected or altered by any means. Besides, Mai is a beautiful girl with unforgettable charm. Hearing this, Mai couldn't help but glance at Haruto. Chunabiu? Haruto held his forehead. Mai, even in your current state, you still think I have Chunabiu? Seeing Haruto's expression, Mai suddenly laughed. From the moment she had arrived, Mai had never restrained her voice. Whether it was the clicking of her high heels or the sound of her words. And now, the crisp, bell-like laughter of a young girl echoed through the quiet library. Yet, no one turned to look. Except for Haruto. After laughing, Mai tilted her head back, looking at the library ceiling. The gloom and frustration of the past few days seemed to dissipate in that moment. It was strange, she had only exchanged a few words with this person. Well then. Are you a superhero? Mai asked curiously. Haruto nodded, then shook his head. Something like that, but with subtle differences. Mai didn't quite understand but still put on an expression of sudden realization. So, Mai. Haruto was about to ask about her situation. But Mai interrupted. It's not even during filming, calling me sensei is weird. Haruto paused for a moment, then asked, then should I just call you by your name? Or senpai? Mai Sakurajima thought for a moment, then said, try calling me senpai first. Haruto? Seeing Haruto's confusion, Mai playfully wagged her finger. You see, I debuted years before you, and I'm older than you. In both experience and age, I totally deserve to be called senpai. Haruto decisively shook his head. I have no plans to debut, so I'll just call you Mai. Mai's finger froze midair. A moment later. A younger guy who won't call me senpai must have some wild intentions. Mai teased. But to her surprise, Haruto suddenly leaned in closer. His sudden proximity caught Mai off guard. His handsome face filled her vision, accompanied by the unique scent of a young man. At this moment, Mai could even feel his breath. The unexpected development made Mai's heart race as she became flustered. Chapter 133, Mai, have you considered changing agencies? Nani? 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 Taking advantage of someone? Dirty. Pervert. Hentai. Blushing furiously, Mai looked as shy as a little girl. Thud. The sound of a book hitting the bookshelf came from behind. Mai looked up and saw Haruto catching a falling book. Perhaps because he had leaned against the bookshelf earlier, his movement had caused the book to slip off the shelf. After placing the book back, Haruto smiled and said, I thought Mai was a mature senpai who wouldn't get flustered by a younger kuhai's actions. Hearing this, Mai pouted and rolled her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. I am a mature senpai, but I just can't handle a reckless and mischievous kuhai like you. Haruto shrugged. Just as Haruto was about to ask about the strange phenomenon affecting Mai. Gurgle. A strange sound disrupted the atmosphere. Mai clutched her stomach with an embarrassed, pitiful expression. Seeing this, Haruto stood up and reached out his hand toward her. Anyway, let's get something to eat first. Mai reached out, letting Haruto pull her up. The two walked out of the library together. Your hand, Mai reminded. Their hands had remained linked since she took it, and she felt her hand being gently held. This was way too shameless. Mai felt the need to protest. Since your situation is so strange, let's just keep holding hands to make sure I don't lose you, Haruto said, completely unfazed. In the end, they didn't go to any fancy restaurant but instead stopped at a small, unassuming shop on the street corner. They bought 2 cream-filled buns. Mai took the bun and started eating quickly, taking small bites. Her eating mannerisms were elegant, but it was clear she was really hungry. Haruto went to a nearby vending machine and bought a bottle of water. Silently, he twisted open the bottle cap. Sure enough, before long, My Sakurajima's movements came to a halt. Hick. She had eaten too quickly and was choking. Haruto promptly handed her the water. Mai took it, drank 2 large gulps, and finally felt better. Why did you let yourself get this hungry? Haruto looked at Mai, who had just put down the water and was nibbling on the bread again, and asked. Because I got no response, Mai mumbled. Even when I tried to buy something, no one paid any attention to me at all. Haruto recalled the scene in front of the bakery earlier. Mai had spoken to the clerk but was completely ignored, as if she were air. In the end, Haruto had to make the purchase for her. There were only limited ingredients at home, and lasting 2 days was already the limit. It's really troublesome. Mai complained. Then why not just take it? Haruto casually suggested. Mai shot him a glance and then let out a soft snort. That's a crime. Haruto, your way of thinking is dangerous, just like you. Clearly, Mai would rather go hungry than take advantage of her abnormal situation to break social norms. Yeah, Mai is a noble person. But this abnormality of yours is practically like something out of an eroge. If you don't exist, then doesn't that mean you could do anything? Mai looked at Haruto warily. Suspicious.jpg just kidding, Haruto laughed it off. Although I don't really mind if a younger schoolmate has improper thoughts about me. But please don't say perverted things so openly right in front of me. As she spoke, Mai snatched the other cream-filled bread from Haruto's hand. During their conversation, Haruto had led her back to his apartment. Mai curiously looked around the standalone apartment, clearly intrigued. What's wrong? Haruto took out his keys and opened the door. He glanced at the entrance. He noticed that the shoes commonly worn by Annie, Nao, and Shiro were all missing. Shiro was probably out visiting Gabriel. Annie and Nao seemed to have gone to build up the Star Sea Academy's island. Sorry for intruding, Mai said politely before stepping inside. Looking around the apartment's interior, she commented, it's a little different from what I imagined. Haruto raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Different? What did you imagine my home to be like, Mai? Mai pulled out her phone and searched for a picture of a mansion. Something like this covering tens of thousands of square meters, with a private golf course, and butlers greeting you at the entrance. After all, you're the boss of Umbrella. At the very least, I thought you'd live in a grand mansion or something. Haruto was momentarily speechless. With his wealth, that wouldn't be a problem at all. But it wasn't necessary. I'm not some domineering CEO who wakes up in a bed hundreds of meters wide every day. A standalone apartment like this is more than enough to live in. Anything bigger would just be excessive. Mai hummed noncommittally. Sitting down at the dining table, Haruto finally got to the main topic. Mai, I actually know a little about your abnormality. It's called puberty syndrome. Mai blinked in surprise. Puberty syndrome? Isn't that just an urban legend? The abnormal phenomena caused by the Charlotte comet were widespread and affected many people. Moreover, there was a latent period, making it difficult to deal with all cases at once. The Foundation was still working on gathering those affected, planning to send them all to Star Sea Academy. However, some information had already leaked online, causing widespread discussion, such as superpowers and the like. In response, the Foundation simply spread some false information themselves, turning puberty syndrome into an urban legend. They even invested money into producing anime and movies with similar themes to further blur the truth. Then, they had Umbrella artists stir up discussions online. With that, no one took it seriously anymore, treating it as nothing more than entertainment. As for actual patients who tried to prove the existence of puberty syndrome online, before they could provide any real evidence, the Foundation would pay them a visit. You think it's an urban legend because we want the public to believe that. In reality, puberty syndrome is a genuine abnormal phenomenon caused by the Charlotte comet. Mai, you are one of the affected individuals. Haruto's words made Mai's eyes widen. She recalled the things Haruto had said before. They had sounded like something from Chiunabu's delusions. But now, connecting them to what he was saying, Mai suddenly realized that the boy in front of her was shrouded in mystery. The word special wasn't enough to describe him. She didn't believe that the boss of Umbrella, one of the world's top 100 entertainment companies, was just some lunatic. So, Haruto-kun, who exactly are you? Mai gazed into Haruto's eyes and asked. Most people would probably feel terrified in this situation, but for some reason, Mai Sakurajima instinctively trusted the mysterious boy in front of her. I belong to the SCP Foundation. It's an organization that contains abnormalities and protects human perception of reality. As I said before, we maintain the illusion that the world is normal in order to protect people. And when an abnormality appears in the world, we contain and control it. Haruto spoke about the Foundation calmly. The living room fell into silence. After a long pause, Mai pointed at herself and asked, then, are you going to capture me and lock me away in some dark, hidden place? Or As she spoke, Mai felt confused. Because everything about Haruto, his actions, his words, his smiles, didn't feel fake. If he had just been pretending to gain her trust, only to lock her up in the end. Wouldn't that be too strange? Under Mai's tense gaze, Haruto simply smiled. It's not that serious. You're not dangerous, Mai. Locking you up just doesn't seem necessary. That was a lie. But since there was a better solution, Haruto indeed had no intention of capturing Mai. I have several options for you, Mai. You can choose one. Option 1, the usual procedure for puberty syndrome patients attending Star Sea Academy. It's an academy built by the Foundation on an island, exclusively for puberty syndrome patients to study and live. You'd stay there until you outgrow puberty and your abnormality naturally disappears, after which you could return to society. Option 2, participate in the experimental expansion of Project Panacea, SCP-500, and attempt to cure the abnormality. Panacea, SCP-500, is a safe containment item that can cure any disease. Taking this medicine might cure puberty syndrome, but the results are uncertain since no trials have been conducted yet. Haruto paused for a moment. Mai, however, got straight to the point. And what about option 3? There is one, right? The first two options were reasonable for most people. Living at a different school for a few years or taking a harmless medicine, only the latter had some potential risks. Most people would choose to stay at Star Sea Academy. However, Mai Sakurajima didn't want that. She couldn't let go of her acting career. Even though her abnormality had emerged precisely because she wanted to escape the entertainment industry. If it's option 3. Mai, have you considered changing agencies? Haruto said with a smirk. Mai's eyes widened in surprise. Changing agencies? What did that have to do with her abnormality? Haruto then slowly explained, your abnormality is a form of disappearance, meaning you don't want to be seen and want to leave the entertainment industry, right? Although we haven't known each other for long, the Mai I know is a girl who loves acting. So, the problem should lie with the agency. Or rather, the agent, right? Chapter 134, Memes, Anti-Memes, and Memory Enhancers. When the topic of the agent was brought up, the living room fell into a long silence. Even the densest person could tell that the atmosphere had grown heavy. It was obvious that this was a sore spot for Mai Sakurajima. Regarding her agent, who was also her mother, Mai had complicated feelings. Although her mother took job offers like reality dating shows without considering her feelings, treating her somewhat like a money-making machine. There was also the fact that she had nurtured her since childhood, always by her side. Was that really not motherly love? Was she truly just raising a tool for making money? These were questions that weren't easy to answer. That's why Mai was caught in such deep conflict. Seeing her silence, Haruto simply waved his hand in front of her eyes. Snap out of it. Listen to my plan first, then you can think about other things. Mai looked up at his words, though her expression remained downcast. Haruto continued, I understand a little about your dilemma. Normally, this would indeed be a tough problem to solve. Mother or agent, family or tool, this was undoubtedly a difficult dilemma. But I actually have a simple and straightforward solution. Haruto snapped his fingers. Hearing this, Mai's mood lifted slightly, her curiosity piqued. As long as you transfer from your current agency to Umbrella, the problem will be solved. Umbrella will pay a huge sum to your agency as a buyout fee. After joining Umbrella, you'll be able to pursue your acting career freely. Umbrella will never force you to accept projects you dislike or trade resources. This way, you and your agent will have no financial ties anymore. Doesn't that solve the problem? Haruto spoke with a smile. Mai listened quietly, then fixed her gaze on him. Haruto, this sounds like a creepy old man luring a little girl with candy, saying he'll take her to see goldfish. Haruto? Her analogy was so spot on that he almost lost his composure. That comparison is way too weird. You're making it sound like I'm after your body or something. Haruto said helplessly. Mai folded her arms and puffed out her chest. She was still dressed in her bunny girl outfit, just without a headpiece. With that movement, Haruto's jacket, draped over her shoulders, barely covered anything. What met his eyes was pure white skin, stirring his blood. Isn't that exactly the case? If not, then what does Umbrella gain from this? The plan Haruto proposed sounded like a win-win. But the only problem was that Umbrella was essentially throwing money away. Buying out Mai would cost a fortune. And after acquiring her, they wouldn't force her to take commercial projects. That meant her monetary value would be greatly reduced, making the price they paid totally unreasonable. Umbrella was taking a huge loss. Haruto simply shrugged. You've probably heard what people in the industry call Umbrella, right? Hearing this, Mai's expression turned strange as she nodded. The crazy company, insane company, and money-burning lunatics. Haruto? What kind of nicknames were these? Even being called a rich fool sounded better. Still, these nicknames did highlight Umbrella's defining trait. Just like the rumors say, Umbrella doesn't care about money. And they don't just say that, they prove it with actions. Mai didn't doubt this. Because Umbrella's poster girl, super idol Hoshino Ai, was a prime example. As their star, the money spent on her vastly outweighed her actual revenue. She never participated in high-profit activities like photo books, fake relationship scandals, or handshake events. The amount Umbrella poured into her had reached astronomical levels. A normal idol career could never recoup such an investment in a lifetime. The entire entertainment industry was baffled by their finances. And this applied to every artist under Umbrella. So, spending a fortune to sign Mai and letting her act as she pleased was entirely plausible. Then, she suddenly realized the key point. Is Umbrella just a front for the Foundation? Is that why they don't care about money? Haruto clapped in appreciation of her sharp thinking. Your brain works fast. Yes, Umbrella is a public-facing branch of the SCP Foundation. As a front, its job is to spread information, not to exploit beautiful girls for money. This is the key to Plan 3, you're not just switching agencies, you're taking on a new role. By joining Umbrella, you're also joining the SCP Foundation. Through experiments, you'll try to control anomalies. Your adolescence syndrome is triggered by emotions, and many cases have shown that people can perfectly control their own anomalies. Perhaps, if you continue your acting career, you'll gradually become visible to the public again. Maybe, over time, you'll even gain control over your ability to disappear. For that possibility, money is a small price to pay for the Foundation. Haruto revealed the true motive. Her disappearance was essentially an anti-meme. And controllable memes and anti-memes were incredibly valuable. Right now, the entire meme division only had Mega Mikado. If Mai could control her anomaly, her value would be astronomical. Mai was stunned for a moment. Then, when she came back to her senses, the first thing she said was, "So you are just after my body, huh?" Haruto couldn't help but chuckle and nodded. "Yes, I'm totally after your body. This bunny girl outfit is just too seductive, absolutely unforgettable." Mai Sakurajima. Haruto, After a brief squabble, Mai signed her name on the Absolute Contract Codex. "By the way, given my current situation, how do you plan to negotiate with my mom about poaching me?" After signing, she asked with a skeptical look. Haruto snapped his fingers and retrieved 2 capsules from Camu Space, one blue, one red. The blue one is a W-class memory enhancer. It strengthens memory to resist meme and anti-meme effects. This was a specialized memory drug developed after the outbreak of the Lament of the Overflowing King anomaly. It was one of the Foundation's achievements in meme research. For 30 minutes, the user would be immune to medium and lower-level meme and anti-meme effects. Its pros: minimal side effects, safe for long-term use. Though it's expensive, its cons: effects wear off completely after 30 minutes unless taken regularly. There was also a stronger Z-class memory enhancer. Z-class permanently destroyed the user's ability to forget. As a result, it granted flawless memory and perfect immunity to all meme and anti-meme effects. The downside: users only lived for a few hours after taking it. Both drugs were expensive and only available to meme division members and level 4 Foundation personnel. Seeing the W-class memory enhancer in Haruto's hand, Mai was shocked. The Foundation can even create something like this? But if the blue one is W-class, what's the red one? "Oh, same thing, but strawberry flavored," Haruto answered casually. Mai Sakurajima rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Half an hour is enough for negotiations, but how do I restart my acting career? We can't just give everyone the drug, and its effects only last half an hour." Haruto pondered for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. Mai didn't understand but had a bad feeling. Then, they set off to meet her mother. She was a capable woman, dressed maturely, with noticeable crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. According to what Mai had said, this woman wasn't actually that old, at least, not as old as her appearance suggested. It seemed that immense pressure had taken its toll. Mai's family was far from harmonious. This agent, who was also her mother, would rather take on commercial deals Mai didn't want without even discussing it with her. At its core, it was due to the immense pressure on her. Perhaps there was also some consideration for Mai's future development. "Excuse me, who are you? And how do you know my phone number?" The woman looked at Haruto warily. Haruto, in turn, gave Mai a meaningful glance. Without hesitation, Mai pried open the woman's mouth and tossed in a W-class memory aid. After waiting for the drug to take effect, the woman regained her memories of Mai and also became aware of her daughter's presence. Just as the woman was still confused, Haruto placed a contract in front of her. "Hello, ma'am. I'm from Umbrella Agency." The reason I invited you here today is to formally request your company to release Mai Sakurajima from her contract. The woman had just taken the contract when she heard these words and immediately threw it onto the table. Impossible, she declared resolutely. This reaction left Mai stunned. She had assumed that, at the very least, her mother and agent would read the contract before making a decision. Haruto turned his head to look at Mai and smiled. Then, he picked up the contract again, flipped to the last page, and pointed to an extravagant sum. Handing it back to the woman, she took a glance, her expression instantly turning to shock. The sheer amount of money was overwhelming. But after the initial shock, she gripped the contract tightly, then slowly placed it back onto the table. This is also Mai Sakurajima's own wish, Haruto added. This made the woman pause. In the end, she let out a deep sigh. Chapter 135, The Lizard. Mai's mother held the contract tightly, looking at her daughter as if to verify Haruto's claim. Mai nodded without hesitation. The woman hesitated. She seemed to want to ask why Mai wanted to leave. But before she could, she seemed to already have an answer. In the end, all of her emotions condensed into a single sigh. Can I take a look at Mai's contract with your company? That was her only request. Haruto, of course, had prepared for this and handed over Mai's contract. Although, in truth, it was just an ordinary-looking piece of paper. What truly mattered was the signature on the Absolute Contract Codex. The woman carefully examined the contract, repeatedly scrutinizing certain clauses. Only after confirming there were no hidden traps did she set it down. In fact, to the woman, both contracts seemed almost too good to be true. The terms offered by Umbrella were so generous that they were downright shocking. At last, the woman looked at Mai again. By this point, Mai had already seen enough of her mother's expressions to understand. She smiled, relieved, and nodded. Finally, the woman signed the contract. Haruto transferred the payment on the spot. From that moment on, Mai Sakurajima belonged to Umbrella, or, more precisely, the SCP Foundation. Now, the only question was how to let the public perceive Mai Sakurajima's existence once more. The reality dating show Starting Love Today had already garnered significant traction with several trending topics from its first episode. After the investment backing switched to Umbrella, even more promotional resources were poured in. What was once an obscure little dating show suddenly became the talk of the entire nation. And amidst all the attention, the second episode of Starting Love Today was once again broadcast live. Surprisingly, the hottest topic among the show's cast members was none other than Haruto, despite not even being an idol. With his impeccable looks, the existing fanbase from his alias as Takatsuki Izumi-sensei, and his incredibly charming presence in the first episode, Haruto was on the verge of becoming a top-tier trending star. And in the midst of this hype, Haruto suddenly turned to the camera with an unexpected smile. Viewers were puzzled until they heard Haruto say, "Let me introduce an absolute angel to everyone. She's got beauty, a sweet voice, a stunning figure, graceful when calm, but energetic when she moves. Mai Sakurajima. If true love had a color, it would be my colored. Long live Mai Sakurajima." Before he could finish, Mai lunged at him and put him in a chokehold on the spot. "What the hell are you saying?" Amidst her embarrassed exclamation, the world once again perceived the existence of Mai. Of course, the price of this revelation was. What kind of girl moves as swift as a rabbit? She demonstrated it live on air. Starting Love Today concludes perfectly. Fans go wild. If true love had a color, it would be my colored. Many related topics shot up the trending list once again, making the show an even bigger success. From then on, Mai continued her career under Umbrella. The only difference was that now, she had complete freedom to choose her projects and endorsements. The career she once loved but nearly abandoned was now once again something she could enjoy and pursue with passion. At the same time, Mai transferred to Sobya High School. Haruto introduced her to Megumi, hoping the two could get along. After all, both of them had anomalous antimemetic properties and had experienced being ignored by the world. They should get along well, right? Plus, Megumi could help Mai better control her own antimemetic anomaly. However, Haruto failed to notice the sparks flying in the air when the two girls exchanged glances. Time passed, and soon, the day of the grand banquet invitation approached. Haruto wasn't particularly interested in attending. But since it was an invitation from Kaguya Shinomiya, he figured it was only polite to make an appearance. However, Momobami clan wasn't invited? Upon receiving Ririka's report, Haruto asked in surprise. This banquet was being jointly hosted by the Shinomiya, Suzuki, and Sensman families. Among the 4 great conglomerates of Japan, 3 were involved. Even if their relations weren't ideal, basic etiquette among the upper class dictated that they wouldn't ignore the Momobami clan. Otherwise, wouldn't it make the 4 great conglomerates look petty and divided? And yet, the Momobami clan had indeed been left out. That was unexpected. Ririka pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. This isn't the first time. Similar incidents have happened several times recently. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Is it because of the Momobami clan's growth? Are the other three conglomerates uniting to suppress you? In recent times, the Momobami clan has been rising rapidly with the Foundation's support. If they're being targeted, it's understandable. But Ririka shook her head. Master Haruto, that's exactly the issue. There has been no suppression from the other three families. In fact, even in industries where the Foundation isn't involved, the Momobami clan has been gaining ground. And the reason is simple: the Shinomiya, Suzuki, and Sensman families have been managing their businesses poorly, allowing us to profit. Haruto tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Was this a deliberate display of weakness? The wolf feigning sleep to lure its prey? Now this was getting interesting. The four great conglomerates were the strongest organizations in Japan, aside from the official government. And if three of them were joining forces, they might just be able to stir up some waves. What was originally a dull event of attending the banquet merely to honor Kaguya Shinomiya's invitation, suddenly became interesting. Ririka, dress up nicely tomorrow and accompany me to this banquet, Haruto said with a bold wave of his hand. However, Ririka seemed unenthusiastic. Master Haruto, my elder sister seems to miss you. Please bring her along instead. My sister's abilities surpass mine by far. I believe she can provide you with the greatest assistance. Haruto decisively shook his head. If he brought Kairari along, he wouldn't get to have any fun at all. With Kairari's capabilities, even if the other three major conglomerates joined forces, they wouldn't be able to make waves before her. Having risen to the top of the 100 devouring families at such a young age, Kairari's abilities far surpass those of the other three conglomerates' leaders. Moreover, with the Foundation supporting the 100 devouring families now, it was simply a one-sided battle. So, bringing Ririka was the better choice. Ririka was soft, cute, and moderately strong. Ririka let out a deep sigh. She had already came to understand the twisted amusement of her master and could roughly guess why he insisted on bringing her along. Why was someone so powerful also so fond of such strange amusements? Meanwhile, Haruto, full of anticipation, left to prepare for the banquet the next day. However, before dawn even arrived the next morning before the sun had risen, in the dim early hours, the system panel popped up. Anomaly detection system has identified an abnormal presence. Haruto woke from his sleep and pulled up the system panel to check. The anomaly was detected on the west coast of the northern nation. Haruto felt his scalp tingle. Grabbing his satellite phone, he immediately called the personnel at the Foundation's containment site in the northern nation. After informing the Foundation staff of the anomaly's location, Haruto suddenly felt like the place seemed familiar. Not certain, he decided to check again. This location, search the database and see if there's any relevant information, Haruto instructed through the phone. On the other end, the sound of rapid keyboard typing came through. Then, the Foundation staff reported, President, we found it. This location was flagged during a routine investigation not long ago as a base of operations for a certain organization. The organization is called the Distillery. It is a non-supernatural group of moderate scale. According to the Foundation's action plan, we originally scheduled a cleanup operation against this organization in 3 days. Past investigations indicate that the Distillery does not have the ability to contain or create anomalies. Awaiting your instructions, President. Haruto raised an eyebrow. No wonder the address seemed familiar. So, it was a base of that damn distillery. As a transnational crime syndicate, the distillery had bases not only in Japan but also in various countries overseas. And their largest base, their headquarters, was located precisely on the west coast of the northern nation, at location 697. Which just so happened to be where the anomaly had appeared this time. Rubbing his forehead, Haruto said, send a team of D-class personnel to investigate the anomaly's interactions with the distillery but no direct contact with the anomaly. Deploy 3 squads of armed personnel to blockade the base's perimeter and clear out surrounding civilians. Agents must be equipped with Black 1 armor and remain on standby 30 miles from the location. With Haruto's orders given, the Foundation's personnel at the Northern Nations site immediately began operations. However, things escalated quickly. Just before dawn, before the sky fully brightened, the Northern Nations site sent over footage of an anomaly encounter. Haruto opened a video. What appeared on the screen were several figures dressed in bright orange prison uniforms, D-class personnel. I am D-475, not important, carrying out the anomaly observation mission. My current location is North Street, West Coast. The anomaly site is within the headquarters of the organization The Distillery, located at the warehouse district at the end of North Street. B07 agent reported that the area had been fully evacuated and requested permission to begin the observation mission. The director of the Northern Nations containment site issued the order, D-Class personnel, enter the designated area and commence anomaly observation. Understood. Beginning anomaly observation mission. The footage moved forward. Sticking close to the walls, the personnel carefully advanced through the deserted streets. The civilians had already been evacuated. Their only concern was avoiding the distillery surveillance. After crossing a street, a large warehouse district came into view, dozens of storage units. Ordinarily, this area was used to store goods for the port, but in reality, it was the distillery's headquarters. The footage continued forward. Using Foundation tools, they cut through a chain-link fence, and the D-Class personnel entered the warehouse district. But then a horrific, sharp screech echoed through the air. The sound was completely inhuman, a monstrous, primal roar. The footage trembled. The D-Class personnel froze in fear. Usually, in such cases, the Foundation would immediately instruct the D-Class personnel to continue the mission, or face immediate termination. However, before an order could even be issued, a deafening explosion roared through the area. Chapter 136, PKDSC. On screen, the roof of a warehouse was blown off, and its metal walls were shredded like paper. A colossal reptilian creature, the size of a truck, burst out from within. Its head had a bone-white structure, 6 glowing eyes, and its body resembled a massive, grotesquely enlarged lizard. The moment it broke free, it began heading toward the city. "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" A D-Class personnel's terrified voice came through as the screen shook violently, his heavy breathing audible. Meanwhile, in the warehouse district, plumes of dust rose, and the roar of engines filled the air. "Hey, I think we should hide. If someone else is running in to die, we might as well just watch from the side." A D-Class personnel nervously requested permission. The containment site director approved the request. The footage shifted, positioning behind the warehouse, stabilizing the frame with 1/3 showing the wall and 2/3 capturing the exterior. Several modified Humvees roared toward the massive lizard. At the same time, the recording equipment picked up voices. "WTF? What the hell is that? Shit. That damn lizard is bigger than the trucks. Shoot it. Open fire. If that thing gets out, our whole base is done for." Immediately, figures clad in black suits emerged from the Humvees, the distillery's enforcers. They carried AK-47 assault rifles and quickly took aim at the monstrous lizard. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets tore into the massive creature's body, ripping through its flesh and sending blood spraying into the air. The injured lizard froze in place, letting out an incomprehensible, nightmarish cry, a mix of agonized wailing and enraged howling. A sound so alien and deafening that it instilled pure terror in those who heard it. Then, it turned. The monstrous lizard charged straight for the nearest Humvee. "Shoot. Keep firing. Don't let that thing get close. Drive, damn it. You want to die? The distillery didn't hire you to just stand there. Fuck. Why is that thing moving so fast all of a sudden? Shoot its eyes." Panic-stricken screams came from the Humvee. The driver slammed the accelerator, tires screeching against the pavement. The black-suited enforcers emptied their magazines, unleashing a storm of bullets at the charging beast. Then, the horror unfolded. The bullets, which had earlier torn through its flesh, were now utterly ineffective. The gunfire pinged off its body with a metallic clang. At some point, the lizard had grown scales. Layered, overlapping scales, a natural armor impervious to gunfire. And its speed, it now outpaced the Humvee. Before the vehicle could escape, the monstrous lizard pounced, flipping the armored Humvee over. Amidst the frantic screams, the massive lizard clamped its jaws down on the vehicle. A horrifying crunch echoed. The heavily modified Humvee, built for war, lasted only 30 seconds before, with a final, gut-wrenching screech, the monstrous lizard ripped it apart. With a few more bites, the entire Hummer was reduced to something akin to a small biscuit. Metal mixed with flesh, the agonized wails gradually faded, all swallowed into the belly of the lizard. The camera zoomed in, focusing on the giant lizard's mouth. What was originally a smooth, bare area was now covered with 3 dense layers of razor-sharp teeth. The structure was akin to that of a shark's teeth, layer upon layer, instantly replaced as soon as one was broken. It was precisely these fangs that allowed the creature to devour solid alloy like it was nothing more than a snack. The process was even easier than a human using a can opener. After swallowing several men in black, the massive lizard's wounds, which previously torn open by bullets, began to heal at an astonishing rate. Flesh regenerated before their eyes, new organs and scales forming in an instant. The remaining black-clad operatives in the distillery watched this unfold, feeling as if they had been transported into a sci-fi disaster movie, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, the Foundation had already gathered a wealth of information. Side Director, this anomalous entity possesses extreme regenerative abilities and is continuously evolving. Yes, evolving. Because it had been shot, the giant lizard developed bullet-resistant scales. Because it had trouble biting through the alloy vehicle, it evolved triple-layered fangs capable of crushing metal effortlessly. The terrifying part? What takes humans thousands of years to gradually evolve, this giant lizard accomplished in mere moments. What it displayed before humanity was a nightmarish adaptability. If natural selection is the law of nature, then this lizard was its very embodiment. Fuck. What the hell is this thing? Guns are useless. Run. Get Chianti to bring the anti-materiel sniper rifle. No. Have HQ fire an RPG at it. Blow it to pieces. Shouts echoed through the warehouse district. The remaining Humvees sped off in different directions, scattering like startled birds. They had yet to grasp the creature's ability to evolve and still believed that stronger firepower could take it down. However, even though they made a swift retreat, the enraged giant lizard had no intention of letting them go. Thud. 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 A terrifying, boulder-like impact echoed repeatedly. The men in black glanced through their rear-view mirrors and were met with an utterly horrifying sight. The massive lizard, as large as a truck, was charging at them at a speed no living creature should be capable of. Every step it took shattered the concrete ground, leaving gaping craters behind. Can you imagine a truck-sized reptile, thundering towards you with unstoppable force? That kind of image could only inspire despair. The massive lizard caught up to the fleeing Hummer and crashed into it head-on. The ground split apart, a massive crater forming as the impact sent debris flying for over 10 meters. The alloy-reinforced Humvee was flattened into a metal pancake. The giant lizard casually devoured the crumpled vehicle in a few bites. Its body swelled slightly. Then, it set its sights on the next target. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The men in black had no means of resistance. Before long, all the Humvees were caught and destroyed, their occupants consumed in the process. The lizard came to a stop, raised its head, and let out a deafening roar. We have to run. This thing isn't something humans can fight. It's the apocalypse, it's a disaster. A D-class personnel holding the recording equipment trembled as he spoke. He requested permission from the Foundation to retreat. The site director denied the request. The Foundation required continued observation of the anomaly. Anyone who attempted to flee would be executed. Are you all insane? Against a monster like this? I'd rather die. The D-class personnel was on the verge of breaking down. However, something even more horrifying occurred in the distance. The giant lizard's roar suddenly changed. It no longer emitted incomprehensible sounds. Instead, it began speaking in a hoarse, ragged voice like that of an old man on his deathbed. You disgust me. The giant lizard spoke human language. This was far more terrifying than anything that had come before. The next moment, it lunged toward the camera. Amid panicked screams, a massive maw tore through the warehouse walls, filling the screen. Then, the transmission was cut off. Haruto watched the anomalous encounter report, his eyes narrowing with a perplexed expression. If there were a meme to describe this moment, it would be the one of an old man on a subway staring at his phone. What the hell is this? Clearly, this anomaly appearing on the western coast of the northern nation was a major problem. But the bigger issue, are these distillery guys mentally ill? They were practically feeding themselves to the giant lizard as experience points. Haruto pulled open his window. Black wings sprouted from his back. With a single flap, a sonic boom rang out as he shot into the sky, leaving his apartment at high speed. As he flew, Haruto sent a message to the Northern Nation Foundation site staff. Expand the containment perimeter. Evacuate all civilians. Do not use physical or energy-based attacks on the anomaly. Also, kick those distillery idiots out of the perimeter. Stop letting them feed it experience. Judging by its adaptability and evolution, further attacks could have catastrophic consequences. If those morons fire an RPG at it, the map of the Northern Nation might need to be redrawn. However, just as the message was sent, the Northern Nation Foundation site forwarded Haruto a new video. In the footage, a helicopter was hovering above the warehouse district. It was armed with a Gatling gun, unloading a hailstorm of bullets onto the giant lizard below. Then, a black missile shot through the air and obliterated the helicopter. However, the heavy gunfire had already triggered another round of evolution. Watching this unfold, Haruto was completely dumbfounded. Originally, in the plot, the distillery fools had once fired a helicopter's machine guns at Tokyo Tower. Haruto had thought that was the pinnacle of stupidity. But now who the hell ordered this? Opening fire on the immortal lizard, who gave them the nerve? Chapter 137, Fragmented Divinity vs. the Undying Lizard, Anomaly, Undying Lizard, SCP-682. Anomaly Level 5, Apocalyptic. This entity exhibits the following characteristics. It appears as a massive reptilian creature with an inherent hostility and aggression toward nearly all life forms, particularly harboring an intense hatred for humans. It possesses an extremely tenacious vitality, demonstrating an unprecedented level of adaptability to both environmental changes and external attacks. The entity boasts immense strength, speed, and reflexes. It can actively adjust its body size, either growing or shrinking, with its displayed power varying according to its form. It can derive energy from any consumed substance, whether organic or inorganic. Its digestion is aided by filtration gills located in its nostrils, which can extract useful components from any liquid. Additionally, it maximizes the utility of absorbed energy to modify its physical form for enhanced adaptation, manifesting as growth and molting. The entity possesses an exceptional regenerative ability, strong adaptability, moderate sensory perception, and a level of destructive power with no discernible upper limit. Its origins remain unknown, and it is resistant to death by any means, including physical damage, energy-based attacks, reality distortion, or conceptual erasure. When Haruto finished reading this information, the warehouse district along the northern coastline of the northern nation had already been completely flattened. Countless warehouses had been crushed into rubble, leaving behind only remnants of destruction. The headquarters of the distillery had been entirely unearthed from underground. Various weapons, firearms, ammunition along with numerous cloned vehicles, modified cars, and even heavy-duty off-road vehicles with mounted machine guns all were now exposed under the sunlight, with most reduced to wreckage. As for the personnel of the distillery, they had either been devoured by the lizard or had been executed or captured by the Foundation's operatives, slated for memory erasure before being reassigned as Class D personnel. And as for SCP-682 itself, when Haruto laid eyes on it, the monstrous, unidentified reptilian creature had already grown to a size rivaling that of Godzilla. Moreover, this reptilian Godzilla was attempting to advance toward City 697. Fortunately, the Foundation operatives, realizing the dire situation, initiated artificial rainfall over the warehouse district. Using advanced technology, they increased atmospheric humidity, creating a thick fog that would persist for several hours. Meanwhile, the evacuation zone was significantly expanded. To the public, they issued the explanation that a failed missile launch had resulted in a crash within the warehouse district. While the explanation was somewhat flimsy, it was sufficient to deceive the general populace. Otherwise, not only would the northern nation need to conduct widespread memory erasure operations, but countless people would likely perish from the anomalies' sheer presence before their memories could even be erased. Foundation agents in the northern nation, clad in pitch black armor, continuously maneuvered around SCP-682, binding it with some form of black threads. Since physical and energy-based attacks were ineffective, the Foundation operatives opted to employ a specialized flexible carbon fiber material. This fiber is a product of the Foundation, serving as one of the core materials for the initial construction of the reinforced containment layer. Its density and strength are several times that of normal carbon, with molecules arranged so tightly that the fiber possesses hardness surpassing that of diamonds. At the same time, despite having such high hardness, it retains the properties of fiber excellent ductility and flexibility. Using this carbon fiber, Foundation agents clad in Black 3 armor engaged in a primitive tug-of-war with the undying lizard, SCP-682. Even though more than a dozen agents, reinforced by the Black 3 armor, still lost in terms of raw strength to the undying lizard, they successfully delayed its advance, buying time until Haruto arrived on the scene. With a single beat of his black wings, Haruto landed directly in the path of the undying lizard. The monstrous lizard, which had been dragging a dozen Foundation agents forward, suddenly planted both front claws into the ground. In an almost incomprehensible manner, it halted its movement. Although it nearly toppled over due to inertia, it managed to stop. The undying lizard, SCP-682's 6 eyes locked onto Haruto. Then, it let out a scream, a piercing, continuous wail directed at Haruto. Even though the Foundation agents could not comprehend the meaning of the scream, they could feel the fear within it. The agents who had been flung aside now wore relieved smiles. They had been dealing with this massive lizard, their nerves stretched to the limit. Even with the pitch-black armor, fear had crept into their hearts. Yet now, seeing this terror-incarnate lizard screaming in fear at a single human, the agents felt as if a great weight had been lifted. The President has arrived. As expected of the President. Even anomalies can only scream in fear before him. I thought I was going to die. Looks like we were lucky enough to hold out until the President got here. Several agents slumped to the ground, chatting with exhausted relief. Though the undying lizard's screams left them dizzy and with ringing eardrums, to them, the sound was oddly pleasant. Haruto raised an eyebrow at the screaming lizard. This mysterious reptilian creature clearly possessed intelligence, possibly at a very high level. So, was it screaming in fear because it recognized something about him? For instance, his 2 shattered supreme divinities. To test his theory, Haruto took a single step forward. The undying lizard, SCP-682, immediately ceased its screaming and turned to flee toward the horizon. Despite being wrapped in the special carbon fiber, its movements were completely unaffected. Clearly, the creature had already evolved again. Seeing this, Haruto confirmed that the lizard could indeed perceive something. Then, if I unleash my fractured divinity, how will you respond? Zawarudo. The world turned gray and silent, time was frozen. The undying lizard, SCP-682, which had just turned to flee, was now locked in place. Haruto slowly walked to the front of the creature. To his surprise, as he stood before it, he could feel its 6 eyes staring at him. Yet, in the moment that time had frozen, its field of vision should have been empty. Moreover, the sensation of being watched was something Haruto could only perceive when time was flowing. Haruto smirked in mild surprise. You can maintain awareness even within a supreme divinity's domain? Then, can you break free? After a moment of silence, the undying lizard, SCP-682, remained motionless. Aside from its gaze, it was indistinguishable from any other frozen entity. Haruto's eyes turned blood red. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Kamui activated, slicing the space around the undying lizard's body. Strangely colored blood burst forth but remained suspended midair. Haruto observed the creature closely, looking for any minute reaction. Yet, as before, aside from its gaze, there was no noticeable difference. Guiding Kamui, Haruto continued slicing the undying lizard's body apart, slowly erasing the severed pieces with space-time power. By the time he had removed over 87% of its physical mass, Haruto finally stopped. It seems your adaptability has not yet evolved to the point of resisting supreme divinity, even a fractured one. The power of the world was lifted. Time resumed its flow. A wretched howl erupted from the undying lizard, SCP-682. In the stillness of frozen time, 87% of its body had been erased. Because it had all happened in a single frozen instant, there had been no process of loss. No matter how terrifying its adaptability was, the undying lizard could not reverse the sheer scale of its lost mass. It lunged toward the ground, attempting to devour the earth to replenish its energy. But Haruto simply reached out and grabbed a portion of its remaining body. Lifting it into the air, he prevented it from touching anything. The undying lizard let out desperate, continuous cries. Yet, Haruto remained unmoved. After a brief standoff, what remained of its body began to shrink inward. Its size visibly decreased, yet its limbs and organs regenerated. Eventually, the undying lizard was reduced to a fully quadrupedal creature, just 3 meters long and 2 meters high, far smaller than when it had first appeared. Clearly, without consuming new matter, restoring its form purely through stored energy was an immense struggle. The lizard had entered a weakened state. The scales, fangs, and other evolved features had significantly deteriorated. The surrounding Foundation agents erupted into cheers. Haruto, however, simply waved a hand, instructing them to continue their work. Containing an anomaly was not the end of a Foundation mission, there was still cleanup to be done. The North Foundation needed to handle public information control, internet data erasure, and small-scale memory wipes. More importantly, they needed to construct a dedicated containment chamber for the undying lizard, SCP-682. This entity is designated as the undying lizard, SCP-682, and must be contained within the reinforced containment layer. Prepare a special chamber measuring 5 meter in length, 5 meter in width, 5 meter in height. Line the chamber's interior with 25 centimeters thick reinforced acid-resistant steel plating. The chamber must be filled with hydrochloric acid, completely submerging SCP-682. Ensure it remains fully submerged, unable to resist, and monitor its activity at all times. Following Haruto's instructions, the North Foundation containment site immediately began modifying the containment chamber. Chapter 138, The Extravagant Banquet and the Mysterious Shinami Atami at the North Foundation containment site, within the reinforced containment layer. The undying lizard, SCP-682, was now completely submerged in hydrochloric acid. The 5 meter in length, 5 meter in width, 5 meter in height acid-resistant alloy container was sealed shut. Successfully contained anomaly, undying lizard, SCP-682, containment level, Tier 5, apocalyptic. Containment status, stable, reward, 1 Tier 5 lottery draw. The miniature undying lizard made no attempt to resist. In fact, ever since Haruto had erased 87% of its mass, the creature had remained utterly docile. Watching SCP-682 completely submerged, the site director of the North Foundation containment site finally let out a deep sigh of relief. He had only recently been promoted to a level 4 personnel. His abilities were sufficient, but his experience was lacking. And yet, as soon as the North Foundation site was established, the very first anomaly they encountered was an apocalyptic level threat like SCP-682. It was utterly terrifying. If not for the President, this containment mission would have come at an unimaginable cost. The site director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. This was not an attempt at flattery but a genuine sentiment of admiration. In the Foundation, flattery was the least necessary thing. Such behavior was meaningless. The Foundation was not a social organization, it operated on absolute principles. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. For an anomaly of this level, being able to promptly identify its traits and find countermeasures is already commendable. The Foundation evolves by learning from each containment experience, continuously improving so that we can protect all of humanity. Hearing this, the site director nodded in deep agreement. The president's words were simply the absolute truth. At this moment, however, Haruto's thoughts remained focused on the immortal reptile. This massive lizard had been classified as a level 5 containment object, designated as an apocalyptic level threat. In other words, if left unchecked, the immortal reptile would bring about a catastrophe on the scale of the world's end. At the very least, it would lead to human extinction. And this assessment was clearly accurate. If the immortal reptile's early stage evolution had not been identified and restricted in time, then in an incredibly short period, it would have evolved to a level where causing an apocalypse would be effortless. The containment of the immortal reptile granted Haruto a level 5 lottery draw. Combined with the level 5 lottery from the previous containment of the guardian deity, Haruto now had 2 in his possession. The chance of drawing a red tier reward in a level 5 lottery was 10%. Although even a level 5 red tier reward couldn't grant complete supreme divinity, even fragmented divinity with a 10% probability was still highly tempting. However, Haruto didn't rush to use it. Better to rely on a bit of superstition. He'd wait for Kaneko to return and draw while holding a lucky charm. Another matter that caught Haruto's attention was that the immortal reptile was almost impossible to kill. Even when Haruto personally intervened, he couldn't find a definitive way to execute it. Under the power of the world, time was frozen, and Haruto reduced 87% of the immortal reptile's mass. He didn't stop because he wanted to spare the creature. Rather, he had a premonition: if he continued erasing its physical body, it would trigger some kind of irreversible change. And that change would be detrimental not just to Haruto but to the entire world. That was why he halted. Aside from this strange intuition, the immortal reptile retained awareness even in frozen time. That, too, was astonishing. Haruto's world power was derived from fragmented supreme divinity. Only supreme divinity could resist supreme divinity. This led Haruto to suspect that the immortal reptile also possessed some form of fragmented supreme divinity. It simply had not fully manifested yet. To investigate the potential existence of supreme divinity, it was foreseeable that the Foundation would conduct a series of experiments centered around the immortal reptile. Since it was nearly impossible to kill, the goal of the experiments would be to find a way to execute it. With this thought in mind, Haruto nodded in agreement with himself. SCP-682 has no research value, is extremely dangerous, and frequently breaches containment. Given these characteristics, the SCP Foundation must eliminate SCP-682 as soon as possible. From now on, the Northern Site will be responsible for containing SCP-682 while also monitoring other Foundation containment subjects. Consider viable execution methods, if necessary. Utilize interactions with other anomalies to expedite the process. Of course, execution experiments must be reported to the O5 Council and approved before proceeding. That's it. I have high expectations for you. After speaking, Haruto patted the site director on the shoulder. The site director immediately nodded firmly. Yes, President. I will find a way to execute SCP-682 as soon as possible. Haruto nodded in satisfaction and instinctively took out his phone. The screen showed a string of missed calls. Earlier, he had been focused on containing SCP-682. Facing an anomaly suspected to have fragmented supreme divinity, even Haruto couldn't afford to be careless. He had to give it his full attention. So, when his phone rang, he had ignored it, only now did he notice. Most of the missed calls were from Ririka. Haruto glanced at the time and let out a deep sigh, rubbing his forehead. The financial conglomerate gala in Chiba had already been going on for a while. And he, invited by Shinomiya Kaguya, had failed to show up. He had even asked Ririka to go in his place, and now, he had completely bailed on her. That left Haruto feeling a bit helpless. But there was no choice, containing an apocalyptic level anomaly had to take priority over having fun. He scrolled further down the missed calls. Hayasaka I had also called several times. Haruto guessed she was probably calling to question why he had stood them up. Continuing down the list. Yukino Shida? Seeing a call from Yukino Shida to Yukino, Haruto frowned in confusion. Why would she call him? In his impression, Yukino found his playful attitude rather distasteful. Despite being forced to join the Foundation due to 2 encounters with anomalies, she showed no reverence toward Haruto as the president. So why was she calling? Then, as he scrolled to the very last entry, Haruto's expression darkened. It was a special call notification. No number. No origin. No information at all. as if it were a ghost call. The only identifier was the caller name displayed, 052. This was a special security measure used by O5 council members. Any information from an O5 member was untraceable. The recipient would receive only the intended message, nothing else. No phone number, no call origin, no time or duration. If answered, the voice on the other end would be electronically altered, devoid of tone, making it impossible to determine gender or age. It was even uncertain whether the call was personally made by an O5 member or simply an automated message they had set up. This twin-star, Level 5 security clearance mechanism was currently only used by Irwin. And Irwin, being the only O5 member aside from Haruto, would only make such a call for something of utmost importance. Haruto immediately called back. Meanwhile, let's rewind time to a few hours earlier. The gala hosted by the Shinomiya family and 2 other financial conglomerates was in the final stages of preparation. The venue was so lavish it was almost blinding. The red carpet underfoot was made of a special silk velvet from the city of Rome, worth more than gold. The chandeliers above reflected light off massive, rare diamond draw stones. The tables and chairs scattered throughout were handcrafted from top-grade Nanmu wood, showcasing both exquisite materials and masterful craftsmanship. This setting could only be described as extravagant beyond reason. Yet, Kaguya seemed extremely displeased. Everyone knew the Shinomiya family was wealthy. But Kaguya never considered flaunting wealth in such a manner to be a wise strategy. Showing off riches was meant to provoke desire in others. But to this degree of indulgence, Kaguya saw no benefit whatsoever. Furthermore, the Shinomiya family had never done something like this before. That adopted daughter again? Shinomiya Tommy? Kaguya frowned and asked Hayasaka-ai. Hayasaka-ai, however, subtly signaled her to keep quiet. Kaguya was instantly alarmed. She suddenly recalled the recent assassination attempt on her. A portion of the Shinomiya family's authority had been handed over to an adopted daughter. And this adopted daughter had used that authority to openly order an assassination attempt on the true heiress of the Shinomiya family. It was absurd. But it had happened. And now, Kaguya couldn't even speak freely about it. My lady, it seems this gala was arranged by the Shinomiya family to officially announce Tomoe's existence. Furthermore, the other 2 families appear to have similar intentions. The entire setup of this venue was a joint effort among all 3 families. The situation is peculiar, so please be patient. I've already sent people to investigate. Hayasaka-ai lowered her voice. Kaguya exhaled deeply and nodded. She had endured for the sake of the family before, she could do so again. She understood the necessity of bowing to circumstances. Yet, her frustration was growing. Just then, Hayasaka's phone vibrated. She took it out and found a message from her investigator. However, upon reading its contents, her expression darkened. What the hell is this? Hayasaka had sent out several private investigators. Now, the report stated that many of them had gone mad and were executed by the Shinomiya family. Only one had managed to send back his findings. Chapter 139, The Investigation Record of Shinomiya Tommy. My name is Hikuba Sagaru. Born in the city of Romance, currently residing in Japan. My profession is detective. When Ms. Smith A. Hayasaka first approached me with this case, I intended to refuse. Although I am a private detective, I cannot accept prying into the life of a young woman and delving into her privacy. But, Ms. Hayasaka convinced me with some information about the target, and it seems this is not a simple case of malicious voyeurism. The target, Tommy, with the surname Shinomiya crossed out, seems to be an enigmatic existence with significant implications. 3 of the 4 major financial conglomerates are involved, and countless detectives have died on the path to uncovering the truth. Such secrecy makes it impossible for me to give up. Ultimately, I accepted Miss Hayasaka's commission to investigate Tommy and uncover the truth. I utilized some connections in the city of Rome to conduct a background check on Tommy and discovered something interesting. Miss Hayasaka is a highly capable person with a commendable background, but the information she provided contained errors. The target Tommy is not an individual, they seem more like an organization, not just Shinomiya Tommy. In Japan, there exist multiple individuals such as Shinomiya Tommy, Suzuki Tommy, Sensman Tommy, etc. Moreover, the above individuals share almost identical appearances, body characteristics, voices, and speech patterns, like clones. The organization named Tommy has infiltrated many financial conglomerate forces in Japan, but how they achieved this is unclear. Upon obtaining the above information, my hands trembled slightly as I held the materials, realizing that this case involves more than I initially thought. But, I am Hikuba Sagaru, not to boast, but I am not accustomed to giving up halfway, especially in the pursuit of truth. Therefore, I continued the investigation and left this record of my findings, updating it as I go. If I am unable to continue recording, this information will be sent out. Given the danger and unknown nature of the target, I did not charge in recklessly but chose a more subtle approach, starting with the predecessors. Miss Hayasaka had commissioned several famous detectives to investigate Tommy, and all of them went mad and met their demise. These predecessors are important sources of information, and I began to carefully investigate their life records for clues. The first few detectives adopted the most direct method of tailing and investigation, with several conducting covert filming. 3 of them were discovered during their tailing, and one seemed to lose his mind, charging towards an individual named Tommy. All 3 were killed by Shinomiya Tommy's henchmen, and the footage was found and destroyed, leaving me with no access to the information. But, why did that detective charge towards Tommy after being exposed? And without any preparation for a fight, like a moth to a flame? From the above information, it's clear that Tommy holds considerable power within the Shinomiya family, which is unreasonable but a fact. The last detective, who acted like a moth to a flame, gave me a strange hypothesis, and my intuition tells me it's likely the truth. The one who could provide more information is a famous detective from Japan named Daigo Shukazen, who was the detective before me. As a famous detective, Daigo Shukazen had deep experience, excellent intuition, and remarkable judgment, but unfortunately, he died. The apparent cause of Daigo Shukazen's death was food poisoning, but besides being a famous detective, his most notable title was that of a gourmet. A gourmet dying from food poisoning sounds reasonable, but in reality, it's a complete cover-up, with the case information sealed by the Shinomiya family. I infiltrated the morgue of the Chiba Police Department. It's against the rules, but sometimes, special measures are necessary for the truth. Daigo Shukazen was specially stored, and when the drawer was pulled out, I was utterly astonished. Cough, mixed with personal feelings, sorry. Daigo Shukazen's abdomen was cut open, and the wound looked as if it was made from the inside out, as if something burst out from his stomach. An alien? Anyway, this is definitely not food poisoning, unless Daigo Shukazen liked to have facehuggers from outer space for lunch. Detectives have their own habits in handling cases, and most like to keep records of their cases, especially the more intricate ones. I obtained Daigo Shukazen's fingerprints and then left the morgue of the police department, heading to a restaurant. This is a restaurant opened by Daigo Shukazen, supported by his reputation as a gourmet detective, now closed for business. I used some tricks. Simply put, a wire and a hairpin, and successfully entered the restaurant, searching carefully inside. Luckily, I guessed right. Daigo Shukazen had a secret archive room for storing case files. Earlier, when I saw the police report stating that no clues were found in Daigo Shukazen's home, I had this guess. The archive room was hidden in the restaurant, so the lock wasn't very secure, and I easily opened it with the obtained fingerprints. No need to search. On the table in the archive room was Daigo Shukazen's investigation record on Shinomiya Tommy, clearly showing his dedication to the matter. Daigo Shukazen tailed Shinomiya Tommy and conducted filming. I reviewed the footage but felt even more puzzled. Tommy is an extremely beautiful woman with a well-proportioned figure, the standard golden ratio, characterized by a tear mole under the corner of her eye. In the investigation footage, Tommy showed no abnormal behavior, mostly frequenting high-end luxury venues, spending extravagantly. Based solely on the footage, my profile of Tommy is a highly vain, arrogant, and capricious woman, but nothing more. My profiling is usually accurate, but this time it must be distorted, as such a woman could not have gained power within the Shinomiya family. The dates on Daigo Shukazen's footage are off. He died 3 days ago, but the footage abruptly ends 7 days ago. Where did the 4 days in between go? In the computer in the archive room, I found a hidden locked file, so I hired a hacker to crack it. The content of this file was the missing 4 days, even up to the moment of death, recorded by Daigo Shukazen. The file was filled with a large amount of abnormal text, full of passionate love for Shinomiya Tommy. Did the detective fall in love with the target? 1 day before his death, Daigo Shukazen wore a pinhole camera, approached Tommy in person, and confessed to her. In the footage, Tommy verbally humiliated Daigo Shukazen, belittling him to worthlessness. In her eyes, detectives and gourmet food are far less valuable than money. Daigo Shukazen was thrown out by Shinomiya's people and began to show obvious signs of mental derangement, becoming paranoid, neurotic, and insane. On the day of Daigo Shukazen's death, the records show him facing a picture of Tommy. Well, I'll just post the original record. Record.avi, Daigo Shukazen claimed to deeply love Tommy and developed the desire to murder, dismember, and scatter her remains, and he arranged to meet Tommy again. Next is the footage from the pinhole camera, which I haven't watched yet, but I have a hypothesis. My intuition reminds me of that detective who acted like a moth to a flame. I think I already know the truth. In the footage, Daigo Shukazen confesses again, and without waiting for Sanomiya Fujiko's reaction, he grabs a knife from the dining table and charges at Tommy. Tommy is dismembered by Daigo Shukazen, her body cut into more than 10 pieces, with more than a third of her body, including her head, eaten by Daigo Shukazen. In the footage, Tommy's dismembered limbs begin to regrow, and the blood spilled on the floor and walls starts to grow. Yes, Tommy can reproduce through her body cells, with the ability to split, proliferate, and reassemble her body like a planarian. Several minutes later, a Tommy bursts out from Daigo Shukazen's stomach, reappearing in the footage. Shinomiya's people arrive, showing no surprise at the scene. Tommy harshly demands they burn her remains on the ground with fire. At this point, the footage ends. And I have a hypothesis about the truth. Tommy has the ability to make men, or humans, fall in love with her. After visual contact, one will completely fall for Tommy. Those who obtain Tommy will cater to her every whim, while those who do not will develop a strong desire to dismember Tommy. After being dismembered, all Tommy will undergo cell proliferation, regrowing into complete individuals, presumably with independent thoughts. Fire is Tommy's weakness. But, the above are just hypotheses. The truth requires verification. Reasoning and evidence should not be conflated. To verify the reasoning and uncover the truth, I will continue the investigation. If the reasoning is true, I will become the evidence that confirms the truth. I began tailing Tommy, reminding myself that this is a cell-proliferating monster, utterly different from a human. I started to find Tommy beautiful. Although her appearance is already flawless, the current perception seems unrelated to mere looks. Tommy's figure appeared in my dreams, causing sleepless nights and symptoms of mental fatigue. I think I have fallen in love with Fujiko. She is perfect. I want to kiss her, slit her throat, dismember her. Fire is Tommy's weakness. The above is the record sent by the last detective. Clearly, the record was not sent by him personally but, as mentioned at the beginning, automatically sent to Hayasaka I when he could no longer continue recording. Reading this record, Hayasaka I felt a chill down her spine, her hair standing on end. Without a doubt, Shinomiya Tommy is an anomaly. Hayasaka I blamed herself, she should have realized it sooner. It's just that being long involved with the Shinomiya family, she was blinded by proximity and only now realized. As the saying goes, you can't see the whole forest when you're lost among the trees. After reading the record, Hayasaka I did not hesitate, pulling Kaguya beside her, ready to flee the evening party venue. At the same time, Hayasaka I took out her phone and called Haruto. Kaguya, being pulled by her maid, though puzzled, followed Hayasaka I's lead. But perhaps due to extremely bad luck or being in a Mercury retrograde, before the two could leave the evening party venue, the Shinomiya family's motorcade arrived. That Shinomiya Tommy stepped out first from the expensive vehicle. Kaguya's father, the head of the Shinomiya family, and Tommy stepped out from the same car. He looked at Kaguya and Hayasaka I, frowning. Clearly, the current situation did not allow the two to leave without permission. At the same time, the call made, due to being unanswered for a long time, eventually ended automatically. Chapter 140, Tommy, Kaguya, and Yukinoshika. Shinomiya Gan frowned and scolded, Kaguya, the evening party is about to start. At such a moment, where are you going? And Kaguya, at this moment, her expression was completely cold. Her left hand rested on her right cheek. This is a special skill Kaguya trained herself in since childhood. Like a forced calm. Whenever Kaguya makes this gesture, no matter how chaotic her emotions were before, no matter how panicked, shy, or angry, all emotions would be temporarily suppressed. At this moment, only in this way could Kaguya remain calm. Facing her father's scolding, Kaguya's emotions were as tangled as a ball of yarn, only to be cut through with a swift knife. As the true young lady of the Shinomiya family, she had been treated coldly by her father since childhood, enduring the family's disdain. A caged canary, the Princess Kaguya on the moon, she knew she was a bargaining chip for a future family alliance. But, for the family's benefit, Kaguya could still endure. At least before Tommy appeared, all this didn't seem like a joke. A conflict has occurred among students at Shuchen Academy. As the student council president, I need to return to handle it. Please forgive me, father, as this is a necessary action. The parties involved in the conflict are targets worth winning over. Kaguya remained calm, instantly fabricating a reason to leave. Although her maid had discovered something and suddenly wanted to take her away, at this moment, Kaguya only trusted Hayasaka I. And the excuse Kaguya fabricated was quite perfect. She knew well that her father was a high-ranking authority figure, and only family interests were reasonable in his eyes. Kaguya calculated correctly. As the founder of the Shinomiya financial conglomerate, Ganon, known as the Monster of Showa, would stop at nothing for the family's benefit. If it were any other day, when Kaguya mentioned the pros and cons regarding Shuchen Academy, whether it was a lie or not, it would have been approved. However, today was an exception. Decline it. Today is an important day. The Shinomiya family is announcing another important member. On such a day, as a member of the Shinomiya family, How can you be absent? It's just some profits, discard them. Ganon spoke in an indisputable tone. Kaguya slowly widened her eyes, staring at the father before her. She had never felt so estranged from him. Even as her hand remained pressed against her cheek, Kaguya's emotions surged. Discard profits? Those were words spoken by Shinami Ganon? The monster of the Showa era, a man who would do anything to expand the family, said something like that? At that moment, a girl slowly walked up. What are you all yapping about? So annoying. Her tone was full of arrogance, as if everything was as it should be. Kaguya glared at her. Shinami Itami. It was this woman. Shinami Itami possessed a beauty that could make others feel ashamed of themselves, a flawless figure, and skin as fair as snow. Her long hair shimmered like gemstones, neatly arranged with bangs, and she had a distinctive beauty mark under her eye. But at this moment, to Kaguya, this beauty was nauseating. For the first time, Kaguya felt a monstrous surge of jealousy, an overwhelming desire. She wanted to kill this woman, dismember her, tear her apart. Just then, Hayasaka Ai stepped forward, blocking the path in front of her lady. With a slight bow to Shinami Ganon, Hayasaka Ai answered on her lady's behalf. Understood. I will take the young lady back to the venue immediately. She then turned to look at Kaguya, her gaze filled with worry. That moment of obstruction made Kaguya pause slightly, and then she felt her body temperature rise slightly. The jealousy that had flooded her mind vanished in an instant. Kaguya's eyes trembled violently, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Without another word, she turned around with Hayasaka Ai and returned to the venue. Back inside, they moved to an inconspicuous corner. Hayasaka Ai nervously grabbed her lady's hand, intending to talk about Tommy. However, the moment she touched Kaguya, Hayasaka realized her lady was trembling. Before she could ask, Kaguya spoke first. Hayasaka, I think I lost control just now. It was like I became a different person. I wanted to kill that woman, tear her apart, dismember her, even eat her. And I almost did. Hayasaka Ai shuddered at her words. That Tommy. She was far too abnormal. Even Hayasaka herself had only glanced at Tommy once, yet even in that brief moment, a feeling of envy had unknowingly crept into her heart. As for her lady, under Tommy's influence, she had nearly lost her sanity. Samsara here, translator San is out for the moment. He was mumbling along the line of buying a flamethrower to torch some bitch-ass maggot-filled pussy to oblivion. Young lady, that thing is not normal. She. Hayasaka hesitated, then took out an investigation report. Anyway, look at this. She handed the document to Kaguya. Kaguya took Hayasaka's phone, reading through the information. Her expression turned to one of horror. A monster. Not a metaphor. That thing was truly a monster. Remembering how she had almost lost control just now, Kaguya felt a deep fear. Cold sweat soaked her back. Hayasaka, this. Kaguya wanted to ask something but didn't know where to begin. The words caught in her throat, unable to come out. Hayasaka took back her phone without explaining further and immediately made a call to the Foundation. Once connected, she reported the location and the abnormal situation, requesting emergency reinforcement. She also submitted the investigation report on Tommy, ensuring the Foundation could prepare for containment. Meanwhile, Kaguya hung her head low, her expression dark with despair. A monster. What could she do? If that monster was as described in the report, she had no way to resist it. And yet, how had she broken free from its control earlier? She recalled the sensation from just now. Her body temperature had risen, her heartbeat quickened, and then for a brief moment, an image of a young man flashed through her mind. Kaguya froze. Why had she suddenly thought of him? Before she knew it, she found herself asking Hayasaka, Hayasaka, where is Haruto? Will he come? The question stunned Hayasaka. After a moment, she shook her head with a wry smile. I don't know. He's not picking up the phone. He's probably busy with something important. I don't know if he'll make it in time. No matter how much she usually complained about the president, at a time like this, the first person she thought of was still Haruto. Being near that boy gave the greatest sense of security. But could he really make it this time? Hayasaka already had a guess. If Haruto wasn't answering his phone, he was definitely dealing with a high-risk anomaly. This realization made her chuckle bitterly. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Tommy had taken the main seat. Everyone in the hall was stunned. That seat was supposed to be for Ganon and the other heads of the 4 major financial conglomerates. What was a little girl doing there? But soon, those present changed their minds. The men in the room locked their eyes on Tommy, their breathing becoming heavy. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Compared to her, all other women they had ever encountered, even top celebrities and beauty queens, suddenly seemed worthless. Desire began to fill the air. The number of admirers continued to rise. As for the women present, their gazes turned dark and venomous, as if they wanted to carve Tommy apart with their eyes. Even those who were not usually jealous found themselves feeling deeply inferior in Tommy's presence. The jealousy burned like a fire, once ignited, impossible to extinguish. Hatred and envy spread throughout the crowd. And Tommy? She reveled in it. She sipped the expensive red wine in her hand before carelessly tossing the glass aside. The atmosphere was reaching its peak, and Kaguya and Hayasaka grew anxious. If this continued, the banquet would turn into a feast for the monster. Hayasaka quickly scanned the room and suddenly focused on a newly arrived girl. She grabbed Kaguya and quickly walked over. That girl was Yukino Shita Yukino. The Yukino Shita family, a prestigious lineage with immense power, had naturally been invited to the event. Since this banquet was jointly hosted by the three major families and the four great financial conglomerates, the matriarch of the Yukino Shita family and her two daughters had attended. A noblewoman entered the hall, leading two sisters who resembled each other, both beautiful as snow. Yukino, however, looked a little out of it. She had developed a PTSD toward banquets. The last time she attended one, she had stumbled upon an abnormal containment operation and had her memory wiped. Even now, those memories had not been recovered. Her older sister, Yukino Shita Haruno, smiled and patted her on the shoulder. "What's wrong? Yukino, you seem a little off lately. If something's bothering you, just tell your big sister." Yukino glanced at her sister, struggling to respond. Haruno was different from her. Smart, athletic, socially skilled, no matter where she went, she was adored. Unlike Yukino, who was withdrawn and always alone. As a child, Yukino had idolized her sister and wanted to be like her. When she hit adolescence, her perspective shifted, and she began to resent her. Yet, deep down, that admiration never faded. So, there were many things she couldn't say to her. And even if she wanted to, how could she explain this? Tell her she had joined a supernatural organization and encountered an anomaly at the last banquet? That was ridiculous. And Haruno, seeing her sister's troubled look, smiled on the surface, but deep down, she was starting to wonder what's going on with Yukino lately. Chapter 141, The Gathering of the Tommy's Anomaly Outbreak. Lately, her little sister had been acting strange. Yukino Shita Haruno was an extreme siscon. No matter what, she wanted to protect her sister, Yukino. To the point that Haruno's control over Yukino sometimes went too far. Whether it was her sister's social relationships or academic matters, Haruno wanted to be involved, ensuring everything went smoothly. This intense need for control made Yukino rebellious during her adolescence. Haruno was aware that being overly controlling wasn't good. But she just couldn't help it. Lately, however, Haruno had been deeply troubled. Her sister had become mysterious. Before, no matter what Yukino did, Haruno could easily dig up every last detail. But now, she was hitting a wall. The problem seemed to have started not long after Yukino entered Sobyu High. Her sister would periodically disappear, and no matter how much Haruno investigated, she couldn't find any traces. Then, not long after, Yukino suddenly requested a school transfer to Shuchin Academy. As a siscon, Haruno understood her sister's personality very well. When Yukino first entered high school, she should have attended an elite school like Shuchin, which aligned better with the Yukino Shita family's status. But Yukino had her own sense of justice. As someone who firmly believed in her own ideals, she was socially inept and had no patience for the rules of high society or the aristocracy. So, when she decided to attend Sobyu High instead, Haruno didn't oppose it. In fact, it was Haruno who convinced their mother to agree. Yet now, Yukino suddenly wanted to transfer to Shuchin? Something was definitely wrong. Haruno, who had graduated from Sobyu High herself, had deep-rooted connections there. But after investigating thoroughly, she still found no clear reason for Yukino's sudden transfer. This made her uneasy. And now, Yukino was showing an unusual level of aversion to the banquet. With all these anomalies piling up, Haruno was growing restless. Just then, as the three of them entered the venue, two young girls hurried toward them. Upon seeing the two, both Mrs. Yukino Shita and Haruno were surprised. The eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family? The Yukino Shita and Shinomiya families rarely interacted, having little to do with each other. Neither Haruno nor her mother could recall having a close enough relationship with the Shinomiya heiress that she would come over to greet them. But Yukino, upon seeing the two approaching girls, had a sinking feeling. She recognized them. Since transferring to Shuchin, she had naturally heard of Shinomiya Kaguya. And as for Hayasaka, she had seen her before at the Foundation site. Both were C-class investigators, and they had crossed paths a few times. They're not here for me, are they? Yukino's heart dropped. And just as she feared, Kaguya gave a slight bow to Mrs. Yukino Shita before smiling and saying, "Madam, I met Yukino at school, and we've become friends. I came to find her at the banquet." The moment those words left her mouth, Mrs. Yukino Shita was visibly surprised. Her younger daughter? If Kaguya had been referring to her eldest daughter, Haruno, Mrs. Yukino Shita wouldn't have been surprised in the slightest. But her younger daughter, Yukino? Haruno, too, widened her eyes in shock. Did something possess her sister? The completely unsociable Yukino had somehow befriended the heiress of one of the four great conglomerates? Meanwhile, Yukino felt like crying. Her heart was sinking rapidly. Well, that's great. You girls have fun. Mrs. Yukino Shita, after recovering from her surprise, waved them off before stepping aside to give her daughter and Kaguya some space. Even though she wasn't sure what was going on, her daughter making a friend, especially one like Kaguya, was definitely a good thing. Haruno also excused herself with a slight bow and walked off. But she didn't go far. She kept a close watch on the conversation from a distance. Yukino turned to Hayasaka. There isn't an anomaly here, is there? Clinging to the last shred of hope, Yukino asked for confirmation. But Hayasaka shook her head without hesitation, crushing that hope completely. Yukino's face darkened. She was already numb to it. Honestly, her luck was just too terrible. Who else would stumble upon anomalies 3 times in a row? Hayasaka pointed to the elevated platform in the distance where Shinomiya Tommy was seated, then handed her phone to Yukino. She gestured for her to read the investigation report on Tommy. Meanwhile, Kaguya watched from the side, growing increasingly puzzled. It was Hayasaka who had dragged her over to see Yukino. And now, after sending others away, the first thing Yukino asked about was whether there was an anomaly. Anomalies. The term was fitting for Tommy. But why did Hayasaka seem to have a personal connection with Yukino? And why did they both seem to know so much about anomalies? A faint suspicion arose in Kaguya's mind. Hayasaka was hiding something from her. And it had to do with anomalies. As Yukino finished reading Tommy's investigation report, she was completely stunned. She had seen many anomalies at the Foundation. But Tommy was beyond bizarre. Just a single glance at her could make men fall in love and women burn with jealousy, ultimately leading them to dismember her. Yet, after being dismembered, every severed piece of her body could regenerate into a new Tommy. Even the blood she shed on the ground or walls could spontaneously grow into another Tommy. This was absolutely insane. Seeing Yukino put down the phone, Hayasaka wasted no time. She lowered her voice and asked, "Investigator Yukino, did you bring any Foundation-issued equipment?" The reason Hayasaka had sought out her fellow Foundation member was precisely to check if she was armed. Even though standard Foundation equipment wasn't as powerful as what mobile task forces used, it was still far superior to conventional weaponry. Even a C-class investigator would be issued some gear. With Foundation equipment, containing Tommy would still be impossible, but at least they would have some means of resistance. Hearing this, Yukino shook her head. Hayasaka sighed, but she wasn't surprised. The Foundation's standard equipment for C-class investigators wasn't particularly compact or easy to conceal. And this was a high society banquet in Japan. Carrying any conspicuous weaponry was out of the question. Hayasaka herself hadn't brought anything for the same reason. Now, Yukino was starting to panic. More and more guests were arriving. If Tommy's anomaly triggered here, hundreds, no, thousands of lives could be snuffed out like paper. And if everyone here died, Japan itself could be thrown into utter chaos. The financial elite gathered here essentially controlled the country's economy. If they perished, it would trigger massive upheaval. Not to mention, her mother and sister were here too. "We have to do something," Yukino said anxiously. Hayasaka shook her head. "I've already contacted the Foundation. They should be mobilizing a containment team as we speak. Acting recklessly now will only alert the anomaly and cause it to trigger prematurely. That would be the worst outcome." Yukino frowned, wanting to argue. How could they just do nothing? Trusting everything to the Foundation? She had always been wary of the SCP Foundation. They erased people's memories by force, used human lives as test subjects, D-class personnel, and acted as an authoritarian entity, wielding supernatural power without regard for human lives. She couldn't entrust her own life and her family's to such an organization. Noticing Yukino's unease, Hayasaka furrowed her brows. Following the Foundation's orders and cooperating is the most basic duty of an investigator. I had my doubts about the Foundation's legitimacy too at first. But in reality, they are far more just than you think. Yukino was momentarily stunned. And at that moment the Suzuki conglomerate and the Sensman conglomerate both arrived. Much like the Shinomiya family's entrance. The first to step out of the luxurious central cars were not the heads of the families, but rather flawless young girls. Suzuki Tommy. Sensman Tommy. Chapter 142, Protection and Being Protected. The terrifying Tommy held the atmosphere in the banquet hall had reached its peak. The eyes of the men and women present unconsciously fell on one of the 3 Tommies, and once they did, they could no longer look away. Suzuki Tommy and Sensman Tommy naturally took their seats at the main position. Even the heads of their respective families were holding up their skirts for them. As the other two Tommies took their seats, the three of them looked at each other with undisguised disgust. In fact, before this, the three had already attacked each other countless times. The reason why the financial conglomerates were loosely managed was that a portion of their power had been diverted to these internal conflicts. The banquet started as scheduled. However, none of the originally planned proceedings took place, because everyone's eyes remained fixed on the three Tommies. The first to step forward was Shinomiya Ganon. Before the rulers of Japan's many financial conglomerates, essentially half of the nation's economic power, he declared, "I announce that Shinomiya Tommy is the legitimate daughter of the Shinomiya family and will henceforth be the successor, taking over as the head of the Shinomiya financial conglomerate." Upon hearing this, if it had been under normal circumstances, the many financial heads present would have thought they had misheard. Handing over one of the four great conglomerates to an adopted daughter of unknown origin? He must be insane. Or perhaps this was a trap, a ploy by the Shinomiya family to devour the other conglomerates. However, at this moment, not a single person among the financial leaders showed any signs of surprise. They looked at Tommy and felt that this decision was completely natural. Meanwhile, most of the women present began to twist their faces in jealousy, displaying expressions of madness as they scanned the surroundings for weapons. And right after Shinomiya Tommy, the heads of the Suzuki and Sensman families made similar announcements. Essentially, their conglomerates would revolve around Tommy from now on, giving her everything. Like a pack of obedient lapdogs offering their unwavering loyalty. Once the declarations were made, everyone turned their gazes to Tommy, as if waiting for her to say or announce something. And at this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Shinomiya Tommy stood up first. Pointing at Suzuki Tommy and Sensman Tommy, she spoke, her voice as melodious and enchanting as a bell. "For my sake, kill them." Tommy's words were like the trumpet signaling the start of the war. The suffocating atmosphere of the banquet hall erupted completely. The first to act was Ganon. As the founder of the Shinomiya financial conglomerate, he had the strongest willpower among those present. However, he had also been under Tommy's influence the longest. At the entrance of the venue, just over whether or not to attend the banquet, he had already lashed out at Kaguya. He had even declared that he would abandon all profits if necessary, just to satisfy Tommy's vanity, willing to sacrifice anything for her. From this alone, it was evident that his personality had already been completely distorted. Despite being middle-aged, Ganon moved with agility. He swiftly vaulted over the dining table, grabbed a kitchen knife, and charged straight toward the other two Tommies. His movements were precise and decisive, the knife aimed directly at Suzuki Tommy's throat. At that moment, the head of the Suzuki family also rushed forward, blocking Suzuki Tommy's path. He even extended his arm to intercept Ganon's attack. The knife pierced through the Suzuki patriarch's forearm, tearing through the muscle completely. Ganon had used his full strength. However, the Suzuki patriarch seemed unfazed by the pain and smiled at Suzuki Tommy. "Look, Tommy, I blocked the knife for you. I am the person who loves you most in this world." He spoke with deep affection, as if this act was proof of his devotion. "However, you useless idiot. Why didn't you stop him completely? I'm hurt. Can't you see?" Suzuki Tommy clutched her hand in pain. She had raised her hand to block the attack just now. Even though the knife had pierced through the Suzuki patriarch's arm, it had still slightly grazed Suzuki Tommy's palm. But compared to his injury, her wound was nothing. All she needed was a simple bandage, yet she still had the audacity to berate the Suzuki patriarch for his incompetence. The Suzuki patriarch looked somewhat aggrieved. Perhaps this was one of the few times in his life that he had shown such an expression. But Suzuki Tommy paid no attention to him at all, ignoring the fact that his arm had been pierced through. "What are you looking at me for? Are you stupid? Someone is trying to kill me. Go kill that bitch. Aren't you always saying that you love me more than anyone in this world? Then why haven't you moved yet?" Before she had even finished speaking, the Suzuki patriarch suddenly grabbed the knife still lodged in his arm. Without hesitation, he yanked the blade out, held it tightly, and lunged at Shinomiya Tommy. Despite blood gushing from his wound and injury that, if left untreated, would soon lead to shock, he didn't care. The crowd in the banquet hall watched this bizarre display of violence, yet no one screamed. On the contrary, many people began to stir, eager to join the battle for Tommy. The ones who had arrived at the venue earlier and spent more time gazing at Tommy were now the first to step forward. Even the women shared the same reaction, their eyes brimming with jealousy and hatred as they slowly closed in on one of the three Tommies. Yet the three Tommies seemed completely oblivious to the eerie atmosphere around them. They continued to hurl insults at each other, speaking in the most arrogant tones, spitting out venomous words, and harboring the deepest malice for one another. Haruno clutched her mouth tightly, trying to suppress the overwhelming urge to scream. She didn't understand how this banquet had turned into such a horrifying nightmare. Even she, someone considered perfect in every way, was now filled with panic and had no idea what to do. Instinctively, she turned to look at her younger sister. No matter what, she had to at least protect her sister. When she turned her head, she saw that her sister was staring at the stage with an intense expression, as if she wanted to do something. Without hesitation, Haruno rushed over to Yukino. "Yukino, we have to get out of here. They're all going insane." Haruno grabbed Yukino's hand, trying to pull her away. But Yukino immediately broke free and exclaimed passionately, "We can't just run away now. We have to do something. If this continues, everything will be ruined." Haruno, hearing this, didn't have time to care about Yukino's emotions anymore. Right now, escaping was far more important than mental well-being. At the very least, they needed to stay alive and leave this twisted place. "And what can you even do?" Haruno retorted coldly. "You can't do anything." Yukino opened her mouth to argue. She was different from her sister. She was. But the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She was a Foundation investigator. She knew things her sister didn't about anomalous entities. But so what? She had no standard equipment, no experience in containing anomalies. She was no different from her ignorant sister. No, perhaps she was even worse. If it had been her sister in her place, if it had been Yukino Haruno who had joined the Foundation, she surely wouldn't be this helpless. Thinking this, Yukino's tears started to fall. In the end, she really was just as powerless as always. Yukino, you really haven't changed at all. You still can't do anything, you can't." Yukino murmured, blaming her own helplessness. "Miss Yukino Haruno, go and bring Madam back first, while there's still time," I reminded. Haruno, gripping her mother's hand, was trembling uncontrollably. Was this still her mother? Seeing that Mrs. Yukino was about to continue forward, Haruno decided to pull her mother with all her might, attempting to forcibly drag her away. And at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The chaos on the stage seemed to have reached a conclusion. In the midst of the melee, Gurren, with great effort, found an opening and finally plunged the knife in his hand into Suzuki Tommy's body. Blood splattered as if it cost nothing. The chaos instantly stopped, and everyone seemed to have been hit with a pause button, all eyes turning to the impaled Suzuki Tommy. Only Gurren continued his actions. Stab after stab, he plunged the knife into the girl's body. Crack. This was the sound of Gurren stepping on Suzuki Tommy's leg joint, breaking the bone. After breaking one of Suzuki Tommy's legs, he used a knife to sever it and threw it aside. Suzuki Tommy's screams echoed through the venue, piercing and sorrowful, enough to evoke pity even in the coldest hearts. But no one moved. Everyone's eyes were fixed, watching as Gurren continued to dismember Suzuki Tommy's, as if it were some sacred ritual. Suzuki Tommy's chest was ripped open, blood, shredded flesh, and organs scattered across the floor. Her limbs were forcibly broken, then peeled off bit by bit with the knife. From beginning to end, the screams never stopped. Finally, Gurren plunged the knife into Suzuki Tommy's throat, severing her head and holding it up in his hand. As if seeking approval, he raised the head toward Shinomiya Tommy. "Look, I killed her. Tommy, I love you the most. No one loves you more than I do." However, before Shinomiya Tommy could respond, the next moment, the enraged crowd swallowed him up. Everyone rushed forward, beginning to fight over and dismember Suzuki Tommy. Those who couldn't get a piece turned toward Shinomiya Tommy and Sensman Tommy, wanting to replicate the scene they had just witnessed. Haruno, still retaining some sanity, looked at this scene, her legs trembling. They had to escape. But she couldn't move. Her body was completely dominated by fear, unable to take even a single step. At that moment, a severed hand was thrown out from the scuffle and flew toward Mrs. Yukino and Haruno. Mrs. Yukino, seeing the severed hand flying toward her, immediately reached out, her eyes filled with desire. Haruno, on the other hand, closed her eyes. Her body couldn't move, but her intuition told her that if she came into contact with the thing, the consequences would be worse than death. But at that moment, both Mrs. Yukino and Haruno were yanked backward, falling to the ground. A tablecloth was flung up in front of them, blocking the flying severed hand and blood. When Haruno opened her eyes, she saw that the person standing in front of her and her mother was none other than her younger sister, whom she had always protected. For the first time in her life, Yukino stood in front of her mother and sister, using her own strength to protect them. Even though her body was trembling, her heart racing, and fear threatening to consume her at any moment, Yukino still acted. Gasping heavily, Yukino threw away the tablecloth, grabbed her mother and sister, and fled toward the back. The scene behind them had completely turned into hell. Countless people swarmed forward, their eyes filled with fanaticism, holding knives and forks, dismembering the three Tommies. Shinomiya Tommy's scolding and Sensman Tommy's wails could still be heard, but they seemed to only excite the crowd further. The men dismembered Tommy, lifting the corpse pieces, kissing them, devoutly like believers. The women fought over Tommy, sticking her hair into their own, pasting her flesh onto their bodies, attaching her limbs to their own. And whether it was limbs, shredded flesh, or even the spilled blood, everything began to squirm slowly. This scene was nothing short of a Tommy-themed hell. Chapter 143, We Are the SCP Foundation, We Are Humanity's Last Shield. Yukino desperately pulled her mother and sister, using all her strength to distance themselves from the hell behind them. Haruno finally regained her senses. Looking at her younger sister, who was gritting her teeth and moving forward, Haruno felt a strange stirring in her heart. Her sister seemed to have changed. Recovering from her fear, Haruno helped her sister pull Mrs. Yukinoshita. Seeing that her mother was still trying to look back and showing resistance to leaving, Haruno felt a chill run down her spine. She decided to take off her scarf and wrap it around Mrs. Yukinoshita's eyes. After blocking Mrs. Yukinoshita's vision, the resistance weakened slightly. But there was still no sign of sanity returning. At that moment, Haruno couldn't help but glance back. That single glance caused her sanity to plummet. The scene behind her was enough to instantly zero out the sanity of any ordinary person. Men and women, reveling in the severed limbs and blood of Tommy. Women who had embedded Tommy's hair and flesh into their bodies now had horrifying tumors growing from the points of contact. From the tumors, blood vessels protruded, clearly extending throughout their bodies, including their heads and hearts. These women's faces had already become distorted, their facial features subtly changing, their skin morphing. A face uniquely belonging to Tommy appeared on these women. Their expressions were seductive, bewitching to the point of being demonic, as if they were the most beautiful beings in the world. At the corners of their eyes, a tear mole quietly appeared. As for the men who had lifted the corpse pieces and devoutly worshipped them, they were no longer human. The worst was Gun, whose neck, arms, and thighs were covered in Tommy's shredded flesh. Now, these areas had grown Tommy's heads. Multiple heads sprouted from Gun's body. He had become a monster covered in Fujikos, and the proliferation was still ongoing. After growing necks, the Tommy attached to Gun began to fight each other. Those with only heads used their teeth to bite nearby Tommies. Those with hands reached out to twist the necks of other Tommies, still trying to make Gun move to acquire tools for killing. Even more terrifying were the floor, walls, dining tables, and curtains. These surfaces, splattered with Tommy's blood, were now slowly growing incomplete, malformed Tommy's heads. Everywhere you looked, there were grotesque Fujiko heads. They grew from the carpet, from the curtains, from just a few cells of blood. The impact of the scene was horrifying, enough to make one's sanity plummet. The most hopeless part was that the insane crowd was still reveling like it was a festival, slaughtering the newly grown Tommies. More blood and shredded flesh splattered, growing new Tommies. It was foreseeable that if left unchecked, this party venue would become a breeding ground for Tommies. Countless Tommies would grow from here, continuing this hellish process. Such a scene was utterly hopeless. Although they had temporarily escaped, Haruno's pupils were still trembling uncontrollably. That monster. Chiba. No, Japan or even the entire world, would probably be destroyed by that monster. After pulling her mother to a safe area, Yukino collapsed to her knees, completely exhausted. She had always been terrible at sports, and the actions she had just taken were only possible due to a massive adrenaline rush. Once she stopped, her body gave out completely. Looking at the hell in the distance, Yukino's eyes widened. This was an anomaly? Kaguya, watching from afar, saw her father being used as a battlefield by the multiple Tommies growing from his body. In the end, torn apart by the struggle, he died, his corpse becoming a breeding ground for Tommies. Seeing this, Kaguya felt pain and sorrow. The founder of the Shinomiya family, its helmsman. Her father, had met such a gruesome end. Hayasaka, what should we do? Run? If the thing isn't killed, Japan will be destroyed, right? Kaguya asked Hayasaka, her voice filled with helplessness. This wasn't a genuine question seeking an answer but more of an emotional outburst. But then, Hayasaka turned her gaze toward the entrance of the venue. Following Hayasaka's line of sight, Kaguya's eyes widened in shock. Yukino and Haruno also noticed the unusual activity at the entrance. Figures dressed in white isolation suits, wearing tactical goggles and gas masks, were entering in an orderly manner. They carried flamethrowers that looked like they belonged in a sci-fi movie, with small fuel tanks strapped to their backs, marked with hazard symbols. Behind them was another team, clad in pitch-black armor. Their armor seemed like something out of a fantasy, with no visible seams, as if it were a single, natural piece. On the chest of the armor was a fist-sized disc emitting a bright, white light. Despite the apparent weight of the armor, These individuals moved silently and with agility, completely unhindered. Arrived at the anomaly outbreak site. Anomaly threat level high, with signs of spreading. Aborting anomaly contact mission. Initiating containment protocol immediately. Orders received. Beginning anomaly containment. Utilizing information provided by C-Class Investigator Hayasaka I. Equipping flamethrowers for initial containment. C3 Armed Squad, left flank. C7 Armed Squad, right flank. If flamethrowers prove ineffective, retreat immediately. Otherwise, encircle from the rear. Remaining squads, follow me. 3-person teams, triangular formation. Prepare to move in. Preserve one original anomaly specimen. Eliminate the rest. As the B-class agent in black armor relayed the Foundation's orders, the armed squads and special teams immediately sprang into action. They ignored the hellish scene before them, advancing without hesitation. Each team of 3 moved in a triangular formation, each member facing a different direction to ensure they could monitor their teammates at all times. Upon entering the venue, they immediately activated their flamethrowers. A crimson blaze engulfed every part of Tommy within its reach: her head, severed limbs, and even her blood. Shrill, agonized screams echoed throughout the venue. Seeing this, Hayasaka let out a breath of relief. Finally, the SCP Foundation had arrived. Meanwhile, Kaguya and Haruno stared in shock at the unfamiliar group before them. These people were highly trained, equipped with cutting-edge gear the likes of which they had never seen before, and showed no fear in the face of the terrifying entity that was Tommy. Both of them came from wealthy families and had encountered elite soldiers and powerful bodyguards. But none of them could compare to these people. Because whether they were soldiers or private guards, they were still human. When confronted with a hellish nightmare like this, fear would creep into their hearts, some might even retreat. But this group was entirely different. It was as if they had been born to handle anomalies like Tommy. Their steps were firm and unwavering, their actions smooth and decisive. They embodied the very essence of hope and courage. And the one most affected by this sight was undoubtedly Yukino. Watching these individuals march fearlessly into hell, she recalled her previous assumptions. An organization like this, wouldn't they be an oppressive force, one that arbitrarily lorded over humanity? At that moment, a Foundation agent, clad in jet black tactical gear, approached the group. Investigator Hayasaka, Investigator Yukino Shida, thank you for providing us with intelligence on the anomaly. We have now confirmed that fire is an effective containment measure. Neither of you are carrying standard equipment, nor are you armed with a flamethrower specialized for Tommy. Please evacuate immediately. The subsequent containment operation will proceed under the guidance of the O5 Council. A vehicle is stationed outside to transport you. Due to the medium-level cognitohazard associated with this anomaly, you are both required to undergo memory erasure procedures. We ask for your understanding in this matter. For individuals already displaying severe cognitohazard symptoms, there is no need for concern. Our response team is equipped with Class D amnestics. Once the amnestics take effect, the cognitohazardous influence should be neutralized. After a period of observation, affected individuals can safely reintegrate into society. After delivering these statements, the agent handed them 2 pieces of standard Foundation equipment. Yukino took hold of the gear, gripping it tightly. Hearing the Foundation personnel mention memory erasure once more, she finally understood. She finally grasped why the SCP Foundation insisted on forcibly wiping people's memories. A scene like this, akin to a vision of hell itself, was something best forgotten. Memory erasure wasn't an act of oppression. It was a measure to protect human cognition. This principle had been repeatedly emphasized in the Foundation's doctrines, but only now did she fully comprehend its meaning. Kaguya watched as Hayasaka accepted the equipment, unable to hold back her question any longer. Who exactly are you people? When did Hayasaka join the Foundation? Hayasaka looked at her mistress and sighed helplessly. She had wanted to keep this a secret for the rest of her life. When it came to anomalies and the SCP Foundation, the best thing one could do was remain ignorant. Unfortunately, Kaguya had the worst possible luck this time, coming face to face with an entity like Tommy. There was no keeping the truth hidden now. The agent hesitated for a moment before responding. We are the SCP Foundation. Our mission is to secure, contain, and protect. We secure anomalies, contain anomalies, and protect all of humanity and its perception of reality, ensuring that people continue to live in a normal world. We are the last shield of mankind. We do not retreat. We will sacrifice everything to protect humanity. As for Investigator Hayasaka's personal matters, I am not authorized to disclose them. You may ask her directly before your memory erasure. Kaguya fell silent. The last shield of mankind. How was she supposed to argue against that? She looked toward her maid and saw Hayasaka give her a bitter smile. At that moment, she finally understood. So this was the truth. On the other side, Haruno stared at her sister in shock. When had her little sister joined such an unfathomable organization? A flood of questions rushed to her lips. But when Haruno saw Yukino's expression, she swallowed them all. Yukino had truly changed. Chapter 144, Honor the Fallen. Looking at her younger sister, Haruno felt an unfamiliar sense of loss. For some reason, she felt as if she had been defeated. She turned her gaze toward the Foundation agents and made a decision. Since Yukino had joined this organization known as the SCP Foundation, then she would join as well. No matter what, she would protect her little sister. With her abilities, she should be able to contribute to the Foundation's work. As the group prepared to exit the venue and head toward the Foundation's extraction point, a sudden anomaly occurred. The armed personnel, who had been overwhelming Tommy in combat, suddenly had one among them turn his weapon on his own comrades. The betrayal was completely unexpected. But as if anticipating such a possibility, the remaining two members of his three-man unit immediately responded. They dropped their flamethrowers and swiftly drew their silver-white pistols from their holsters. The handguns had a strange design, oversized barrels and specialized magazines. Without hesitation, they fired at their treacherous comrade. There was no deafening gunshot, only the sound of two projectiles slicing through the air. Two transparent syringe-like rounds embedded themselves in the rogue soldier's body. The liquid inside the syringes was injected into his bloodstream. The soldier instantly lost all resistance, collapsing to the ground. "What's happening?" Yukino asked anxiously. The agent's voice was grim. "This anomaly possesses a medium-level cognitohazard, which affects individuals at varying speeds depending on their cognitive resistance. Before entering, all of our personnel took W-class Nestic supplements to mitigate the effects of the cognitohazard and prevent defection. However, the efficacy of W-class Nestics gradually weakens after 30 minutes. Once it fades completely, some personnel may succumb to the anomaly's influence. That's why all teams operate in three-man formations, using a triangular stance to monitor each other. Each member is armed with tranquilizer rounds to immediately neutralize any cognitohazard-compromised personnel." Hearing this, the girls were left speechless. To think that with only the limited intel provided by Asaka and within such a short time the Foundation had formulated and executed such a meticulous countermeasure. This means we don't have to worry anymore. The Foundation is incredible. Yukino murmured in awe. This plan, was it devised by an O5 council member? Asaka asked in astonishment. The agent nodded. Indeed, this operation had been planned by an O5 council member. However, the agent hadn't disclosed everything. There was a part of the plan he hoped would never come to pass. Unfortunately, things don't always go as one wishes. The affected squad, though they had swiftly neutralized their rogue member, he had still managed to inflict damage. Before collapsing, he had turned his flamethrower on his own teammates, engulfing them in flames. Wearing fuel tanks on their backs, the two soldiers had no way to roll on the ground to extinguish the fire. All they could do was rush toward each other in an attempt to smother the flames manually. At that moment, a Tommy head, flung by another Tommy's growing arm, landed on them, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Some of the blood seeped into the unconscious soldier's protective suit. "Terminate C-36, C-312, and C-318 immediately." The commanding agent issued the order in a cold yet resolute voice. The next moment, the two armed personnel who were hit by Tommy's severed head reacted. One of them picked up the head and threw it to the ground. Holding a flamethrower, he incinerated the head along with his teammate, who was in a state of anesthesia on the ground. For the anesthetic dart to take effect, it had to penetrate the protective suit. However, a few drops of Tommy's blood, as if possessing a will of their own, seeped through the gaps in the dart and infiltrated the protective suit. Moments ago, there were already clear signs of flesh wriggling inside the suit. Even the smallest gap was enough for Tommy's cells to invade, taking deep root in the victim's body. With just a breath, Tommy's flesh sprouted and bloomed within the person, using them as an incubator, forming grotesquely beautiful flowers. There was no saving them. Meanwhile, the two personnel hit by the severed head had their protective suits burned through due to the flamethrower attack. On the parts of their bodies that came into contact with Tommy's flesh, Tommy's beautiful face had already begun to form, smiling seductively. That face was so stunning that it made people feel inferior, as if it were a divine masterpiece. Yet at this moment, it was the most terrifying thing in the world. "I am C-318. My comrades, continue the containment mission. We must not let this anomaly spread. This is our duty as Foundation personnel." A sudden voice rang through the communication devices of the team. It was a gentle, middle-aged voice. As part of the C3 squad, many people recognized him. This guy often dragged teammates out for drinks and complained about the poor treatment of armed personnel. He was the big brother of the C3 squad, known for his hearty laughter and his patience in guiding new recruits. A fireball erupted in the center of the venue. C-318 pulled open the valve of the fuel tank on his back, allowing the flames to engulf his protective suit. No one could see his expression through the fire and the visor. The younger members of the team could only vaguely remember his face and that bright, hearty laughter. At this moment, that face carried unwavering determination and fearless courage, a final lesson from their veteran comrade. Watching this scene, whether it was Yukino, Kaguya, Hayasaka, or Haruno, they were all deeply shaken. Tears fell unconsciously. What kind of conviction, what kind of willpower, was required to march toward death so calmly? We contain, we protect. We may fail, but we will never retreat, because behind us stands all of humanity. Through the communication device, C-36 recited the Foundation's code. Another fireball exploded in the arena. With that, all 3 contaminated armed personnel were executed. The commanding agent's voice was hoarse. Continue the anomaly containment mission. The W-class memory supplement is reaching its time limit. You cannot take a second W-class memory supplement in a short period. Carefully monitor the status of your teammates. If a teammate shows signs of cognitive contamination, sedate them immediately and evacuate them from the anomaly outbreak zone. If you are unfortunate enough to be infected by the anomaly, conduct self-termination. Offer your heart for humanity. We contain, we protect. We may fail, but we will never retreat. Honor the fallen. Before the agent finished speaking, the armed and agent teams resumed their containment mission. Inside the venue, fireballs rose frequently, and their occurrence was steadily increasing. Without the protection of W-class memory supplements, the Foundation's agents and armed personnel could only endure the cognitive hazard with their sheer willpower. One after another, those destined for death stepped forward, igniting themselves into flames. As if doing so could illuminate the path ahead for humanity. Tears and words were stuck in their throats. Haruno stared blankly at everything happening in the venue. Could she really handle being a member of the SCP Foundation? Did she truly possess the courage to die for humanity? Yukino was equally speechless, unable to utter a single word. So this was the SCP Foundation? The usually leisurely yet authoritarian Foundation, was that precious time of peace actually something hard-earned? The time she had dismissed as wasted was, for these fallen heroes, the most precious moment of their lives? She had always believed in the justice in her heart. But was it really justice? At that moment, a sudden, sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed. The venue fell into a sudden silence. When everyone turned toward the source of the sound, they saw that, at some point, a young man with black wings had appeared above the venue. The president has arrived. The fallen gave their lives meaning. We held on. As long as the president is here, the SCP Foundation will never fail. A mere anomaly is nothing. The moment Haruto appeared, the heavy, suffocating atmosphere instantly dissipated. In its place was a wave of relieved cheers. The SCP Foundation was never an organization that celebrated victory prematurely, it remained cautious until the very end. The Foundation demanded absolute success, for behind them stood all of humanity, and they could not afford the cost of failure. But when Haruto appeared, the Foundation personnel instantly relaxed. Because that was the president. As long as the president was here, everything would be resolved. This was a truth passed down among Foundation personnel. Kaguya looked up, and when she saw that figure, her heart began to race. At the moment of crisis earlier, the figure that flashed before her eyes overlapped with Haruto, who now hovered in the air. Pressing a hand against her chest, she felt her heartbeat quicken and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Yukino looked at Haruto in the sky, her eyes brimming with tears. The man she once thought was despicable was actually the pillar supporting countless people. He was someone for whom these people, marching toward death, could cheer the moment they saw him. Chapter 145, containing Tommy, Haruno joins, Yukino breaks down in terrors. All Foundation personnel, immediately withdraw from the anomaly outbreak zone and enter self-isolation. Haruto's voice echoed through the venue. All Foundation personnel executing the containment mission began an orderly retreat from the anomaly outbreak zone. Once they reached a safe zone, they took no chances, distancing themselves from one another. They waited for other Foundation personnel to arrive and conduct examinations to ensure no one was carrying Tommy's cells. Once everyone had withdrawn from the anomaly outbreak area, Haruto descended from the sky, landing in a massive pool of eldritch, sanity-draining flesh. The sight made several girls tighten their grip in concern. Hayasaka, he fell in. Will he be okay? Kaguya grabbed her maid and shook her violently. Hayasaka I had been a little worried at first, but after being shaken like that, her concerns suddenly disappeared. Just appearing was enough to captivate her mistress' soul. Give back that cool unwise lady. Miss, please don't exaggerate. Since the president is acting this way, he must have his own reasons. That president is far more terrifying than Tommy. I doubt even an entity like Tommy could cause him any trouble. Hi Asaka. I regained her usual composure, wearing a polite yet awkward smile. Many other Foundation personnel shared the same sentiment. Seeing the president land in the flesh pile, they showed no worry at all. Because that was the president. If he was doing this, there had to be a purpose. As expected, the moment Haruto landed in Tommy's flesh, the unconscious mass of her flesh immediately recoiled away from him. As if encountering a natural predator, they avoided him like the plague. At the center of where Haruto landed, a hollow circle formed. Meanwhile, the Tommy clones that had grown heads and gained self-awareness stopped their internal slaughter. They gathered at the circle's edge, gazing at Haruto longingly, revealing enchanting smiles. Tommy was an extremely arrogant and vain existence. She desired the most precious things in the world, believing she was meant to be the noblest being. Thus, different Tommies would slaughter each other. Because each believed they alone were the true Tommy, the supreme existence. But now, the Tommies had found something they truly desired. The young man before them was far more valuable than any luxury, more radiant than the most exquisite gemstones. They craved him. The scene was eerie. Many of the Tommies only had heads and necks, with some even fused together. Some had only half a body, with visible internal organs still wriggling as they grew. And yet, the scene also had an alluring quality. After all, a few Tommies had already completed their regeneration. Newborn Tommies, of course, had no clothing. Combined with their naturally enchanting and perfect appearances, several identical Tommies stood together. However, in the face of this hellish display of female beauty, Haruto remained as indifferent as if he were shopping at the market. His gaze swept over the numerous Tommies, and eventually, he found one that looked more pleasing to the eye. It was a lily-sized Tommy. Perhaps due to incomplete growth, she had slight differences compared to the others. Haruto walked over and singled out this lily Tommy. The other Tommies, upon realizing that Haruto hadn't chosen them, had their expressions instantly contort with jealousy. Yes, jealousy. Even Tommy could feel jealousy. The one selected by Haruto, on the other hand, beamed with an incredibly radiant and joyful smile. Let's be together forever. Just as this lily Tommy spoke her seductive words and displayed her enticing posture, Haruto reached out and retrieved a black sack from his camo space. Lily Tommy? The next moment, Haruto lifted her up and casually stuffed her into the black sack, tying the opening shut. This particular Tommy would be kept as a sample for containment and research. The other Tommies. Haruto ascended once again, the black wings on his back fluttering slightly. As his wings beat, ink black, lusterless feathers rained down into the venue-like droplets. The writhing flesh was effortlessly pierced by the seemingly soft feathers, nailing it to the ground. With a snap of Haruto's fingers, the ink black, lusterless, and soft feathers suddenly burst into dazzling light. Haruto's wings were an extension of his cells, with each feather containing an astonishing amount of biological energy. At this moment, this biological energy erupted purely in the form of heat. Wherever the feathers landed, everything was vaporized. Steam rose into the air, the venue's floor was burned through, and the rock beneath turned into molten lava. And this was with Haruto carefully controlling the energy to release inward, otherwise, the heat wave would have swept across all of Chiba. Under such an intense strike, all remaining Tommies were instantly melted away, leaving no trace. Carrying the last remaining Tommy in the world, Haruto returned to the Foundation's ranks. How are the isolation test results? Has anyone else been contaminated by Tommy? Or carrying her cells? Haruto inquired to the agent in charge. The agent shook his head. All personnel involved in this containment mission had undergone isolation testing, and no traces of Tommy cells were found on them. However, a few had started showing signs of mental instability. Upon hearing this, Haruto nodded. Then assign the aftermath to external personnel. This venue will be sealed off until the heat dissipates. All personnel involved in this containment mission, step forward to undergo Class A amnestic treatment. After receiving memory erasure, proceed to the containment site for self-isolation, and undergo cognitive evaluation after 3 days. Only those with normal evaluations will be allowed to return to their teams or reintegrate into society. Prepare a standard containment chamber in the high-security containment layer, equipped with basic living necessities. The living necessities should be made of soft plastic material, ensuring no harm to the human body. The inner walls of the containment chamber should be lined with 75 centimeters of flexible fiber. Follow the standard for severe psychiatric wardrooms. As for Tommy, never mind, I'll personally take her there. With Haruto's instructions, the follow-up procedures for Tommy's containment began in an orderly manner. One by one, personnel lined up to undergo Class A amnestic treatment. The queue quickly reached the end. When Haruto saw the last few girls in line, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. So, Yukino, you just happened to stumble into an anomaly containment site again? This makes it the third time. How about going to the research division to check if you have some sort of mimetic anomaly? Haruto's words made Yukino, who had been feeling deeply apologetic and was about to express her gratitude, instantly bristle. Who the hell would have such an unlucky mimetic anomaly? This guy's mouth was too mean. But Yukino had to admit, this wicked boy was a true hero protecting humanity. And not just any hero, but the most selfless and reassuring one. Compared to her own self-righteous sense of justice, the boy in front of her embodied true justice. With his abilities, he had established the SCP Foundation, selflessly protecting everyone. Thinking about Tommy and the Foundation personnel who had sacrificed themselves, Yukino suddenly lost all fight. Thank you. She lowered her head and sincerely expressed her gratitude. This surprised Haruto a little. Was the usually stubborn Yukino finally turning over a new leaf? You're not infected by Tommy, are you? Haruto scrutinized Yukino, even lifting her bangs to check for a newly formed beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Yukino shita Yukino. Seeing the intimate interaction between the boy and her sister, Haruto finally couldn't hold back. Mr. President, could you perhaps perform memory erasure on our mother first? Haruno interjected, interrupting Haruto and Yukino's moment. Haruto shifted his gaze toward Haruno. He knew a little about this eldest daughter of the Yukino Shita family. Yukino's older sister, a perfect version of Yukino with impeccable social skills, and a plus-sized figure. Other than her extreme siscon tendencies, she was flawless in every way. Nodding slightly, Haruto stopped teasing Yukino and instead placed his fingers on Mrs. Yukino Shita's forehead. The blacklight virus seeped in, Class A amnestic treatment applied. Mrs. Yukino Shita instantly lost all memories related to the banquet. Every trace of knowledge about Tommy was erased. She calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. Alright, next is Haruno. According to SCP Foundation protocols, you will have all memories of Anomalies and the Foundation erased. Though I apologize, this is for your own good. Some things are better forgotten. Humans should live in a rational and ordinary world. Haruto gestured for Haruno to step forward. Haruno hesitated. Forgetting these terrifying memories would indeed be the best outcome. But her sister was still within this so-called SCP Foundation. If she forgot. After a brief moment, Haruno made her decision. Mr. President, may I only have my memories of Tommy erased? I want to join the SCP Foundation. At those words, Yukino reacted strongly. She didn't want her sister to join the SCP Foundation. From this containment mission alone, it was clear that staying in the Foundation was extremely dangerous. Yukino didn't want her sister to be in danger. Of course, there were also personal reasons. Seeing her previously uninvolved sister compared to herself who had already joined the Foundation gave Yukino a sense of satisfaction. It felt like she had finally surpassed the role model she had always chased after. That feeling of superiority, of knowing something her sister didn't. But when Yukino tried to object, the words caught in her throat. Her sister was far more perfect than she was. That cunning president would definitely accept her. However, joining the SCP Foundation is a serious decision that requires careful consideration and multiple levels of assessment. Haruto stated plainly. The Foundation was no longer the fledgling organization desperately seeking talent. Now, its influence spanned the globe, recruiting from all of humanity. With such immense power, it naturally required strict screening processes. Hearing Haruto's rejection, Yukino let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling a petty sense of delight. However, but if you're determined, here is the application form. You can participate in the examination. I'll allow you to retain your Foundation-related memories for 7 days. Yukino Shita Yukino. Chapter 146, Ice Kaguya and Love-Struck Kaguya. Hayasaka feels numb. Haruto handed a registration form and a confidentiality agreement to his sister. Yukino sat to the side, sulking. Pouting emoji. Meanwhile, Haruno took the documents with a bright smile and signed the confidentiality agreement. The poor girl had no idea just how outrageous the SCP Foundation's recruitment review process would be. Afterward, Haruno underwent an A-class memory erasure, which only wiped her memories related to Tommy. If she did not officially join the Foundation within 7 days, all her memories regarding Anomalies and the Foundation would be erased as well. At that moment, Hayasaka arrived, pulling Kaguya along. With nearly all of Japan's financial conglomerates caught in one massive net, the country's upper echelon was bound to undergo a dramatic reshuffling. The heads of the Suzuki, Sensman, and Shinomiya financial groups, 3 of Japan's top conglomerates, had all perished in the recent anomaly outbreak. The current state of the Suzuki and Sensman families remained uncertain. However, the future of the Shinomiya family was visibly descending into chaos. For years, the Shinomiya conglomerate had been ruled solely by Shinomiya Genin, who was still in his prime. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter, all meticulously trained, yet none truly capable of controlling the Shinomiya financial group. An even greater issue was that among his 3 sons and 1 daughter, there was no clear successor. Leaving Kaguya aside for now, her 3 elder brothers were guaranteed to engage in a brutal power struggle. They had all inherited, to varying degrees, Shinomiya Ganon's ruthless and domineering nature, placing personal interests far above family bonds. Even if Kaguya had no desire to fight for control of the conglomerate, she would inevitably be dragged into the conflict, becoming a sacrificial pawn in their power struggles. Each had inherited some degree of their father's domineering personality, prioritizing personal gain far above family bonds. Even if Kaguya completely withdrew from the struggle, she would inevitably be drawn in as a pawn in the power struggle. And now, the only person she could turn to for protection was Haruto. If Japan's power structure was being reshuffled, the one shuffling the deck was undoubtedly Haruto. Not to mention the SCP Foundation, an overwhelming behemoth with supernatural abilities. Even disregarding the Foundation itself, the Momobami clan under its control was the only one among the 4 financial powerhouses that remained intact and fully operational. Even if the Foundation did nothing, the Momobami clan alone had enough influence to dominate the upcoming reshuffle. Thus, at this moment, Kaguya had no time to dwell on the nature of the Foundation or Hayasaka's connection to it. Her priority was securing the Foundation's assistance, gaining its support, and using that power to seize control of Shinomiya family, her only path to survival. At least, that's what should have happened. After dragging her lady over, Hayasaka turned back, only to find Kaguya looking embarrassed and flustered in an utterly silly manner. With a sharp glare at the shady president, Hayasaka grabbed Kaguya's left hand and pressed it against her cheek. This forced Kaguya to trigger her cool and rational mode. Silly, love-struck Kaguya instantly transformed into Ice Queen Kaguya. President, regarding the future of the Shinomiya family, or rather, the future of Japan's financial sector, what is the Foundation's decision? Hayasaka directly asked the question. She knew Haruto wasn't the type to act high and mighty just because he held power. If there was something to discuss, it was best to ask outright. Haruto stroked his chin in thought. That was indeed an important question. Because of the unexpected anomaly outbreak caused by Tommy, the Foundation had not prepared a contingency plan in advance. Haruto had some vague ideas but had not yet finalized anything. This happened suddenly, but the Foundation will likely use the Momobami clan to take control over the remaining 3 major conglomerates. In terms of business operations and decision-making, the Foundation won't interfere. It is only concerned with maintaining societal stability and expanding its control. As you know, Hayasaka, the Foundation doesn't lack money. What we need is the authority wielded by the 4 major conglomerates to facilitate classified operations. Haruto was being transparent, though he didn't reveal everything. Hayasaka immediately grasped his intent. He wanted her lady to take the initiative. Still, this was already an excellent outcome. At that moment, Kaguya spoke. President Haruto, may I take control of the Shinomiya family? Like Miss Haruno, I wish to join the SCP Foundation. Rationalized. Kaguya shared some of her father's traits, the ability to set aside trivial matters for a greater goal. Perhaps her cold side was inherited from her father, while her silly, love-struck side came from her mother. Although her words made it sound like she was agreeing to become the Foundation's puppet in exchange for control over the family, this was actually her best option. If she left the conglomerate to its own infighting, Kaguya knew her brothers would tear each other apart. At that point, with external instability and internal strife, the Shinomiya family would likely collapse. By joining the Foundation, the family could continue operating independently without being exploited for its wealth. Kaguya had immense trust in both the SCP Foundation and Haruto, who had twice saved her life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Haruto nodded. This arrangement aligned with the Foundation's interests. Having Kaguya manage the Shinomiya family within the Foundation would ease the burden on the Momobami clan in handling external affairs. As for helping her surpass her 3 brothers and take control, such a simple matter didn't even require consideration. Haruto retrieved the Absolute Contract Codex and placed it before Kaguya, indicating for her to sign. Seeing the familiar Golden Codex, Hayasaka felt deeply conflicted. She had once gone to great lengths to keep her lady away from this dangerous organization. Yet now, her lady was voluntarily walking into it. Had she known this would happen, perhaps. While Hayasaka was lost in thought, Kaguya had already signed her name. Now that business was settled, Kaguya's curiosity surfaced. President Haruto, since I've joined the SCP Foundation, may I ask some questions about it? She cautiously inquired. Haruto nodded indifferently, assuming she would ask about anomalies or containment procedures. However, Kaguya's first question was, has Hayasaka been part of the Foundation for a long time? Hearing this, Hayasaka felt an ominous foreboding. Haruto nodded. Yes, Hayasaka, I joined the Foundation long ago. He even mentioned a time so early that the Foundation hadn't even been officially established yet. Hayasaka was actually one of the Foundation's founding members. Kaguya, who had long suspected something, suddenly felt as though countless questions had been answered. For instance, why had her most loyal aide suddenly sided with an unfamiliar young man? Why had Hayasaka defied her orders to keep her from investigating Haruto? Now she understood, it was all due to the SCP Foundation's secrecy protocols. Hayasaka had never betrayed her. This realization warmed Kaguya's heart. And then, another thought arose. If Hayasaka hadn't betrayed her, then the idea of romance. Thus, Kaguya blurted out, then, President Haruto, are you and Hayasaka not in a relationship? Haruto? Hayasaka? Even the Yukinoshita sisters turned to look. Was there really something between them? A shady president, scheming maid dynamic? Actually, that sounded kind of fitting. Hayasaka wanted to cry. Why did her lady think she was dating this shameless president? Meanwhile, Haruto, after a brief moment of surprise, suppressed a smile and shook his head. No, Hayasaka seems to have some prejudice against me, so romance is rather unlikely. Hayasaka wanted to retort, it's not prejudice, it's an accurate assessment of your shady nature. However, upon hearing this, Kaguya visibly lit up. That meant she didn't have to compete with Hayasaka. She could openly pursue Haruto. Determined, she thought, Shinomiya Kaguya, will make Haruto confess to me. At this moment, Hayasaka only wanted to shake her lady awake. Don't be a love-struck fool, my lady. Alright, if there's nothing else, I need to head back to the station and throw Tommy into the containment chamber. Haruto raised his hand slightly, gesturing to the struggling sack in his grasp. However, that sack was actually constructed from his own cellular differentiation. Forget Tommy, even if he threw Rise in there, she wouldn't be able to break free. Hearing this, Yukino appeared puzzled. What about the memory cleansing procedure for us? She, Hayasaka and Shinomiya Kaguya had yet to undergo the memory cleansing process. Although joining the Foundation didn't require them to erase their knowledge of Anomalies and the organization, they should still have their memories of Tommy erased. However, Haruto shook his head. No need. You three were never cognitively contaminated by Tommy in the first place. These words left the three of them stunned. Did they have such a special talent? Then, Haruto continued, because there are residual traces of the blacklight virus in your bodies. After receiving the notification, I activated the virus within you. Your vision was distorted, you only saw a filtered version of Tommy's cognitive contamination. There's no need to erase your memories. I see. My ass. The three girls' eyes widened. They actually had something as dangerous sounding as the blacklight virus in their bodies? Hayasaka, in particular, was full of doubts. It was understandable for herself and Yukino to have the blacklight virus since they had undergone class A memory cleansing in the Foundation. But why did her lady have the blacklight virus in her body? Suddenly, Hayasaka recalled the first time her lady met Haruto. The handshake. Hayasaka This scumbag president. He had already secretly done something to her lady from the start. Meanwhile, Haruto made a swift getaway. Inside the car, Haruto looked at the black-clad Agent 3 before him and sighed. You really have it tough. The agent simply shook his head with a smile. I've always walked this path. For the future of humanity, someone has to play the role of the devil. Besides, this situation is 10,000 times better than those past meaningless sacrifices. Not to mention, there's the Phoenix Project. Indeed, the agent leading this mission was actually 052, Irwin. And the agents who were tasked to contain Tommy, some of them are ex-members of the scout regiment who followed him to Haruto's world. When Haruto went to deal with the undying reptile of the Northern Nation, SCP-682, Irwin temporarily took over command of Tommy's containment operation. Disguised as an agent, he arrived at the scene to make real-time adjustments to the plan. Chapter 147, Mobile Task Force, Nine-Tailed Fox, Devouring Tommy. Wake up! Wake up! A voice called out, accompanied by a shaking sensation. From the depths of unconsciousness, you slowly regained awareness, then suddenly snapped to attention. In your dazed state, you opened your eyes only to be stunned by the scene before you. President? Your voice was a bit hoarse, seemingly due to not speaking for a long time. You felt damp, as if you had just emerged from water. However, compared to being personally awakened by the president, those were minor issues. Seeing that you had finally woken up, the president revealed a relieved smile. C-36, you're finally awake. You felt puzzled. Had you been injured and fallen unconscious during a mission? The president actually seemed this concerned about your safety. While you were still confused, you heard the president continue, the surgery was a great success. You're a girl now. C-36. The man abruptly leaped out of the Phoenix Project's incubation pod, carefully checking whether anything was missing or if anything extra had appeared on his body. Only after confirming that his partner was still intact did C-36 let out a heavy sigh of relief. If this were any other place, the whole "you've turned into a girl" thing would just be taken as a joke. But not here, not in front of this president. The SCP Foundation had multiple ways to permanently turn someone into a girl. The most well-known and simplest method was a bioengineering genius from the Foundation, Ms. Mihari, who developed a feminization serum. As long as one drank it, they would close their eyes, and upon opening them, they would have truly become a girl. When C-36 first learned about the feminization serum, he refused to drink anything handed to him for several days. If his water cup left his line of sight for more than 0.75 seconds, he deemed it undrinkable. Cough, cough. But that's straying off topic. C-36 let out a long sigh and quickly realized his current situation was quite awkward. Thankfully, Haruto promptly handed over a white lab coat. C-36 immediately took it, swiftly putting it on and tying the belt securely. "President, please don't joke with me like that. It's terrifying." C-36 patted his chest. For a moment, he had actually been thinking about how he would live as a girl in the future. Haruto smiled without saying anything. C-36 soon noticed something was off. Why was he here? Could it be that he had undergone memory erasure due to a mission? Quickly, C-36 recalled what had happened. While facing the terrifying anomaly known as Tommy, his teammates had been cognitively contaminated and had attacked him. Then, Tommy's head, covered in fresh blood, had flown toward him. That sticky blood landed on his body and instantly seeped deep into his flesh. He could feel his muscles writhing, growing, and his sense of self slipping away. Honestly, it was a fate more terrifying than death. Then what had he done? Oh, right. We secure. We protect. We are humanity's final shield. He had self-terminated. His last memory was pulling down the fuel canister. C-36 froze. He should have definitely died. Why was he still alive? Turning his head, he looked at the Phoenix Project's incubation pod. After carefully searching his memory, C-36 recalled, one day, the Foundation had instructed all personnel ranked C and above to come to this containment room for sampling and had them wear a strange helmet. "President, is this a resurrection device?" C-36 quickly pieced it together. Haruto nodded. Rather than being overjoyed at being resurrected, C-36 awkwardly scratched his head. "Hey, look at this mess. I thought I was done for good, but turns out there's a revival step in the process. President, I've caused trouble for the Foundation, getting myself killed and wasting Foundation resources." Looking at the sincere young man before him, Haruto realized he didn't even know his real name, only his code name, and that he was a combat operative. People like him existed in the Foundation in numbers too vast to count. Patting C-36 on the shoulder, Haruto shook his head and said, "I reviewed the containment records. You did well. You executed the containment mission excellently." C-36 froze for a moment, then let out a silly grin. This was direct praise from the president himself. He could brag about this for a lifetime. "Regarding your resurrection, you'll need to undergo memory erasure. That's Foundation protocol. Any objections?" Haruto interrupted C-36's excitement. C-36 nodded. "Being alive is already a blessing. Why would I complain?" Haruto paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "C-36, do you think you can take on even more dangerous containment missions?" C-36 responded without hesitation, "I follow the Foundation's orders, everything for humanity." Haruto nodded. "The Foundation is forming a new large-scale mobile task force, Ashen Wings. From now on, you'll undergo MTF training and then officially join Ashen Wings for missions." Hearing this, C-36 was ecstatic and nodded eagerly. Afterward, Haruto used an A-class memory wipe on C-36. Despite C-36's exceptional performance, the Phoenix Project could not be exposed. If the fact that the Foundation could resurrect people became widely known, it would inevitably cause chaos. Even if Foundation members didn't intentionally abuse it, simply knowing about it might make them lose their fear of death. This was the so-called curse of knowledge. Later, Haruto systematically used the Phoenix Project to revive all Foundation personnel who had perished in the Tommy outbreak. Every single one underwent an A-class memory wipe. Then, Haruto handpicked those who had self-terminated and transferred them from their original units. These individuals would become the foundation of the new Ashen Wings Mobile Task Force. The Tommy incident made Haruto realize that the Foundation's combat capabilities were still insufficient. If he and Wings of Freedom were ever unavailable, the Foundation would struggle to handle containment breaches of level 4 or higher anomalies. While such situations were rare, expanding MTF forces was necessary. And not just in one location, but worldwide. Thus, the Ashen Wings Mobile Task Force was established. Composed of selected Foundation operatives and field agents, it boasted a massive roster with a division stationed at every site. Their emblem was a flaming nine-tailed fox, symbolizing resilience and rebirth, honoring those who had sacrificed themselves for the mission. The operatives of Nine-Tailed Fox were trained in the use of powered exoskeletons, with a dedicated research project launched to develop their specialized gear. Given the Foundation's advanced biotech expertise and the precedent of the Crimson Series exoskeletons, the Nine-Tailed Fox exoskeleton project was expected to be completed in record time. Once all of the tasks for Nine-Tailed Fox formation were settled, Haruto headed to the heavy containment zone. A new completely black, opaque containment chamber had been added. Access was restricted to Level 4 personnel and above who had cognitive immunity or had taken W-class memory aids. Even then, full protective suits were required to enter. The room had 3 heavy blast doors made of high-tensile fiber, specialized carbon fiber, and super alloy. Each door could only be opened one at a time. The outer walls were reinforced with alloy and carbon fiber, capable of withstanding a C4 explosion without deformation. This was the new standard for the heavy containment zone. Haruto swiped his security card through the scanner. After identity verification, he unlocked the blast doors one by one and finally entered the room. Inside, it resembled a normal living space: a bed, chairs, table, ceiling lights, wall lamps, and a private bathroom. Lily Tommy sat on a soft chair, reading a manga. As soon as Haruto entered, she tossed the manga aside and leaped at him, trying to snuggle up to him. But before she could, Haruto grabbed her by the back of her collar, lifting her into the air. She could only flail her pale little arms helplessly. Looking at Lily Tommy, Haruto felt confused. At first, he thought this Tommy was in an unfinished growth stage, hence the Lily form. But now, it seemed otherwise. This Lily Tommy was somehow special. But regardless of how special she was, Tommy was still an extremely dangerous anomaly. Because when he had successfully contained her, the system had displayed, successfully contained anomaly, Tommy, threat level, level 4, destruction, containment status, perfect, reward, 1 level 4 lottery draw. This perfectly alluring young girl was a level 4 containment threat of being capable of wiping out entire regions if she ever breached containment. I am different from those cheap sluts. I only want to love you, nothing else. The Lily Tommy was held up by Haruto as she shouted. Haruto raised an eyebrow but didn't take it seriously. Women are deceptive creatures, the more beautiful they are, the better they are at lying. And in front of him was Tommy. Grabbing Tommy, Haruto reached out and plucked a strand of her hair. Strangely enough, Tommy was actually a fragile girl, with a physical strength almost identical to that of a normal human girl. However, she only appeared weak when someone else acted upon her. If there were no external interference, Tommy was like an indestructible entity. If she lived on her own, even after years, she wouldn't lose a single strand of hair. Ahem, but that's getting off track. After pulling out a strand of Tommy's hair, Haruto closed his palm. The strand of hair was absorbed into his palm, devoured by the blacklight virus. The next moment, chaotic fragments of memory surfaced, and along with them, Tommy's traits were acquired by Haruto. Chapter 148, Mental Interference Blocking Alloy and Membership Review. Tommy's memories were chaotic and disordered. Many had already faded and were impossible to discern. Not to mention, their quantity was unimaginably vast. It seemed Tommy had existed for countless ages and had only recently emerged in this world. Haruto quickly discarded most of these fragmented memories. There was almost no useful information among them, and the sheer volume was overwhelming, like data garbage used in cyber attacks. However, after absorbing Tommy, the blacklight virus inside Haruto became unusually active. Tommy's genetic material provided an extremely high level of evolution for the virus. Far greater than that of grotesque insects at the same 4th-tier classification. But after the virus finished analyzing Tommy, Haruto actively rejected a certain aspect of her traits. That was the ability to split into multiple bodies. It wasn't that Haruto had any particular aversion to cloning himself. Rather, the entity known as Haruto must remain unique, it could not be replicated or divided. This was tied to a fundamental mechanism, the singularity of Supreme Divinity. From the moment Haruto acquired Supreme Divinity, he became the only one of his kind across infinite worlds. He represented shattered intellect and time, a powerful reality warper. For example, across countless parallel universes, there could be an infinite number of identical immortal lizard, SCP-682. They all shared the same traits: immortality, extreme adaptability, though their behaviors might differ. But at their core, they were identical, with variations only due to different experiences. However, across infinite parallel universes and worlds, there was only one Haruto. There might be other individuals named Haruto, bearing similar characteristics. But at their essence, they were completely different. Because Supreme Divinity is singular. If Haruto were to inherit Tommy's splitting ability, then the clones he produced would merely inherit his memories and some of his abilities. At that point, he would have to go through the trouble of containing these clones himself. After all, the blacklight virus was inheritable. And if these clones lacked the protection of supreme intellect and divinity, their perception could be easily altered. Should high-evolution blacklight virus clones trigger an outbreak in this world, just imagining the scene was terrifying enough. Thus, what Haruto took from Tommy was cellular-level regeneration and mimetic cognitive pollution. With the optimization of the blacklight virus, Haruto could now activate or deactivate the mimetic effect at will. After devouring Tommy, Haruto casually tossed the Lily Tommy onto the bed. Then, ignoring her coquettish poses and dramatic tantrums, he walked out of the containment room. Japan's high-ranking officials underwent a massive reshuffle. Many powerful figures in the government were, in fact, members of the 4 great financial clans. With 3 of the 4 clan leaders suddenly dead, and numerous high-ranking executives among their affiliated corporations also perishing, Japan's upper echelons plunged into chaos. Many sought to exploit the situation, hoping to rise in the turmoil. To those aware of the inside story, this was an unprecedented opportunity. However, this chaos was quelled far faster than anyone could have imagined. The Momobami clan entered the fray. As the only one of the 4 great financial clans still functioning normally, they crushed all opposition and took control of the situation. With external assistance from the Momobami clan, the Shinomiya family also appointed a new leader. No one expected that the seemingly insignificant Shinomiya Kaguya would ultimately take charge. The internal power struggle within the Shinomiya family never even materialized, everything proceeded as if in a dream. Only members of the Shinomiya family knew that Kaguya's rise to power involved a bloodbath within the financial conglomerate. Many key personnel were either reassigned or forced to resign, replaced by an entirely new team. Normally, such drastic changes would be disastrous for the conglomerate. Each of these positions required irreplaceable top-tier talent. Recklessly replacing them should have caused the entire corporate structure to collapse within a day. Yet, to everyone's shock, Kaguya's replacements executed their tasks flawlessly, even outperforming their predecessors. This left everyone in the Shinomiya conglomerate feeling deeply uneasy. When had the so-called caged bird Kaguya gained control over so many elites across various industries? Under pressure from the Momobami clan, the Shinomiya executives abandoned any thoughts of rebellion and devoted themselves to Kaguya's orders. Kaguya's 3 older brothers, though ambitious, were also intelligent. Seeing how firmly she had secured power, they understood they had no chance. Thus, they continued managing their respective businesses quietly, more obedient than ever. Though whether they felt bitterness and doubt in their hearts, only they knew. With the Shinomiya conglomerate swiftly stabilizing, the Momobami and Shinomiya families began carving up the remnants of the chaos. It was practically a feast. The Suzuki and Sensman families' influence was drastically reduced. By the time Japan's high society returned to stability, the 4 great financial clans were no more. Now, Japan had only 2 dominant families, the Momobami and Shinomiya. On the surface, they appeared to be rival factions competing for supremacy. But in reality, both were under the control of the Foundation. Their economic battles were just for show, profits and losses were merely an illusion for outsiders. Their true role was maintaining societal stability and mediating economic disputes. In truth, they were just shifting money from one pocket to another. Meanwhile, within the Foundation, everything proceeded in harmony. 2 noteworthy events: the discovery of the telekill alloy, SCP-148, in a western grassland near the city of Rome. The membership review of Yukinoshita Haruno. On the day after Tommy's outbreak, Haruno arrived at a deserted warehouse. For the first time, the always composed Haruno felt nervous about an interview. Around Haruno, there were many people dressed in suits or white lab coats. These individuals were applicants seeking to join the Foundation. Everyone sat in front of small tables, resembling students waiting for class to begin. As Haruno scanned the room, she quickly recognized many familiar faces. Some were high-ranking executives of major corporations whom she had met at various events, while others were prominent figures she had seen on television or in newspapers. She even spotted her own mentor. That person was an academician from Waseda University. Please put on the designated eye masks and headphones. After a brief transfer, you will be taken to the assessment site. A staff member announced loudly. Shortly after, everyone saw the surface of their tables split open, revealing a pair of special goggles and headphones. It's just an interview, why make it so mysterious? A physicist, renowned in a specific subfield of physics, voiced his dissatisfaction. In response to his skepticism, the staff member simply stated coldly, "If you are dissatisfied, you may withdraw from the assessment at any time." In other words, if you don't like it, leave. This attitude deeply irritated many of the accomplished individuals present, who considered themselves geniuses and successful elites. However, Haruno alone thought that the Foundation's personnel were being rather polite. Joking aside, an organization dealing with the supernatural, possessing power far beyond humanity, was actually willing to sit down and have a civilized discussion with them. That was already incredibly generous. After being rebuked, the physicist immediately stood up and walked toward the exit. Having been praised for his talent since childhood, he could not tolerate such rude treatment. With someone taking the lead, others soon followed suit and left one after another. Waiting for them outside the abandoned warehouse, however, were Foundation personnel armed with crowbars, ready to administer Class D amnestics. In the end, the majority of the applicants chose to stay. Most had already heard rumors about the Foundation, and given the rarity of this opportunity, they were not willing to give up so easily. Haruno picked up the goggles and headphones and put them on. Instantly, her sight and hearing were completely cut off. These goggles and headphones are incredibly effective. As she was thinking that, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. With just a single whiff, Haruno immediately felt her mind grow heavy. The next moment, she sank into a deep sleep. Chapter 149, Haruno's Breakdown, the absurd entry test. Haruno awoke from her drowsiness. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. The goggles and headphones had been removed. Looking around, she saw that the walls were made of some kind of black, opaque glass, giving off a strange sense of oppression. Perhaps, beyond the glass, many people were watching her. Adjusting her sitting posture, she cleared her throat to ensure her voice was normal. Speaking of which, after being drugged and waking up, her head didn't hurt at all. It felt more like she had simply had a good sleep. That surprised Haruno. After all, most anesthetic substances typically had some effect on the brain's nervous system. Even after regaining consciousness, one would usually experience severe headaches, similar to a hangover. Time passed second by second. Just as Haruno had suspected, beyond the dark glass, someone was indeed observing her. Right now, they were assessing and analyzing how she reacted to a sudden and unexpected situation. Rationality and composure, impulsiveness and anger, panic and fear, one's reactions directly reflected their personality. If someone fell into a state of panic or impulsiveness when faced with unexpected circumstances, the Foundation could not accept them. After all, the Foundation's duty was to contain anomalies and handle sudden crises. Moments later, an agent behind the black glass checked something off on their tablet before stepping forward and approaching the glass-walled room. A soft sound was heard as a door opened in the glass wall. A man and a woman entered the room. Miss Yukino to Haruno, hello. We are personnel from the SCP Foundation's Human Resources Department. We have already reviewed your background, experience, and application form. Everything checks out. Since you already have knowledge of anomalies and the Foundation, we will skip certain test questions. Here is a Foundation personnel assessment questionnaire. Please answer it carefully. Your responses will affect whether you pass this evaluation. A questionnaire was then handed to Haruno. Receiving it, she felt a sense of relief. Had she not known about anomalies and the Foundation beforehand, then these test questions would have been a nearly insurmountable challenge. However, as she glanced at the questionnaire, her body froze. What were these questions? Do you have a personal faith? If not, please elaborate on your personal dreams and values. If you do have a faith, please describe it in detail, including its entity, concept, and the reason for your belief. Do you believe in the existence of gods? Please define what you consider to be a god. A fire has broken out at the Tokyo Art Museum. You can only save either a cat or $1 million painting. Which do you choose? A train has lost control. On its current path, 5 people will be hit. On an alternate track, only 1 person will be hit. You have control over the switch. What do you do? If the 5 people on the original track are all over 80 years old and suffering from cancer, while the 1 person on the alternate track is a newborn, would you change your previous answer? If you encounter an omniscient and omnipotent god and can ask 3 questions, what would they be? Subjecta is a woman under a curse. If she gives birth or dies, the world will be destroyed. She is in a perpetual state of pregnancy. She must undergo the 110 Montauk procedure and abortion without any anesthetics. Would you carry out the procedure? And these were just a small portion of the questions. As she read them, Haruno's hand trembled slightly as she held the pen. Were these questions deliberately testing human morality? If I want to align with the Foundation's ideals, I should. She instinctively began to think that way. She had always used appropriate lies to achieve her goals. In social interactions, speaking differently depending on the person was the key to success. This was the fundamental difference between herself and Yukino. However, she quickly abandoned that train of thought. Taking a deep breath, Haruno began answering the questionnaire honestly, according to her own beliefs. She had a strong premonition that if she wrote insincere answers just to pass, there would be terrifying consequences. The sound of her pen scratching against the paper continued for a long time. When she finally capped her pen, she let out a long sigh. Answering this questionnaire had been pure torment. Yet, when she handed it in, the Foundation staff didn't even glance at it before tossing it into a shredder. As she watched the paper she had agonized over being shredded into tiny pieces, Haruno felt her sanity wail in despair. "A reaction test?" she asked. The staff member nodded with a smile. "Miss Yukino Shita Haruno, you are quite perceptive." Yes, it was a reaction test. The questions were never meant to be answered. What the Foundation truly cared about was the test taker's psychological state while answering them. Her fists clenched. She struggled to calm herself. "Congratulations, Miss Yukino Shita Haruno. You have passed the preliminary assessment. Now, please follow me to the next stage, the cognitive level test." After saying this, the staff member opened the door and led Haruno outside. As she walked down the hallway, Haruno saw people being carried out from rooms on both sides. They were clearly in a state that suggested they had undergone memory erasure procedures. Obviously, these people had failed the preliminary test. Yet, Haruno was not surprised at all. She had passed this test, but even she didn't understand why she had passed. The Foundation's evaluation criteria were impossible to grasp. Following the staff member, Haruno arrived at another sealed-off room. The staff member stood at the doorway, motioning for Haruno to enter, while keeping a clear distance from whatever was inside the room, as if avoiding it at all costs. Haruno, though puzzled, still stepped into the room. Inside, there was nothing but a transparent wall made of alloy and glass, dividing the space into two sections. Standing on one side of the transparent wall, Haruno curiously observed her surroundings. There was a broadcasting speaker, but no cameras, which felt rather odd. Just then, the speaker came to life. "Miss Yukino Shita Haruno, please observe the object on the other side of the wall and describe your feelings." As the broadcast ended, a pillar rose on the other side of the transparent wall. The pillar was hollow, with several small holes at the top and bottom, and a transparent glass section in the center. Haruno looked at the object inside the glass, then began describing it. "I see a hollow pillar, with something inside the transparent glass section in the center. I think it's a strand of hair. I don't feel uncomfortable, but I am very confused. A strand of hair. It seems to be wriggling. Wait a minute, is that Tommy's hair? You guys are using that monster's tissue for testing?" After recognizing the true nature of that strand of hair, Haruno started cursing furiously. She really couldn't hold it in anymore. Who in their right mind would use Tommy as a test subject? After cursing for over an hour, Haruno felt her throat go dry. "I actually think that strand of hair looks quite nice now." At that moment, the previously silent broadcast finally spoke. "Then, do you now have the urge to attach this beautiful strand of hair to your own head?" Haruno thought for a moment, then immediately replied, "No, I don't." Haruno's cognitive level was classified as level 3, placing her in the top 7% of all humanity. Additionally, she was aware of Tommy's properties, so she displayed excellent resistance to cognitive contamination. Cognitive assessment complete. Flames immediately sprayed out from the other side of the transparent wall, incinerating the strand of Tommy's hair. An exasperated Haruno was released from the room, awaiting memory erasure procedures. This membership screening was pure torture. After undergoing several more evaluation tests, Haruno finally succeeded in joining the SCP Foundation. Upon hearing the result, Haruno felt no joy whatsoever. "Miss Yukino Shita Haruno, you have been appointed as a C-Class Administrative Staff Member, clerical position." After making the announcement, the staff member immediately fled the scene. Screening personnel was truly a thankless job. After this, he was definitely requesting a transfer. Santa Claus, a magical sleigh and magical reindeer, talking nut cookies, and elves? Haruno looked at the anomalous encounter report and felt utterly speechless. What the hell was this? A fairy tale scene. 3 days ago, on the outskirts of Osaka, an orphanage was observed experiencing an anomalous event. An aurora appeared in the sky, but only over the orphanage, nowhere else. When Foundation personnel arrived at the site, they captured a scene straight out of a fairy tale. An old man in red pajamas, with a long white beard, rode a red sleigh across the aurora-filled sky. The sleigh was pulled by 9 reindeer-like creatures radiating multicolored light, leaving behind snowflakes and auroras with each step. The sleigh stopped above the orphanage. Then, several nut cookies and a group of strange, tiny humanoid creatures, each only a few dozen centimeters tall, jumped down from the sleigh. These beings danced strangely on the orphanage roof, laughing and chatting among themselves. Meanwhile, the old man in red pajamas carried a massive burlap sack and stepped off the sleigh. "Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas!" After saying this, he squeezed into the orphanage's chimney. Despite the chimney being only half as wide as his waist, he still managed to fit inside. Then, he re-emerged, climbed back onto his sleigh, and prepared to leave. Foundation personnel immediately attempted an interception, deploying a carbon fiber net to trap what appeared to be Santa Claus. However, the sleigh and reindeer simply passed through the net. The old man laughed heartily ho 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 as he drove his sleigh off into the distance. Haruto? Chapter 150, Playing with Kindness? I shall uphold the way of the Dell without hesitation. After the failure to capture Santa Claus, the Foundation dispatched D-Class personnel to infiltrate the orphanage for investigation. The following morning, when the orphanage doors opened, the D-Class personnel mingled among the staff and children. Through subtle questioning, the D-Class personnel learned that all the children had received Christmas presents the previous night. That is, the toys, food, and other items the children had wished for had appeared in their Christmas stockings by their beds. When asked, the orphanage staff claimed they had no idea where the Christmas presents had come from. They assumed it was the gift of a kind-hearted benefactor. However, a little girl at the orphanage interjected, confidently stating that they were Santa Claus's gifts. Following Foundation directives, the D-Class personnel inquired further about Santa Claus. According to the little girl, Santa Claus wore a red hat, had a large white beard, dressed in a red winter coat, and wore black boots while carrying a huge sack of presents. He had magical reindeer, magical elves, and magical cookies. When asked if it was possible to capture Santa Claus, the little girl shook her head and said no, because Santa Claus had magic. Following this, the Foundation took over the orphanage. Upon investigation, the Foundation uncovered the truth behind this anomalous event. First, every person in the orphanage, including the 30 staff members and children, was extraordinarily kind. The staff members worked without concern for wages, spent all their time playing with the children, and viewed this as their life's purpose. If only one person in 10,000 displayed such extreme kindness, it would be unremarkable. But for every single person in the orphanage to be this way was undeniably an anomaly. Further investigation of the D-Class personnel who had participated in the operation revealed that they, too, had become kind. One of them had been a deranged serial killer, responsible for 7 gruesome murder cases, including dismemberment and corpse mutilation. Yet, after this mission, he became genuinely compassionate, loved animals, protected children, helped elderly women cross the street, and was full of love for the world. Initial conclusions suggested that an anomalous force in the orphanage was altering the minds of those nearby, making them kind. However, further investigation revealed that, on the night of Santa Claus's appearance, the orphanage had played a Christmas cartoon. After watching the cartoon, the little girl had become completely convinced of Santa Claus's existence. And that night, Santa Claus had appeared and climbed down the chimney. Tracing back further, the orphanage had instilled certain values in the little girl: humans are kind. Everyone helps one another. People should be united, respect the elderly, love children, and care for animals. The teachers, staff, loved the orphanage's children unconditionally, but the children had to be obedient. The little girl also had a picture book about a wise, talking cat. And indeed, there was a black cat in the orphanage identical to the one in the book, except this one could actually talk. And even solve advanced mathematics. Based on encounter records, the Foundation concluded that the little girl herself was the anomaly. Her anomalous ability, reality manipulation through belief. Whenever she firmly believed something to be true, reality would warp to make it so, no matter how absurd it seemed. Including the existence of Santa Claus. The Foundation attempted to contain the little girl. However, every staff member sent to capture her became kind upon approaching her. And because they had become kind, they simply couldn't bring themselves to capture such a sweet little girl. Ultimately, the little girl was designated SCP-239, codename the Witch Child. Containment efforts were temporarily put on hold, and the case was escalated to the O5 Council. Reading the report, Haruto clicked his tongue. Reality manipulation. This girl was obviously a high-tier reality bender. Such individuals, designated Type Green, possessed high human index values and could distort reality by sheer will alone. Reality benders were notoriously difficult to handle. Clearly, Haruto needed to personally intervene in SCP-239's containment. Because if she ever witnessed the ugliness of the world, or watched the wrong kind of fiction, she might just destroy reality itself. A chilling thought. Thus, Haruto devised a plan. One that would allow him to properly utilize the little witch's abilities. If she had believed that human nature was ugly, the world would have been doomed to destruction. TSK, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Afterward, Haruto deployed a batch of psychic blocking alloys and a computer plug-in. Upon arriving at the orphanage, Haruto easily met the little witch. She appeared to be an 8-year-old girl, standing 1 meter tall and weighing 20 kilograms. She had shoulder-length blonde hair, and her eyes flickered with a gray-green hue. Those flickering eyes were probably the result of watching some anime. They actually looked pretty nice. After a brief conversation, Haruto realized that the little witch was a kind and innocent individual. When someone has a naturally kind heart, they are bound to attract others in. As he dropped the computer plug-in into the little witch's cup, Haruto was also devising a plan to test her nature. The little witch possessed an extremely powerful reality warping ability. If left unchecked, she might one day be exposed to something ugly or watch some fantasy work and end up destroying the world. The safest method, naturally, was for Haruto to execute the little witch. Powerful reality warpers had no human rights in the Foundation because the Foundation was responsible for all of humanity. However, on one hand, looking at those flickering, adorable eyes, Haruto found himself hesitant. On the other hand, simply executing the little witch felt like a waste of valuable resources. After the little witch drank the computer plug-in and fell into a deep sleep, Haruto came up with a plan. He had to put the little witch's abilities to good use. After equipping her with psychic blocking alloys, Haruto took her back to the Foundation's containment site. The little witch was temporarily placed in a nutrient pod within the high-security containment layer, with her containment room constructed entirely from psychic blocking alloys. Experiments showed that psychic blocking alloys could mitigate her reality warping abilities to a certain extent. Meanwhile, the nutrient pod had to regularly supply the little shrine maiden with nutrients and special anesthetics. Until the Foundation had fully prepared, the little shrine maiden had to remain in a state of slumber. Afterward, Haruto approached Nao to take charge of this project. Looking at the young girl inside the containment pod, Nao was somewhat surprised. This is the little witch, SCP-239? A reality bender capable of destroying the world at any moment? Judging from her appearance, she didn't look like someone who could annihilate the world at will. Haruto nodded. As long as this child believes something, it will become reality in this world. Destroying the world is a trivial matter for her. Hearing this, Nao couldn't help but click her tongue. So, the mission this time is to utilize the little witch's abilities, but how exactly do we proceed? Nao asked about the plan. Haruto snapped his fingers. It's simple. We trick her. I call this plan the God's Eye Project. Haruto roughly explained the plan to Nao. After listening, Nao Tamari was stunned. This. Are you sure this won't backfire? She asked worriedly. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely not. When we execute the plan, I'll conduct an A-rank memory modification on all personnel involved. At that point, even the operatives will believe what they're saying is the truth, so when they deceive the little witch, there's no way it will fail. After all, is all about tricking others and oneself alike. Seeing Haruto's confident attitude, Nao could only nod and begin preparations. The experiment site for this plan was set up on an island off the coast of Japan. It was adjacent to the island where the Star Sea Academy was located but maintained some distance. The Foundation urgently carried out large-scale modifications on the island. Chapter 151, The God's Eye Project, End Goal. You're awake, traveler. At the sound of the call, the little witch opened her eyes. A strange environment unfolded before her, making her feel a bit lost. What she saw was a golden beach, with waves rolling onto the shore in rhythmic tides. In the distance, the sea and sky met in a seamless blue, dotted with a few white clouds. The little witch widened her eyes, taking in the sight of the waves, the beach, and the occasional seagull flying by. Having lived in an orphanage all her life, this scene was unfamiliar and fascinating to her, beautiful and vast. Is this the ocean? I've read about it in books. She spoke excitedly, wanting to share her joy with someone. But when she turned around, she found an adorable floating creature before her. A small, white-haired girl with short legs, wearing a golden crown on her head and a deep blue cape on her back, a miniature version of a girl. White hair, a diaper, remember my name Paimon. Seeing the floating creature surrounded by tiny, star-like diamond-shaped lights, the little witch was shocked. It seemed like this was the one who had called out to her. Are you a fairy? The little witch asked curiously. I'm Paimon. As for fairies, Paimon doesn't know about that. Paimon replied. The little witch became even more curious and confused. Then. Paimon, where is this place? Why am I here? Hearing this, Paimon proudly patted her chest. Paimon fished you out of the water. This is the continent of that. As for how you got here and why you were in the water, Paimon doesn't know. Hearing that, the little witch immediately hugged Paimon. Thank you, Paimon. In her understanding, everyone was kind and honest, so she had no reason to doubt Paimon's words. Since Paimon said she saved her, then she must have saved her. And the only way the little witch knew to express gratitude was through hugs and words of thanks. Being hugged tightly, Paimon scratched her head in embarrassment. Paimon, you called me traveler at first. What does that mean? After letting go, the little witch continued asking curiously. Paimon floated and wagged her finger. In that, Many beings cross the barriers between worlds. They come in different shapes and wear strange clothes, making them look different from the people of Tvet. But someone like you, cute and able to communicate, is called a traveler. It means a wanderer from another world. Hearing that, the little witch's mouth fell open in shock. Did she actually cross worlds? What is a world? And what does crossing it mean? The little witch began asking about worlds and dimensional travel. Meanwhile, this entire scene was being broadcast live through hidden drones in the sky and concealed cameras on the beach. Inside a monitoring room, numerous Foundation personnel were closely observing the footage and analyzing a massive amount of data. Haruto and Naao sat side by side in the back. Are you sure about this script? What if she actually breaks the world barrier? Naao asked with concern. Haruto shook his head. There's nothing to worry about. Naao was stunned. You mean the little witch, SCP-239, isn't powerful enough to affect the world barrier? From what she knew, the little witch was an extremely strong reality bender. But exactly how strong, she lacked the data to say. To her surprise, Haruto had a completely indifferent attitude. No, the little witch's reality warping abilities are incredibly powerful, with no known upper limit in this world. She can definitely affect the world barrier. The reason I said not to worry is because this world's barrier has already been shattered into pieces. It's beyond repair. Nao's mouth twitched. But thinking about it, she had to agree. Every now and then, an anomaly from another world popped up in this world. There were even two people who possessed coordinate power. With all that happening, it would be strange if the world barrier was still intact. Then, something occurred to her. She turned to Haruto, asking in surprise, so, the true purpose of the God's Eye project is actually about the world barrier? The Foundation wants to use the little witch's, SCP-239, power to try and repair it. Haruto raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before reaching out to ruffle her white hair approvingly. Yes. That is the ultimate goal of the God's Eye project. Within the Foundation, information about the project was only accessible to personnel with level 3 security clearance or higher. On the surface, the project aimed to use the little witch's, SCP-239, abilities to create special magical organs called God's Eyes. These organs would enhance the Foundation's supernatural capabilities and help form a new kind of mobile task force. However, there was another version of the project, known only to the O5 Council and a select few with level 4 clearance. This version revealed the Foundation's real objective. They planned to educate the little witch, SCP-239, about the world barrier's damage and gradually guide her on a journey. At the journey's end, the final goal was to repair the world barrier and save the world. They intended to use the little witch's, SCP-239, reality-bending powers to truly fix the world barrier. The God's Eyes were merely a byproduct. Director. The internal data of the entity Paimon has changed. A staff member reported at that moment. Haruto stood up and walked over to the data monitoring screen. Of course, the Paimon here wasn't the real Paimon. Where would Haruto even find a supposed Heavenly Principles time demon god? The Paimon the little witch encountered was actually a semi-mechanical biological entity developed by the Foundation. Its intelligence came from the Foundation's latest eye, with several personnel monitoring it in real time and manually correcting any abnormal behavior. Its ability to fly wasn't magic, it was simply using flight engines. The sparkling dust around it was just aesthetic fuel residue. Paimon was designed to be a cute, kind, and caring intelligent being to guide the little witch on her that journey. At the same time, it served as a monitoring tool to collect data on the little witch's abilities. Inside Paimon, there was a certain amount of psychic-resistant alloy to prevent it from being completely altered by the little witch's powers, ensuring it could complete its mission. Now, Paimon's internal data had changed. Most noticeably, its flight engine. The arc reactor and anti-gravity engines had been massively altered. They had transformed into a mystical-looking organ while still providing energy and flight functions. Additionally, Paimon's eye program was evolving rapidly, developing emotional simulation code and beginning to run it. The Foundation recorded all this data as valuable research material. At the same time, the introductory sequence was nearing its key moment. How are the Mondstadt personnel? Are there any issues? We're about to proceed with the project's next phase. Haruto asked another Foundation staff member. Everything is in place, no issues detected. The agents stationed in Mondstadt have undergone level of memory modifications and now fully believe they are native inhabitants. The staff member replied. Haruto nodded, then turned to Naao Tamori. Naao, get ready for the first act. Naao nodded and left to make preparations. Meanwhile, in the experimental zone Traveler, I don't know how to return you to your world, but there are gods in Tvet. The 7 nations each have their own guardian deity. These gods possess knowledge and power beyond the reach of ordinary people. Perhaps they might know something about your situation. Paimon pointed towards the distant forest beyond the beach. If you go through there, you'll reach the First Nation, the land of the wind god, Mondstadt. Upon hearing this, the little witch nodded and followed Paimon towards the small forest. The forest wasn't very dense. Even though she was young, the undergrowth didn't hinder her steps. On the way, she spotted a golden treasure chest behind a pile of stones and immediately ran over. Wow, a treasure chest. Many treasures are scattered across the continent of Tibet, waiting for a fated person to open them. It looks like Traveler, you're one of those fated ones. Paimon exclaimed excitedly, stomping her feet in midair. The little witch happily approached and opened the treasure chest. Inside, she found some more coins and a silver-white, bladeless sword. She lifted the sword and swung it twice in the air, much like a child excitedly playing with a new toy. As for primogems. What primogems? Holding the bladeless sword, the little witch continued walking forward. Just as she was about to leave the forest, a deep blue, round creature suddenly jumped out from among the trees. The little witch held her bladeless sword and curiously examined the creature before her. Whoa! That's a slime, a strange creature that appeared in Tibet after crossing the world barrier. Sometimes, they charge at people, so be careful, traveler. Upon hearing this, the little witch immediately became cautious and began swinging her bladeless sword wildly. Seeing this scene, the Foundation members watching the screen all breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the guidance was effective. If they hadn't given her a bladeless sword and she had no means of fighting the slime, she might have instinctively sought to protect herself, which could trigger her abilities. Now, as long as the bladeless sword lasted, she would most likely refrain from using her powers. This was the result of guiding her habitual thinking. Under the Foundation's careful arrangement, this completely harmless slime fell to the little witch's sword, dissolving into a small puddle of gel and fading light. Just as the little witch was feeling a sense of excitement, Paimon suddenly shouted, "Watch out! More slimes are coming!" Sure enough, a large number of slimes appeared ahead. The little witch immediately panicked. But at that moment, a fiery rain of arrows, wrapped in flames, rained down upon the slimes. As the arrows struck, the slimes dissolved into fading light. A girl dressed in a cute red outfit, with a red bunny ear ribbon on her head, goggles around her neck, and long red and white boots, made her grand entrance. In her hands, she held a bow, but notably, there was no quiver on her back. Most eye-catching of all was the diamond-shaped ornament on her waist, glowing with a fiery red light, as if a flame were burning within it. A vision. Chapter 152, Vision, Wind Glider, and the Art of Self-Deception. Everything is provided. A rain of flaming arrows descended from the sky, annihilating the group of slimes that had surrounded them. Niao, dressed in a red Western-style ranger outfit, made her entrance. As soon as the girl landed, the flaming arrows vanished without a trace. In reality, neither the slimes nor the fiery rain of arrows were real. They were all holographic projections. The slimes that the little witch had fought were merely projections attached to easily decomposable biological frameworks. Yet at this moment, everyone present believed that those slimes were real monsters, and that the fiery rain of arrows was an incredible display of magic. Even Niao herself. The highest form of self-deception was one where even the deceiver believed their own lies, fully immersing themselves in the illusion. If I believe what I say is the truth, how could I fail to deceive you? May the wind god bless you, stranger. I am Tamari Niao, a reconnaissance knight of the Knights of Favonius. Niao straightened up and performed a peculiar gesture of salute toward the two of them. If deception was to be played, it had to be done flawlessly, without a single flaw. The Foundation had compiled an entire history, culture, etiquette, and set of traditions for Mondstadt. If there was any flaw, it would be that the name itself wasn't particularly Western in style. However, since the little witch had grown up in an orphanage with limited exposure to knowledge, she was unlikely to recognize such a minor inconsistency. Moreover, when interacting with the little witch, it was best to use real names, even in deception, to avoid being affected by her powers and having one's identity distorted into someone else. Although all Foundation personnel wore psychic blocking alloy accessories, it was better to be cautious. After all, they were dealing with a reality warper. The little witch wasn't startled by Niao's sudden appearance. Instead, she was excited by the fiery rain of arrows. "Thank you for saving me." The little witch expressed her gratitude. Niao waved her hand dismissively. "It was nothing, really. But you don't seem like citizens of Mondstadt. Please state your names." "Huh? We're not suspicious people." Paimon frantically waved her hands. The little witch mimicked Niao's previous gesture and saluted. "Everyone calls me the little witch." "What a strange title," Niao mused thoughtfully. "And besides, suspicious people always say they're not suspicious." Paimon stomped her feet angrily in midair. Niao chuckled. "Well, in any case, you're travelers, right? Mondstadt is just ahead. As a reconnaissance knight, I'll escort you there." With that, the three of them began walking toward Mondstadt. On the way, the little witch couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Nao, "Reconnaissance Night Big Sister, was that fiery rain earlier magic?" Nao shook her head. "That was elemental power." At that moment, Paimon raised her hand. I know. It's the magnificent power derived from manipulating the 7 elements. People can harness the power of elements through the medium of a vision." Hearing this, the little witch pointed to the red, diamond-shaped accessory on Nao's waist. "Is it this?" Nao nodded. "Yes, this is my vision. Its element is fire, which is why I could unleash the fiery rain of arrows earlier." The little witch became visibly excited. Children were always fascinated by mysterious powers. "Then, can I get a vision?" the little witch asked eagerly. Nao hesitated for a moment before explaining. When faced with uncontrollable circumstances, people often lament their own powerlessness. But at the steepest crossroads of life, if a mortal's desire reaches its peak, the gaze of the gods will descend. This is a vision, an external magical organ granted to those recognized by the gods, allowing them to harness elemental power. If you have a strong enough desire, perhaps you'll attract the attention of the gods and receive a vision. The little witch frowned in thought. What was her desire? Meanwhile, Paimon playfully interrupted. "Desires aren't something you can figure out instantly. There's a statue of the wind god just outside Mondstadt, why don't we go take a look?" As the three chatted, none of them noticed that the red vision on Nao's waist seemed to be igniting with real flames. Originally, it had merely been a plastic model with an LED light as a decoration. Standing before the surveillance monitors, Haruto turned to the Foundation staff. "How is it? Have the parameters of the vision changed?" The staff, overwhelmed by the flood of rapidly shifting data, worked tirelessly. After a while, they confirmed, "President, the vision has successfully undergone distortion. The one worn by Director Nao has undergone a fundamental material transformation. It is now composed of a new, unknown material that the Foundation has never encountered. Some kind of active particles seem to be present, and it has completely bonded with Director Nao, making it available for immediate use." Haruto nodded. "Okay, the concept of the vision has been successfully implanted. Assign personnel within Mondstadt to wear visions as well. Make sure they wear them in visible locations. Once the subject enters the city, let her see them then. We'll attempt mass production of visions." Meanwhile, at the test site, the three had arrived at the statue of the wind god. It was an ancient and distinctive stone statue, surrounded by a gentle, comforting breeze. At its base floated a golden ring, seemingly symbolizing the power of the wind god. The statue itself depicted a figure in ancient clothing, cradling a tangible wind orb in their hands. Was it Shiro? However, the facial features were obscured, making it impossible for an ordinary person to recognize. Looking up at the wind god statue, the little witch gasped in awe. "This is the wind god, the deity who blesses Mondstadt and its people." Nao, too, gazed up at the statue, speaking reverently. At that moment, a green light emanated from the statue, wrapped in the wind, and flew toward the little witch. She stood frozen in surprise, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, both Paimon and Nao were completely shocked. "Little witch, you've received the wind god's blessing." "My goodness, this is the first time I've ever seen the wind god statue grant a blessing." Nao marveled. Paimon, equally excited, exclaimed, "Traveler, it looks like the wind god sees you as special. Maybe it's because you're a traveler from another world. Quick, try it. Maybe you can use wind elemental power even without a vision." Encouraged by Paimon and Nao, the little witch hesitantly extended her hand forward. The next moment, a powerful gust of wind erupted in the direction of her palm, making the surrounding trees rustle wildly. "I can really control elemental power." The little witch cheered. In reality, it was just a wind device installed underground by the Foundation. But since she believed it, the Foundation no longer needed to cover up this lie. That was the beauty of the path of forgetting. When she believed something to be true, it became real without the need for further deception. Paimon clapped happily. "It seems like the gods have chosen you. You must be a special existence with a grand mission. It sounded just like, you pulled the village's legendary sword, so you must be the hero destined to defeat the Demon King." But the little witch nodded seriously. She was a kind child who wanted to help others. And now, with elemental power pushing her forward, she was even easier to convince. "Though you've gained elemental power, you mustn't use it recklessly on ordinary people." Nao added a restriction. "Just in case." After that, the three of them followed the path leading from the statue of the wind god to Mondstadt. A city overflowing with Western-style fantasy. Seeing such grand architecture for the first time, the little witch's mouth dropped open in awe. "All right, the escort mission is complete. I'm heading back to report to the Knights of Favonius. Little witch, Paimon, goodbye. Everyone in Mondstadt is friendly, so don't worry." Oh, and if you want to learn how to use wind gliders, come find me to take the wind glider license exam. With that, Nao dashed off and disappeared in an instant. Paimon watched her leave and sighed, what a strange person. The little witch, however, asked curiously, what is a wind glider? Paimon shook her head. Paimon doesn't know either. Oh. Grrr at that moment, both the little witches and Paimon's stomachs rumbled at the same time. Paimon scratched her head in embarrassment. Anyway, let's get something to eat first. Traveler, you found some mora in the treasure chest, right? I heard Mondstadt has a delicious dish called sweet madam. I've wanted to try it for a long time. The little witch nodded and walked into Mondstadt with Paimon. Madam, we'd like 2. No, 3 servings of sweet madam. Paimon ordered enthusiastically at the Good Hunter restaurant. Alright, that'll be 3 mora. The owner greeted them with a warm smile. Since the little witch doesn't have an inventory function, prices have been adjusted accordingly because mora is difficult to carry. The little witch reached into her pocket and pulled out the mora she had found in the treasure chest. She had a total of 10. After handing over 3, the owner brought out 3 steaming hot, fragrant servings of sweet madam. Wow, I won't hold back. Paimon dived into the food immediately. But the little witch looked worried. We only have 10 mora. At this rate, we won't be able to afford food soon. She thought about the future. Though naive and kind, she was also a smart child who made plans ahead of time. Paimon froze mid-bite. That kind of thing is unacceptable. Just as the little witch was feeling anxious, the owner of Good Hunter interjected, if you don't have enough mora, you can take on commissions in Mondstadt. You can accept up to 4 commissions per day. Not only can you earn mora, but you can also obtain a mysterious item called primogems. It's said that consuming primogems can strengthen one's elemental power. Upon hearing this, the little witch's eyes lit up. The restaurant owner had just placed the final piece of the puzzle for the Vision project. And so, the classic adventure template was completed, taking on commissions to level up, traveling across 7 nations to grow stronger, and ultimately saving the world. Chapter 153, A Private Date with Nao. Nao was taken back to the containment site and regained her original memories. For now, the guidance arc of the reconnaissance night had come to an end. Soon, the storm terror incident would take place in Mondstadt, leading to the emergence of the god of wind in an attempt to shape a deity. However, the danger level of the storm terror incident was far beyond that of the slime incident. The Foundation needed to make more preparations to deal with potential threats. As for the little witch, she would temporarily be accompanied by Paimon to run commissions in Mondstadt. After all, what kind of traveler doesn't do daily commissions? The primogems prepared for the little witch were small, lightweight, shiny, 4-sided candies. Once she ate them, an experience bar would be projected onto her retina. Just like with elemental power, as long as the little witch accepted the concept of the experience bar, there would be no need to project it every time to maintain the illusion. After regaining her memories, Nao toyed with the vision hanging at her waist. At this moment, the vision was burning with tangible flames, with a special fire symbol faintly appearing. Holding it in her hand, Nao felt a peculiar sensation. This vision seemed like an extension of herself, like her limbs, an actual part of her body. And with just a thought, she could draw upon the fire element within. With a snap of her fingers, a pure flame appeared in Nao's hand. The fire flickered in her palm, radiating heat, yet it did not harm her in the slightest. Fascinated, Nao played with the flames for a while before finally dispersing them. When she looked up, she found Haruto watching her with a grin. Nao stuck out her tongue. What is it, big brother? You're staring at me like that, do I have something on my face? Haruto shook his head. I just think Nao looks really beautiful. It was the truth. Dressed in an amber cosplay outfit, illuminated by the firelight, Nao had a unique kind of beauty. Haruto suddenly understood how Rentaro must have felt. Ahem. Hearing his words, Nao pouted playfully. Eh? Really? Big brother, you're always lying, now you don't even blink when you do it. Haruto clicked his tongue in response. Come to think of it, he had noticed before Nao didn't seem to have a clear perception of her own appearance. She was clearly a beautiful girl, yet she seemed completely unaware of it. So, Haruto decided to test the waters. Could it be that you don't know you're a beautiful girl? The kind that would be super popular at school? As expected, Nao froze upon hearing this. But moments later, she suddenly beamed with excitement. Really? That's great. I'm actually a beautiful girl. Haruto sighed and facepalmed. Reaching out, he ruffled Nao's white hair, then turned to leave. However, she immediately grabbed the corner of his shirt. Haruto turned back, puzzled, only to see that the once cheerful Nao now looked pitifully upset. Big brother hasn't been home for a long time. Is it because Aine is too old and no longer attractive? Nao spoke with a heartbroken expression. Haruto? What kind of nonsense was that? Haruto immediately panicked. Watching his reaction, Naao suddenly burst into laughter. Hoshino, I said that if I said that, Big Brother would definitely panic. Haruto. He couldn't deny it, he really had panicked. Not because of the teasing words themselves, but because they came from Naao. Naao had always been his innocent little confidant, straightforward to the point of being oblivious. It was hard to imagine her saying something so weird. And yet, his fists clenched. Haruto could already picture Hoshino Ai with her cunning smirk while coaching Naao. Had he been too lenient with that idol girl? By the way, how did you even end up hanging out with Hoshino Ai? Haruto asked suspiciously. At his question, Naao averted her gaze. Just some work-related matters. Haruto narrowed his eyes. Naao, the station director of the Chiba City site, was handling work handover with Hoshino Ai, who was responsible for external information dissemination. And besides, Nao's guilty look, wasn't that just an obvious lie? Just as Haruto was feeling puzzled, Nao suddenly puffed up her cheeks, looking adorably upset. But, Big Brother really hasn't been home for a long time. Hearing this, Haruto paused to think. Previously, he had been advancing matters in the Demon Slayer world, then dealing with the Undying Lizard and Tommy. After that, he had been working on the Shinomiya Financial Group situation and planning the God's Eye project for the Little Witch. It seemed he really hadn't been back to the apartment for quite a while. So. Then I'll go home today, Haruto said. However, Nao quickly shook her head. Haruto, oh Dato? Today's Big Brother is someone I worked hard to get, so I'm going to monopolize you. Let's go on a date. Nao declared this boldly. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Did Hoshino Ai teach you this too? Nao averted her gaze again. Haruto couldn't help but facepalm. Hoshino Ai was still a young girl with no actual romantic experience, but how did the things she taught manage to hit the mark so precisely? Was this even reasonable? Fine, Haruto finally gave in. In response, Nao immediately turned and dashed toward her office. When she returned, she was holding 2 tickets in her hands. Haruto sighed. So this was premeditated, huh? Tamari Nao handed one of the tickets to Haruto. Taking a look, he realized it was for a band performance. A Zen theater concert. Haruto was familiar with this band since Tamari Nao had been a fan for a long time. The MP3 player he had gifted her before was mainly used to listen to Zen's music. Haruto had heard some of their songs. They were a rock band whose music conveyed a sense of freedom. Ren would probably love this band. Ahem. Since Nao liked them, Haruto naturally had a favorable impression of the band as well. Watching a live performance as part of their date didn't seem like a bad idea. However, Haruto reached out and flicked Nao's forehead. Nao, did you check the showtime on the ticket? Do you know what time it is now? Nao, rubbing her forehead, instinctively looked down at the ticket. And then she realized the concert was today, and the show was starting. In 5 minutes. At a venue in Shimokitazawa. Meanwhile, where were Haruto and Nao? In an offshore underground facility outside of Japan, a site specifically designated for high-risk anomalous experiments. Between here and Shimokitazawa, there was an entire ocean. Big Brother must have a way to get us there, right? Nao clumsily attempted to act cute. This was another lesson from Hoshino Ai: whenever there was trouble, just use cuteness to get through it. Seeing her awkward attempt, Haruto helplessly shook his head. What could he do? She was his precious girl, he could only spoil her. Wrapping an arm around Nao's waist, Haruto lifted her in a princess carry. Then, he sprinted down the Foundation corridor. Eventually, the two exited the site through an undersea passage. Once outside, Haruto scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no observers. Then, a pair of black wings emerged from his back. Holding Nao, he flapped his wings once. With a sharp sonic boom, they sliced through the air, speeding across the ocean toward Japan. Nao watched as the scenery rushed past, the wind visibly distorting around them like a tangible force. She was amazed. Nestled safely in Haruto's embrace, she couldn't feel the extreme speed at all. Yay! Nao cheered as Japan drew closer. Haruto flicked her forehead again. This is a one-time thing. Anomalous abilities aren't meant to be used just to catch a concert. Nao giggled and nodded in understanding. Finally, they landed in a secluded alley in Shimokitazawa. Just as the last call for ticket scanning was announced, the two hurried into the venue. The theater was actually more like a large bar, selling drinks, snacks, and alcohol. With its design, it felt more like a nightclub, with the stage resembling a dance floor. But this was common in Japan. Most concert halls were structured this way. In Japan, the idol and music industry had a massive number of performers. Without the backing of a strong agency, idols and bands had to start in underground venues like this, scraping by with ticket sales and fan donations. The income was barely enough to survive. Most who stuck with it did so purely out of love for the craft. Come to think of it, if Hoshinoi had never met Haruto, she probably would have started as an underground idol too. She clearly had talent, but she would have needed to grind in places like this to build a fan base and wait for an opportunity. Ahem, getting off track. Inside the venue, a decent crowd had already gathered. Xian wasn't a top-tier band, but they had a solid fan base. Most of the attendees were dedicated fans of Xian. Chapter 154, Kazoku's first performance. Nao looked at the gathered crowd below the stage and the constantly rotating spotlights, appearing somewhat excited. Haruto ruffled her hair. This is my first time listening to Xian live. So this is what a live concert feels like? Nao shared her emotions with Haruto. Actually, tickets for these underground performance halls weren't expensive, some would even call them cheap. It was the kind of concert anyone could afford to attend. However, when Nao was still young, she was noticed by the former laboratory organization due to her adolescent syndrome. After that, she was imprisoned in a dark, sunless laboratory. During those grim days, Nao had a secretly stashed MP3 player that contained Xian songs. Even though there were only a few tracks, she listened to them repeatedly over the years, to the point where anyone else would have grown sick of them. But for Nao, those songs remained one of the few precious moments of light in her life. This continued until one particular day. Inside the laboratory, a group of teenagers who had been imprisoned gathered together and attempted to escape. Through meticulous planning and the use of their respective abilities, at great cost, they finally managed to break free. However, when Nao saw the sunlight of the outside world, she didn't dare stop running. There were still pursuers behind her. If she got caught, she would be thrown back into that sunless hell. Even worse, she would crush the hopes of all her comrades. So, with bare feet, Nao kept running, and running, and running. Until, at a street corner, she saw the boy who would change her fate forever. Of course, their first encounter wasn't exactly picturesque. She was immediately subdued and pinned to the ground. Recalling this, Nao shot a fierce glare at Haruto. This left Haruto utterly confused. What did he do to provoke her this time? Just then, the performance was about to start, but the ones coming on stage weren't Xian. In these underground performance halls, each concert featured multiple bands. Regardless of which band's ticket you purchased, you could watch all the performing bands. However, the ticket revenue would go to the band you specifically bought the ticket for. Moreover, each band had to meet a certain revenue quota. If they couldn't sell enough tickets, the band members had to pay the venue out of their own pockets. It might sound absurd, but in Japan's underground idol and band scene, this was the usual process. At the start, there were no fans. If they wanted a stage to perform on, they had to pay out of pocket. During each performance, they tried to move the audience and attract fans. And the first band to take the stage. Kesoku Band? Never heard of them. They must be newcomers. I think that's the boss lady's younger sister. Speaking of which, the owner of this venue used to be in a band, right? Whispers and discussions spread throughout the crowd. Haruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, it's here? Kesoku Band, which could also be translated as Unity Band, was the band that Hitori Goto belonged to. However, among the performers on stage, there was no sign of Hitori Goto. Instead, a large cardboard box with a guitar strapped to it? What is that thing? Nao pointed at the oversized cardboard box, puzzled. Haruto chuckled. Maybe it's a guitarist who loves music, longs to perform, but has such extreme social anxiety that they can't even look at the audience? Hearing this, Nao shot Haruto a suspicious look. From the way he said it, did he actually know that box? Could it be some kind of super talented newcomer band, the type that will explode in popularity and become famous for being unique? Nao speculated. After all, the people Haruto paid attention to in the past were always incredibly gifted. And with what happened in Attack on Titan's world before, Nao could more or less guess some things. It wasn't strange for the main character to have a fitting story. However, Haruto shook his head. No, don't get your hopes up. They're probably going to be terrible. No, actually, they're going to completely bomb. Hearing this, Nao was even more confused. At that moment, Kesoku Band's first performance began. A bassist, a drummer, and a guitarist in a cardboard box. No vocalist. They were playing a cover of some popular song. And their performance. To call it bad would be an understatement, it was an absolute disaster. Perhaps because of the box obstructing their view, the guitarist had no coordination with the bassist and drummer whatsoever. It was clear that they had some foundational skill, but in a group performance, they couldn't bring out their true ability. As for the bassist and drummer, they were trying to revolve around the guitarist as the core. But when the core itself had no coordination and was playing at a limited level, the entire band was doomed to sound. The performance ended with only a sparse and polite round of applause. The bassist and drummer hurriedly lifted up the cardboard box guitarist and fled the stage. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, Nao glanced back at Haruto, only to find that he looked rather amused. "So why is Big Brother interested in such a terrible band?" Nao asked curiously. Haruto shrugged. "Because it's interesting." Nao didn't ask further. Because she knew all too well, this was probably just her big brother's weird sense of humor acting up again. Meanwhile, backstage, Kasoka Band looked rather dejected. "Ahaha. Well, at least the performance is over." The blonde drummer tried to laugh it off. "Najuka, that was completely unlistenable." The blue-haired bassist didn't hold back and bluntly stated the truth. Inside the cardboard box, Hattori turned completely gray like ash. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was too terrible and just dragged you all down." Bocce frantically apologized, her mind already slipping into an abnormal state. Inside the box, Bocce started twisting, crawling in darkness, crawling, writhing, squirming in the shadows, rolling, violently scuttling, contorting, convulsing, howling, squirming, letting out an eerie growl. Seeing Bocce seemingly having a breakdown, the little angel of Shimokitazawa, Najuka Ijichi, hurriedly tried to comfort her. "It's not your fault, Bocce. The band was just formed, so it's normal for us to have no chemistry yet." The blue-haired bassist was about to throw in another comment but was quickly silenced by Najuka, who covered her mouth. However, Bocce was already trapped in an indescribable state of despair, unable to pull herself out. Seeing that words weren't working, Najuka thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Hey, Bocce, by the way. I think I saw a familiar face in the audience just now." That statement finally snapped Hattori out of her dark spiral, at least momentarily. "A familiar face?" she asked in confusion. Najuka nodded. "It's that boy who was sitting on the swing on the other side of the park when we first met, remember?" It wasn't that Najuka had an exceptionally good memory. It was just that the boy was far too striking, whether it was his appearance, physique, or even his overall aura, everything about him felt perfect. After catching a glimpse of him back then, it was hard to forget. And in a crowd, he naturally stood out, which was why Najuka had noticed him. After hearing Najuka's words, Hattori also recalled that boy, someone she once mistook as a fellow social outcast but, in reality, wasn't at all. Back then, she had even been frantically apologizing to him in her mind. Suddenly remembering that embarrassing moment, Bocce's inner despair reached new heights, and she began twisting and writhing even more violently in her dark spiral. "You really hit a sore spot," the blue-haired bassist commented mercilessly. Najuka was stunned, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, back on stage. After Kasoka Band left, the audience didn't react too strongly. Audiences in Japan were used to these kinds of performances. A few girls with a love for music and big dreams forming a band, paying out of their own pockets just to perform, this was a common sight. Unless they were exceptionally talented, most bands ended up at the same level as Kasoka Band. But the audience was tolerant, they wouldn't go out of their way to mock them. After all, they hadn't paid for their tickets. The next few bands that performed had some level of popularity and played decently. Then, when it was finally time for the headlining act, Xian took the stage. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. After all, most of the audience had come specifically for Xian. Haruto also listened to their performance seriously. How should he put it? It was pretty good. As for what Nao had said about their music carrying a sense of freedom, Haruto didn't hear it at all. Maybe it wasn't that the singer was free, but rather, the girl listening to the song was longing for freedom. Xian played 5 consecutive songs as the final act. When the performance ended and the stage lights dimmed, many audience members stepped forward with bouquets. These bouquets were sold by the venue for 1,000 yen per set, meant as support items. Later, the venue would collect them back, and the bands that received flowers would get a share of the venue's earnings. During the flower-giving process, many people also took photos and asked for autographs. Haruto looked to his side in confusion. Nao showed no intention of stepping forward. "Aren't you going to ask for a signature or a photo?" Haruto asked. Honestly, if she really liked them, signing Xian under his name wasn't impossible. But Nao shook her head. "I just like their songs, not the people. What would I take a photo for?" Haruto chuckled. That was a good habit to have. It was best to separate the creator from the creation. "Let's go, big brother. Time for the next stop." Nao tugged on Haruto's arm, pulling him along. Haruto, however, was confused. Next stop? At that moment, Nao pulled something out of her pocket. "Haruto?" He recognized the card. It was the room key to Chiba's most luxurious hotel. He had been there a few times before, so of course, he recognized it. "But did I Hoshino teach you this too?" Haruto asked, exasperated. Nao averted her gaze. Case closed. What? Explain in detail? If this thought crossed your mind, ask yourself, can the details even be aired? Chapter 155, Explain in detail? Then let's explain in detail. Explain in detail? Then let's explain in detail. As the saying goes, when both the man and woman are willing, things naturally fall into place. The usually straightforward Nao seemed a bit absent-minded after opening the door to the room. Her gaze kept wandering, and even her breathing gradually deepened. As she fell onto the soft bed, Nao finally realized that she might have been too naive. Flirting and the actual thing were two completely different matters. Moreover, when she felt her big brother's Pablo, its size was vastly different from what the archives had documented. I'll go take a bath first and change clothes. Nao attempted to escape at the last moment. At the very least, she needed some time to mentally prepare herself. However, Haruto pulled her back with a firm grip. This is fine as it is. Let's just go with the flow. But there was a hidden double meaning in those words. Escape? Not a chance. Nao, seeing Haruto ready to plow all the way, couldn't help but squirm. As Nao struggled to break free from Haruto's grasp, her mind raced with thoughts of unholy positions and the beating her little sister's gonna have. The room seemed to spin around her, the dim lighting and the soft music of the hotel room fading into the background as she felt her heart pounding in her chest. Haruto, sensing her unease, chuckled softly and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Don't worry, Nao. I'll make it enjoyable." His breath was hot against her skin, sending shivers down her spine as he began to unbutton her dress, his fingers deftly exposing her breasts. While her breast is not on the larger side as she has a petite physique, it did not diminish the allure she excluded. It gives her more youthful energy that only fresh high school students emits. Nao felt a flutter in her chest as he took one of her nipples in his mouth, his tongue teasing and sucking it with a skill that left her gasping for air. As Haruto continued to explore her body, Nao found herself becoming more and more aroused. The sensation of his tongue on her skin was unlike anything she had ever experienced before, and she couldn't help but arch her back, begging for more. Seeing her distracted, Haruto slowly inserted his Pablo inside her, momentarily bringing her back to earth. Haruto stopped, then he looked her in the eyes as if asking for permission. Seeing the look Haruto is giving, Nao could only nod shyly, then gently sucking Haruto's lips, trying to distract herself. Getting a confirmation, he once again thrust Pablo deeper to the virgin cave. He momentarily stopped when he felt some obstruction, then he steadily broke off the hymen until the tip of his dick is finally touching the end of her pussy. Nao couldn't help but growl in pain through the kiss. Feeling her hurt, he stopped. Then Haruto's hands roamed her body, his fingers tracing the curves of her waist, her hips, and her thighs, the kiss also intensifying to distract her. Not a moment later, Haruto started moving in a steady manner, earning sweet moans from his sister. Nao felt herself becoming one with him, their bodies moving in perfect harmony. The room around them faded into the background as they lost themselves in the passion. The soft rustling of the silk sheets and the heavy breathing of the two-step siblings were the only sounds that filled the room, and Nao felt herself becoming completely consumed by the moment. As the climax approached, Haruto's movements became more urgent, his thrusts becoming more intense. Nao felt herself becoming overwhelmed by the sensation, her body trembling with the force of her orgasm. "Nao, I'm coming." Not long after, Haruto followed suit, his own release flooding her cave with cum. As they lay there, Nao, spent and sated, realized that she had never felt so grateful to Haruto for taking her in when she had nowhere else to go. Haruto also had given her the freedom she sought in that sunless laboratory. "Haruto, thank you for everything," Nao mumbled before she fell into slumber on top of him. Hearing that, Haruto couldn't help but smile, the love and care in his eyes evident as he slowly stroked Nao's hair. "Meeting you is one of the most joyful thing that happened to my life. Sleep well, my beloved sister, I love you." The next day, Haruto leaned against the bed, lost in thought. So, what exactly had Hoshinoi been teaching Nao? Was this even reasonable? It seemed he needed to have a serious talk with Hoshinoi soon. Clearly, the ideological education for this young girl couldn't be neglected even for a single day. The following morning, as usual, Haruto requested some ingredients from the hotel's front desk and got busy in the kitchen. Now that he thought about it, it had been quite some time since he last cooked. Tasting a small bite of the breakfast he had prepared, Haruto found that the flavor remained just as good as before. Even after so many days without practice, his cooking skills had not declined at all. Well, considering he possessed the blacklight virus and had evolved into a nearly perfect being, his skills weren't something that could deteriorate in the first place. Swallowing the food, Haruto suddenly had the thought of recruiting a personal chef. The food at restaurants in Japan was edible, but it didn't suit his taste. Though he didn't actually need to eat anymore, he still enjoyed the pleasure of fine cuisine. But cooking for himself all the time was too time-consuming. So, where could he find a little chef to bring home? As the sound of someone waking up came from the bedroom, Haruto snapped out of his thoughts. Picking up the breakfast, he walked toward the room. Nao woke up to see breakfast placed beside her and Kotaro sitting at the edge of the bed. As if recalling something, Nao's face instantly turned bright red. Wrapped in the blanket, she scooted closer. "I'll feed you." Seeing Nao's slightly strange behavior, Haruto simply picked her up and sat her down beside him. Then, taking up a spoonful of food, he brought it to her lips. Nao took a bite and smiled blissfully. As she ate little by little, she suddenly thought of her sister, friend, Annie, back home. This warm, domestic scene at the dining table, it felt so familiar. A wave of guilt surged in Nao's heart. The more her guilt grew, the stronger her desire became. Suddenly, she grabbed Haruto and pulled him down onto the bed again. As Haruto stared in confusion, Nao transformed her guilt into even greater pleasure. "Sorry, Annie. But sneaking a taste is just too enjoyable." So she thought. Time flowed on, and days passed. The Foundation sent a message stating that the Divine Eye Project's test subject, Little Witch, was requesting a wind glider license examination. For now, the Foundation had stalled her by claiming that the reconnaissance knight was on a mission elsewhere. Judging by the timeline, Little Witch had already been in Mondstadt for quite a while. Running around doing commissions every day, struggling for Mara, she had probably gotten past the initial excitement. More importantly, she had likely saved up enough Mara to live comfortably for a while. It was about time to introduce something new to keep her interested. And so, Haruto and Nao returned to the isolated island facility. Not long after, dressed in a brand new reconnaissance knight uniform, Nao entered the test field. "Traveler, look! The reconnaissance knight is back!" Paimon pointed at the approaching Nao excitedly. Little Witch turned her head and saw Nao, immediately running up to her. "Nao, you're back from your mission. I want to take the wind glider license test." "But wait, why do you seem more mature all of a sudden?" Halfway through speaking, Little Witch's focus suddenly shifted. In the monitoring room, Haruto, who had been sipping tea, nearly spit it out. "Have Paimon steer the tropic away from this. Get Little Witch focused back on the wind glider." Haruto coughed while instructing the staff beside him. The staff was slightly puzzled but still followed the order. "Huh?" Paimon didn't notice anything. "Traveler, you sure pick up on weird things." Paimon doesn't get it. "By the way, we heard the wind glider lets you fly freely in the sky, right? That sounds amazing." Paimon gestured with her hands to mimic wings, flying around excitedly. Nao chuckled. "But Paimon, don't you already know how to fly? Why are you so interested in the wind glider?" Paimon scratched her head. "Now that you mention it. That's true." Little Witch was amused by the conversation and successfully had her attention diverted. Soon, the three arrived at a small hill outside Mondstadt. Nao, like a magician, pulled out two sets of small, deep blue wings. The wings were only palm-sized, paper-thin like stickers, yet exquisitely detailed. Even the feather patterns were vividly crafted. "This is the wind glider, a blessing from Lord Barbados that allows people to ride the wind and soar through the sky," Nao explained. Seeing the tiny wind gliders, Little Witch and Paimon were both shocked. "This tiny thing can make you fly?" Little Witch asked curiously. Nao merely smiled and tossed one onto her back. A streak of light flashed, and the tiny wind glider expanded into massive wings. Then, without hesitation, Nao leaped off the hill. Little Witch and Paimon hurried to the edge, looking down. They saw Nao soaring through the sky, maneuvering with ease. As she flapped the wings, updrafts and speed-boosting wind currents formed around her. After making a graceful lap around the sky, she landed back on the hill. Little Witch's eyes widened in awe. Back at the facility, Haruto analyzed the test data. As expected, the fake wind glider's internal parameters had changed drastically. It had transformed from a mere mechanical imitation into a device harnessing special energy. Unlike the original, this new version provided greater aerial flexibility and could create wind currents mid-flight. Meanwhile, in the training area, Nao handed Little Witch a wind glider user's manual. Little Witch eagerly flipped through the manual. "This is the wind glider user manual, along with your wind glider. This area is the designated practice zone for wind gliders. Read the manual carefully and memorize its contents. Once you've mastered the use of the wind glider, you can come to me for the certification exam. After obtaining your wind glider license, you'll be allowed to use it outside the training grounds. However, you still cannot use it within Mondstadt City." The Little Witch took the wind glider user manual and began reading it. 1. Before flying, please ensure you are in good physical and mental condition. 2. When taking off, make use of wind currents or elevated terrain. 3. When flying with the 710 wind glider, Pay attention to wind force and direction to maintain flight stability. 4. Be mindful of aerial traffic conditions and only use the wind glider on the designated dates listed on your license. 5. When landing, maintain balance and retract the wind glider at a safe altitude. 6. Do not use the wind glider while under the influence of alcohol. 7. Using a wind slime for takeoff is strictly prohibited. Failure to adhere to the above regulations will result in the revocation of your wind glider license, requiring you to retake the certification exam. Paimon looked at the wind glider user manual and sighed. Wow, these rules are so strict. Nao nodded in agreement. Yeah, I've had my license revoked twice already. Ahem, anyway, please make sure to read and follow the rules carefully. Paimon was shocked. Did Nao just say she's had her license revoked? And not just once, but twice. Is it really okay for Nao to be the one teaching the traveler how to use a wind glider? Nao waved her hand dismissively. Of course, no problem. I've taken the wind glider exam 3 times, so I have plenty of experience. Paimon was dumbfounded. Then, with Nao accompanying her, the little witch began practicing with the wind glider. After half a day of practice, the little witch successfully obtained her wind glider license. Yes, using a wind glider was incredibly simple. So simple that even an 8-year-old girl could easily learn and quickly pass the exam. This was intentionally designed by the Foundation. After all, the simpler and more practical something is, the more useful it becomes, right? Congratulations, little witch, on successfully obtaining your wind glider license. Nao clapped her hands. The little witch also looked very happy. Then, as if casually, Nao said, speaking of which, little witch, you came to Mondstadt to search for Lord Anemo Archon, hoping to seek answers from him, right? Speaking of which, little witch, you came to Mondstadt to find Lord Anemo Archon and seek answers from him, didn't you? Nao asked casually. The little witch nodded. At this moment, Paimon also spoke up, yeah. The traveler came from beyond this world and wants to ask the 7 Archons how to return to their own world. Nao nodded and then made a thoughtful expression. I don't know much about Lord Anemo Archon, only that he is the god who watches over Mondstadt. He is a gentle yet powerful existence, always using the wind to rescue the people of Mondstadt whenever they are in trouble. But if you want to find Lord Anemo Archon, I do know a place where you can look up information. As she spoke, Nao pointed to a loft-like building in Mondstadt. The little witch and Paimon followed her gaze and saw the mysterious attic. That's the Knights of Favonius Library, where a mysterious and powerful librarian resides. She is knowledgeable and wise. If anyone in Mondstadt is most likely to know about Lord Anemo Archon, it would definitely be that librarian. Upon hearing this, the little witch immediately said, then I'll go meet this mysterious librarian right away. She was about to use the wind glider to fly directly to the library in Mondstadt. But Nao quickly stopped her. Little witch, did you forget? You can't use the wind glider inside Mondstadt. Besides, this librarian is not easy to meet. You have to solve the riddle she set up first. Then, Nao handed a riddle to the little witch. Of course, it wasn't a particularly difficult puzzle. This step was just meant to create some conditions for the librarian to appear. Only when the little witch put in effort to meet the librarian would the words of the librarian feel more credible. After all, when people work hard for something, they are more likely to believe in the results they obtain. After that, Nao left. The little witch, after racking her brain, finally solved the puzzle. Excited, she took the solution and ran towards the Knights of Favonius Library. Upon entering the library, she saw rows upon rows of books. In reality, these books were not just decorations, they were compiled by the Foundation, recording Mondstadt's history and culture. If the little witch suddenly felt curious and wanted to read them, she wouldn't notice anything unusual. Following the guidance, the little witch arrived at the 2nd floor of the library. There, a tightly shut door stood before her. At the entrance was a mysterious-looking device with an opening, seemingly waiting for something to be placed inside. The little witch hesitantly inserted her solved riddle into the slot. After a brief moment of waiting, the door suddenly rumbled open. Oh? Someone actually solved my riddle? Come in, little one, how interesting. A woman's voice, filled with amusement, came from within. The little witch stepped inside. She found herself surrounded by even more bookshelves, some adorned with mysterious symbols, while the floor bore intricate patterns. Feeling a little nervous, the little witch weaved her way through the bookshelves and arrived deeper inside. There, she found a desk. A vase on the desk held a blooming rose. Behind the desk sat a woman with long, flowing black hair, wearing a pointed hat, resembling a shrine maiden. Hello, little one. The woman greeted her with a smile. I'm the little witch. I am here to ask about Lord Anemo Archon. I wish to meet him and ask a question. I heard from Nao that the librarian here is very knowledgeable, So I came to seek guidance on how to meet Lord Anemo Archon. The little witch spoke, feeling somewhat nervous. Clearly, this mysterious librarian gave her a sense of unfamiliarity. I see. You must be a traveler from another world, aren't you, little one? The woman suddenly stood up, looking at the little witch with a sly smile. The little witch's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know that? The woman walked over and gently led the little witch to sit in the chair opposite the desk. My name is Kasamijoka Utaha. I am Mondstadt's librarian and also a shrine maiden. Utaha introduced herself with a smile. Her mature and composed demeanor, along with her ability to read people, was a natural talent. The little witch blinked. A shrine maiden? Utaha nodded. Yes, a shrine maiden who studies astrology. Through the stars, I can gain knowledge. I saw a star representing a traveler from beyond this world, falling into Mondstadt. So, I guessed you would come. I just didn't expect it to be today. Hearing this, the little witch was amazed. Can I learn astrology? She asked curiously. Utaha nodded and handed her a thick book from the desk. On the cover, a simple word were written, astrology. The little witch opened the book and started reading carefully. But soon, she gave up. This astrology book was far too complex, and for an 8-year-old girl, the wording was too obscure and difficult to understand. Meanwhile, at the Foundation's research facility, staff members were attempting to use astrology based on a replicated astrology book. Soon, one of the researchers started having a nosebleed. However, instead of panicking, he looked excited. Then, he took out a coin and tossed it into the air. As the result was revealed, he reported, "President, it worked. The astrology system can function properly, but it seems to consume some kind of energy." Since the researcher had no special power within him, he had unknowingly used his lifespan as a substitute. However, he had only performed a small-scale divination, predicting the outcome of a simple coin toss. So the backlash was minimal. Haruto nodded in satisfaction. With astrology, the Foundation had gained another method of obtaining information. Back in the trial room, the little witch pushed the astrology book back across the table, looking slightly dizzy. Ugh, I can't understand this at all. Traveler, let's just ask about Lord Anemo Archon instead. Paimon, looking equally dizzy, agreed. The little witch nodded and completely gave up on learning astrology. Oh. Big sister, I want to know about Lord Anemo Archon. The little witch had originally intended to call her auntie. But under Utaha's sharp gaze, she quickly changed it to big sister. Utaha nodded and then said, I do know some things about Lord Anemo Archon. Perhaps I can help you. Long ago, Lord Anemo Archon was merely a wisp of wind spirit. At the time, Mondstadt was completely enveloped by raging storms. The winds were so strong that even birds could not pass through. The endless gales wore down the land and rocks, turning them into fine dust like water. Amidst the thousand winds, the wind spirit met a human in Mondstadt, and they became close friends. In time, this friend raised their sword against the demon god of tornadoes, hoping to liberate Mondstadt from the storm. In the end, the dear friend perished in the rebellion, and Lord Anemo Archon carried on their dream, defeating the demon god of tornadoes and becoming the Anemo Archon. And so, Lord Anemo Archon cherishes humanity, just as his friend once did, and protects the land of Mondstadt, saving its people with the wind. But 500 years ago, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky of this world. Lord Anemo Archon and the other 6 gods went to investigate. Before leaving, Lord Anemo Archon entrusted his companion, the Stormterror Dragon, to guard Mondstadt in his stead. However, while protecting Mondstadt, Stormterror Dragon was tainted by corruption from beyond this world. Not only was it wounded, but it also fell into madness. If you, little witch, can rescue the fallen Stormterror Dragon, perhaps Lord Anemo Archon will be grateful to you and appear before you in person. Utaha slowly narrated the background of Lord Anemo Archon and the origins of the upcoming Stormterror Dragon incident. This was a setup for the eventual appearance of the Anemo Archon. After all, gods are not the same as ordinary humans. For the little witch to accept and truly understand the power that an Archon should possess, a long period of preparation was necessary, guiding her step by step. This was also the Foundation's next key objective, the God-making project. Although in that's worldview, the gods they created wouldn't be as truly divine as actual deities, at very least, they would be formidable combat forces. As for further enhancing the gods' power, leaving aside whether the little witch's abilities could create even stronger gods, even if she could, she must never be allowed to come into contact with uncontrollable concepts. That would be far too dangerous. Chapter 157, Disaster and Defeat. After hearing Utaha's explanation, the little witch developed a strong admiration for the legendary god of wind. The god of wind who saved Mondstadt must be an incredibly powerful being. The little witch's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Utaha nodded, casually waving her hand, and a map floated over, Upon unfolding it, it revealed a map of the Mondstadt region. As Kazamajoka's fingertip lightly tapped the map, purple lightning leaped from her finger, weaving the shape of two massive mountain ranges on the map. These were the mountains that once blocked Mondstadt. The god of wind once corrected Mondstadt's terrain by slicing off the mountain peaks. Then, using the wind, he blew those mountain peaks into the sea, forming many small islands. As Utaha narrated, the mountains formed by purple lightning moved toward the ocean. In the end, they sank into the water, leaving only their peaks above the surface, resembling scattered islands. Paimon gasped in amazement. Wow, that's incredible. As expected of a god. The little witch also showed a look of astonishment. Though her knowledge was still limited, she couldn't fully grasp how powerful one must be to casually move mountains and reshape the land. But just hearing about it sounded impressive enough. So, how do we find the Stormterror dragon, and how do we save it? The little witch could hardly wait to meet the great god of wind. It wasn't that she was in a rush to find a way home, she was simply drawn to this legendary deity. Utaha pointed to a corner of the map, where an ancient cluster of buildings lay. This is where the Stormterror dragon once lived. It's now a ruin, but perhaps we can still find some clues there. As for how to save the fallen dragon, the god of wind once bestowed upon Mondstadt a great treasure. That treasure is called the Holy Lyre der Himmel. When its strings are plucked, it plays the wind's song, soothing the hearts of all who hear it. By using the Holy Lyre der Himmel, we should be able to rescue the fallen dragon. After finishing her explanation, Utaha folded the map and handed it directly to the little witch. As the little witch processed the information, Utaha stood up and walked to a corner of the room. With a flicker of purple lightning in her hand, something within the library seemed to activate. The ceiling above began to slowly open, revealing the sky above. By now, the sky had already been enveloped in night's embrace, with a bright full moon hanging high and countless stars twinkling. The library's roof seemed to have undergone some special treatment. Even with the ceiling opened, a transparent dome remained, resembling a giant magnifying glass. Under this dome, beams of starlight converged on the table, intertwining beautifully. On the table, the scattered starlight formed a breathtaking image. It was as if the stars themselves had been painted onto a canvas. The little witch was instantly captivated by the celestial map. At that moment, Utaha spoke softly, "Traveler from beyond this world, you are a special existence. Perhaps Vat has chosen you, or maybe you have chosen Vat. The world has long been plagued by corruption, and only a drastic remedy can cure it. Perhaps you, a being from beyond this world, can grasp the power to save it." Her cryptic words left the little witch puzzled. But when she tried to ask further, Kazamajoka Utaha merely smiled and shook her head, refusing to say more. If Haruto had been present at that moment, he would probably have shouted, "Riddle speakers, get out of Gotham." But this was the kind-hearted little witch. She simply memorized those strange words and temporarily left Mondstadt's library. Next, she needed to search for clues about the Holy Lyre der Himmel and the Stormterror dragon. With her guidance complete, Utaha's task had been successfully accomplished. Afterward, someone arrived at the testing grounds to escort Utaha away. Upon returning to the station, her memories were restored. "How do you feel?" Haruto asked with a smile. Utaha pondered for a moment before replying, "It was a novel experience. Maybe I can use it as material for a novel. Deceiving oneself while deceiving others, it might actually be a refreshing subversion of clichés." Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but rub his forehead. He felt like his senior was subtly mocking his methods. "But I think I really learned astrology." Utaha did. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Though he had suspected it, hearing her confirm it was still surprising. The astrology system had been carefully compiled by the Foundation, but none of its creators actually knew how to use astrology. There was a vast difference between textual descriptions and actual practice. But Utaha was different. Because she had appeared as a mysterious librarian, she naturally came with a high level of astrology proficiency. With the little witch's unique trait, astrology had now become one of Kazamajoka Utaha's inherent skills. If mastered, this mysterious system of abilities, created by the Foundation, could be quite powerful. At that moment, Nao approached. "Astrology, huh? Can I ask Senpai to give me a reading? It sounds like one of those mystical star-based fortune-telling things that people love." Perhaps influenced by Haruto calling her Senpai, Nao followed suit and also addressed her as Senpai. Looking at Nao, Utaha felt an inexplicable emotion rise within her. It was like a mixture of jealousy and rivalry, something akin to what one might feel upon encountering a romantic rival. Astrologer's intuition? Because of this strange feeling, Utaha had the urge to retort, "I don't recall ever being your senpai." However, saying that outright would just make her seem petty. In front of Haruto, Utaha wanted to maintain the image of a mature and composed older sister figure. Besides, Since she had just gained astrology skills, she was eager to test them out. Utaha flipped her palm, and purple lightning swirled within her hand, gradually forming a smooth, glowing orb. The orb was transparent, with countless bright specks of light shimmering inside, resembling a miniature starry sky. According to astrology's principles, once an astrologer reached a certain level of proficiency, they could use their own power to simulate the movement of the stars. As she observed the celestial display in her palm, Utaha searched for the star corresponding to Nao. A moment later, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. According to the stars, Nao, you experienced a blood-related disaster a few days ago. Hearing this conclusion, even Utaha found it odd. She hadn't meant to curse Nao. Nao, on the other hand, looked confused. A blood-related disaster? A few days ago? Had anything like that happened? As she recalled her experiences from the past few days, she didn't remember suffering any injuries. In fact, things had been going quite well. Could it be that this astrology reading was fake? But then, Nao suddenly remembered something. Ah! That counted as a blood-related disaster? Standing nearby, Haruto had a strange expression, barely able to hold back his laughter. This astrology was unexpectedly accurate, just in a very peculiar way. Could it be that my astrology was mistaken? Seeing Nao's odd expression, Utaha asked in confusion. Nao quickly shook her head and averted her gaze, deflecting, well, there was something like that. But I'd rather know about my future. Utaha, however, shook her head. Astrology can predict the future, but the insights are often vague and require interpretation. In most cases, only when focusing on a specific event can astrology provide a rough prediction of fortune or misfortune. It's not that the Foundation can arbitrarily impose restrictions on astrology. Rather, based on tests conducted on the Little Witch's abilities, the Foundation has reached certain conclusions. Although the Little Witch's powers can distort reality, they must still adhere to a certain logic and be constructed within a self-consistent system. If something is completely illogical, even if manifested by the Little Witch's abilities, it would be nothing more than an illusion, fleeting and ephemeral. Just like the Santa Claus that once appeared. After that entity left the orphanage, it completely disappeared. Only concepts with a complete and logical system can be permanently preserved when manifested by the Little Witch. For example, the Vision, or the Wind Glider. These are all creations born from well-established settings, with abilities that can be traced back to an original logic. For astrology to remain self-consistent, it must have restrictions. Ironically, these restrictions made Nao breathe a sigh of relief. Forget it, I was just curious for a moment. Nao waved her hand and quickly made her escape. Utaha watched with a suspicious expression, feeling that something was off. Haruto's mouth twitched as he also prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, Utaha grabbed him. Kuhai, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Utaha asked with a playful smile. Haruto turned back with an awkward smile. Running away? What are you talking about, senpai? Oh, I see. You really don't get it, do you? Get what? If you want to understand, I have something interesting in my room. Senpai will teach you how to. And then. Senpai, Nauru. Come on, let me see. Later. Haruto sat on the edge of the bed, completely dumbfounded. Why did things suddenly turn around like this? Just as he was questioning reality, a system panel suddenly appeared before him. Haruto instinctively furrowed his brows. A system panel? Another anomalous entity has appeared? However, upon closer inspection, something felt off. This didn't seem to be the panel of the multiverse containment system. Moreover, the fragments of the cognition divinity also had a slight reaction, as if they had encountered a foreign object. While he could use the cognition divinity to immediately discard this strange object, Haruto decided to observe first. Looking at the panel, he saw. Ding. Welcome to the multiversal chat group. A nickname has been automatically generated. Welcome Candle Shade Fate Master of Cognition to the chat group. Welcome Blonde Defeated Dog to the chat group. Welcome Big Sister is Supreme to the chat group. Haruto? Wait. This is a chat group? Haruto was utterly confused, feeling like he had entered the wrong story. Isn't this novel about the Foundation? Chapter 158, Multiversal Chat Group? Spoilers are fun, welcome, newcomers. Post a selfie. Hall Master of Wangsheng, oh my, welcome, newcomers. Pain Magnet, welcome, newcomers. Group status -1. Portal Daddy, hello newcomers. Blonde Defeated Dog, what is this? Why is there a chat window in front of me? Spoilers are fun, Blonde Defeated Dog, don't panic, newbie. This is a friendly family. Read the group description. Spoilers are fun, and if I'm not mistaken, you must be Ariri, right? Blonde Defeated Dog, how do you know that? Do you know me? Spoilers are fun, aha. I knew it. Alright, it's time for some spoilers again. Remember, Spoilers Are Fun has uploaded the file, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend, Whole Master of Wingshun. SUU is bullying the newbies with spoilers again. Pain Magnet, sometimes I wonder if SUU just has a twisted sense of humor? Spoilers are fun, a twisted sense of humor is the essence of being a transmigrator. Outside the chat window, Haruto suddenly felt offended. Thanks, I feel called out. However, more than feeling offended, Haruto was more interested in the chat group itself. Sure, the space barriers of this world were already full of holes, but a chat group appearing? That's too ridiculous. Pushing the chat group panel aside, Haruto summoned the containment system panel. Anomaly detected, multiversal chat group. Anomaly level, 0 to 5, harmless fragment of supreme divinity. Status, pending containment. As this information popped up on the panel, Haruto quickly grasped the situation. So this chat group was also classified as an anomaly, and it could be contained. And it was labeled harmless. That likely meant it was a fragment of some supreme divinity, which had randomly dispersed its power and created this chat group. As for the people inside the group, Haruto opened the group files and scanned through them. That continent, Re:Zero, Marvel Universe. More or less matched up. The Hall Master of Wingshun was likely Hu Tao from that, the woman Haruto had impulsively spent 20 gakapulls on before transmigrating. Pain Magnet should be Natsuki Subaru from Re:Zero, but judging by his nickname, it was probably an if route. As for Portal Daddy, he was probably Doctor Strange from Marvel, also an if version. And spoilers are fun. A fellow from my own original world. Haruto shook his head. No way. His original world had been completely erased by the Sevenfold Destroyer, not even a trace left behind. Even if someone, like himself, had managed to escape by transmigrating, they wouldn't remember anything from that world. Just like how Haruto himself hadn't regained his original memories until 3 years later. This person was probably just another transmigrator from a parallel timeline. I should find a way to get their world coordinates and contain all of them. Haruto thought mischievously. As he was deep in thought, a stream of new messages appeared in the chat panel. Blonde defeated dog, I read the group description. There's actually something like this in the world? Hard to believe. Blonde defeated dog, but, spoilers are fun, what you sent is completely different from what I know. Blonde defeated dog, Haruto isn't even around me. This isn't like me at all. Blonde defeated dog, though I do know Kasumajoka. Spoilers are fun, eh? A wrong spoiler? Who's Haruto? Hall Master of Wingshun, ha ha ha. SUU finally messed up a spoiler. Portal Daddy, that's rare. Big Sister is supreme, blonde defeated dog, the Haruto you mentioned. Could it be that Haruto? Blonde defeated dog, huh? You know Haruto? Big Sister is supreme. Spoilers are fun, I have no idea what's going on. Haruto. I've never heard that name before. Spoilers are fun, Big Sister is supreme, are you from the same world as Eri? Mind telling me your name? Big Sister is supreme, I am Shinobukacho. Spoilers are fun. Spoilers are fun, huh? Shinobukacho? The sister of Kanoutsu Eri? Big Sister is supreme, yes, do you know my sister? Spoilers are fun, I'm even more confused now. Shinobukacho and Eri both know the same person. Spoilers are fun, Big Sister is supreme, your sister should be fine for now, right? Be careful of Upper Moon 2, Dama. Big Sister is supreme, my sister is doing well, but Upper Moon 2 is already dead. Big Sister is supreme, actually, the entire 12 Kizuki has been wiped out. Only Mizn is still hiding, but we've already found traces of him. Looking at the chat panel, Haruto raised an eyebrow. The two newcomers who joined at the same time, one was his Eri, and the other was from Demon Slayer Shinobukacho. And both of them were connected to him? PFFFTT, his fellow Earthling CPU must be overheating. Wait, so Demon Slayer is already nearing its final battle? Meanwhile, a certain transmigrator girl's brain had completely crashed. Spoilers are fun, this is the first time something like this has happened. Spoilers are fun, both of your worlds have experienced major divergences from what I know. Spoilers are fun, and it all seems to be because of someone named Haruto? Can you tell me about him? Member Spoilers Are Fun has uploaded the file, Demon's Lair, Blonde Defeated Dog, Haruto is the kindest person in the world. He's the best Haruto ever, my childhood friend. Big Sister is supreme, that Haruto is a twisted, arrogant man with an unbearable ego. Spoilers are fun, are we talking about the same person? Pain Magnet, are we talking about the same person? Portal Daddy, +1. Blonde Defeated Dog, Big Sister Supreme, what nonsense are you talking about? Haruto is the best. Big Sister Supreme, Blonde Defeated Dog, The one spouting nonsense is you. You've clearly been deceived into a state of mental confusion by that guy. The chat group instantly became filled with gunpowder fumes. As the instigator of all this, the lurking Haruto silently expressed, "I love this. Keep it coming." The two continued arguing for quite a while until, at last, Haruto's fellow transmigrator stepped in to put an end to the fight. Spoilers are fun, alright, you two, let's call a temporary truce. Portal Daddy, from both of your statements, I think I've roughly figured out what kind of person this Haruto is. Hall Master of Wangshan, as expected of the doctor, quickly tell us. Pain Magnet, as expected of the doctor, quickly tell us. Portal Daddy, that Haruto should be a transmigrator, just like SUU. Portal Daddy, he travels across multiple worlds, resolving problems and maintaining world peace. Portal Daddy, based on my analysis, he should be an extremely powerful being with a heart full of kindness and gentleness. Spoilers are fun. Hall Master of Wangshan. Pain Magnet. Blonde defeated dog, Big Sister is supreme, did you hear that? Haruto is a kind and gentle person. The best in the world. Portal Daddy, however, since he is a transmigrator, he also has a mischievous side, just like SUU. Big Sister is supreme, laughable, I'm absolutely dead from laughter. Blonde defeated dog, are you looking for a fight? If you want to argue, this lady is always ready. Spoilers are fun, you two, please calm down. Spoilers are fun, Big Sister is supreme, go check the new uploaded files. That Haruto actually changed your sister's original fate of death. Spoilers are fun, even if he's a bit mischievous, he is definitely kind and gentle overall. Big Sister is supreme. Spoilers are fun, blonde defeated dog, also Ariri, your childhood friend is a powerful being capable of traversing worlds. Spoilers are fun, yet, as his childhood friend, you know nothing about it. Maybe it's for protection, but as a fellow transmigrator, I understand. Blonde defeated dog. Portal Daddy, I really want to meet him. A great existence that maintains peace across worlds, perhaps he can save my beloved. Hall Master of Wangshan, sounds like an interesting person. I'd like to meet him too. Maybe we'd get along well. Pain Magnet, by the way, am I the only one who noticed that there's still one more newcomer who hasn't spoken? Natsuki Subaru's words successfully forced the lurking Haruto out into the open. Staring at the chat screen, Haruto was grinning on the outside but cursing on the inside. Natsuki Subaru, huh? Just you wait. Destroying my great stealth mission? Once I find your world's coordinates, the first thing I'll do is force feed you a gender bender potion, along with a dose of APTX 4869. Turning you into a little lily on the spot. Meanwhile, in the chat group, following Natsuki Subaru's reminder, everyone realized that there was still one more newcomer who hadn't made an appearance. Spoilers are fun, oh yeah, there's another newcomer. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, newbie, come out and say hi. Hall Master of Wangshan, that name. Hiss. Spoilers are fun, eh? Does Hu Tao know the newbie? Hall Master of Wangshan, I don't, but the meaning behind that name is truly astonishing. Portal Daddy, indeed. Pain Magnet, am I the only one who doesn't get it? I recognize each word, but when put together, I have no clue what it means. Spoilers are fun, +1. Blonde defeated dog, +1. Big Sister is supreme, +1. Hall Master of Wangshan, the term Candle Dragon in ancient legends, is an entity that governs time, a terrifying ruler. Hall Master of Wangshan, the Candle Dragon, when it closes its eyes, brings night, and when it opens them, brings daylight. Hall Master of Wangshan, such a title. Its meaning is. Spoilers are fun, terrifying. Pain Magnet, terrifying. Hall Master of Wangshan, and that's just one part of the name. The rest is no less significant. Chapter 159, A Powerhouse. At this moment, several people looking at the multiversal chat group interface collectively took a deep breath. This guy is terrifying. A powerhouse has entered the group. Portal Daddy, I'll handle the explanation from here. Fate's Master means one who governs fate. Portal Daddy, as for Lord of Knowledge, it refers to wisdom and cognition. While it's not inherently a terrifying title, adding Lord to it changes everything. Portal Daddy, to put it simply, the newcomer's name translates to Portal Daddy, a god who governs time, can alter fate at will, and possesses knowledge and wisdom beyond all things. Hall Master of Wangshan, that's the most accurate interpretation based on the name. Spoilers are fun, respect. Pain Magnet, respect. Blonde defeated dog, respect. Big Sister is supreme, +1 blonde defeated dog, Big Sister is supreme, you're not sincere at all. He will smite you for your blasphemy. Big Sister is supreme, #%. Watching the messages in the chat, Haruto sighed. He had only wanted to lurk peacefully. How did he get exposed like this? And honestly, the name the chat group assigned him was strangely accurate. It completely revealed his primary abilities. After all, Haruto truly did hold dominion over time and wisdom. Even if his supreme divinity was only a fragment, his existence far surpassed some deities. If he went a step further, he would be at the level of metaphysical concept clusters beyond the multiverse, like the Sevenfold Destroyer. After thinking it over, Haruto decided to reveal himself. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge. Spoilers are fun, he has appeared.